Chapter 278. The comments online were in a frenzy. Everyone was saying things like, "I didn't expect Qin Bao to be this kind of person, I'm so disappointed, ungrateful, let down Star Art's cultivation. Her image has collapsed, get out of the entertainment industry, onlookers are here to watch," etc. There were 3 types of comments. The first type were fans who changed their ways, the second type were professional haters, and the third type was obvious onlookers. Qin Bao's fans couldn't handle it and struggled to hold on. While competing with the haters in terms of vocabulary, they had Qin Bao wanting her to come out and clarify. She should at least say something. The fans raised their swords and went into battle to kill the enemy, but the star, as the backbone, shrunk her balls. Shrunk her milk. Qin Bao just contacted the Water Army in the afternoon. The editor was probably still writing a rebuttal article. The earliest they could start the counterattack would be at night. Bao, come out and say something. Did you suffer in Star Art? Star Art has already attacked you and you're not saying anything? Don't tell me you're also in Japan. The haters are so powerful, the public opinion is in their favor. How many water armies are there? Qin Bao, say something. *CK, I helped you scold for so long. The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is. Don't tell me she was really tempted and abandoned her old company to gain some fame? Haters, Qin Bao, get out. Qin Bao is ungrateful and has a bad character. She should be banned. She has no contract spirit and no professional ethics. Star Art Entertainment is also unlucky. They worked so hard to make a newcomer famous, but they turned around and got tricked. Qin Bao must be severely punished. If every artist does this, the market will be in chaos. Sympathy. Wang Zijin curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her light white jeans wrapped around her thighs and indescribable parts. She was exquisite and her 10 toes were fighting in boredom. She scrolled through the comments online and frowned. Star Art really had a lot of problems. She didn't know if Qin Bao had any connections. Did the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau's leader call in vain? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? No matter how powerful I am, I won't be bullied by any Tom, Dick or Harry. Although Wang Zijin has recently been very displeased with her coquettish best friend who frequently shook her butt at her younger brother, only I can bully my best friend. If outsiders dare to jump up and down, I have to let them know how to write the word death. She opened the address book and dialed the number her father had left for her. She didn't know that although Huang Yizong had always been protecting Qin Bao, he didn't reveal to anyone that there was someone above Qin Bao. Old Huang was able to get to the position of CEO at such a young age. It was impossible for him to get there just by having sex with women. At home 20 kilometers away. It was the weekend. Grandpa Xing did not go to school today. He slammed the table angrily in the study. Mother Qin came in with a plate of sliced apples. She was puzzled. "Why are you so angry?" Grandpa Xing pointed at the computer screen and said angrily, "Our daughter is in trouble again. Look. Grandpa Xing doted on his daughter the most. His daughter was his little sweetheart. His daughter was his personal little jacket. She was not like his son, who was a gift from topping up his phone. Grandpa Xing was very upset when he saw his daughter become the target of public criticism online. She terminated her contract with Star Art? Qin Ma glanced at it and complained, "This child, she didn't even tell us." The point isn't the termination of the contract. The point is that she was scolded. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Bao, the penalty for breach of contract is not 3 million. Didn't she say a while ago that her contract was upgraded? How much will she have to pay? The husband and wife focused on different things. Grandpa Xing said loudly, "Money is a small matter. Asus company has plenty of money." Qinze was listless. He took a picture of the company's monthly income report and sent it to Grandpa Xing. He pretended to be considerate and said, "Dad, you should quit your job at the University of Finance and Economics. Take Mom out to have some fun and retire in peace." Grandpa Xing looked at the income report and started to doubt his life. He remembered the bitterness of being overtaken by his son and the fear of losing his position as the head of the family. He once again doubted his education policy. Qinze was proud and elated. His father had controlled him for so many years. It was time for him to be the master. The head of the family is mine. Mom is mine. Sister is mine. Asus money belongs to Ace. What does it have to do with her? Qin Ma didn't agree with her husband's view. "We're a family. What are you talking about?" Grandpa Xing was unhappy. They're both adults. They'll have their own family sooner or later. It's better to be clear about their finances. Qin Ma was unusually insistent. Hey, our daughter and son have a good relationship. As a father, I taught them well. Grandpa Sheng's only comfort was that his son and daughter were very harmonious and affectionate. Qin Ma was even more upset. She didn't know which side her son and daughter were leaning towards. What did Ace say? He didn't cheer for my sister on Weibo? Qin Ma asked. Let me see. Grandpa Sheng opened Qin Zhe's Weibo. He saw that 5 minutes ago, Qin Zhe posted a total of 4 Weibo posts. With one glance, Grandpa Sheng started to doubt his life again. Qin Ma came over to take a look. Her eyes widened in shock. In just 5 minutes, Weibo was bustling. Most of the people who followed Qin Zhe saw his latest Weibo post. Regarding Qin Baobao's termination of her contract with Star Art Entertainment, first of all, I want to clarify that a third party does exist. Qin Baobao will soon terminate her contract with Star Art and change to another company. However, it's not like what Star Art said. The third parties taking the fruits of labor is not valid. Why is that? Because this company is called Tianfang Film Company Limited. Qin Baobao didn't join this company as an artist. She joined as a major shareholder. So the question is, if she opened a company, would she still need to work for others at Star Art? That doesn't make sense. Qin Baobao, sign this contract and this company will be yours. Lastly, I don't agree with Star Art's statement. Let me ask everyone a question. Why did Qin Baobao become so popular so quickly? They were all excellent songs, right? Starting from the program, I Am a Singer, to the sales of her singles that broke all the major records. Who was the one who wrote all of her songs? Is it Star Art? No, it's just me. Then please tell me, how did you painstakingly cultivate her? Since Qin Baobao's debut, what has Star Art done? If it's just marketing and packaging, then it's obvious that any company can do it easily. How much money has Qin Baobao earned for Star Art? Now that she wants to go solo, she doesn't need Star Art's blessings or anything, but she should at least have some dignity. Doesn't she feel embarrassed to smear Qin Baobao's reputation? Remember, the person who made Qin Baobao famous is me. Get lost. Star Art Entertainment Company Limited. Qin Zhe intermittently posted 4 Weibo posts before he finally finished writing this paragraph. Every Weibo post was accompanied by the same picture of the share transfer contract. Following that, the netizen statuses were, in Qin Zhe's own words, I instantly blew up the whole place. Now it was lively. From Star Art tearing apart Qin Baobao, it became Qin Zhe tearing apart Star Art. *CK, that makes sense. I have no words to refute it. It really does make sense. Qin Baobao is so popular because her brother wrote songs. My brother is the best. There's nothing wrong with that. That's right, that's right. It looks like Star Art didn't do much for Qin Baobao. With so many good songs, anyone can become famous. Qin Baobao's popularity has nothing to do with Star Art. Qin Zhe 666. Is this Tianfang Entertainment Company Ltd real or fake? I just checked online. This company does exist, but it's not very famous. I've never heard of it before. But I can't confirm if the contract is real or fake. The contract is real. There's an official seal on it. If it's fake and exposed on Weibo, Qin Zhe will have to take legal responsibility. Oh my god, Qin Baobao started her own company? No. Based on the current situation, Qin Zhe invested in Tianfang Entertainment Company, Ltd and gave it to sister. Look at the picture, there's no signature on the contract. Wow, give me a bunch of younger brothers like this. The country owes me a brother. Star Art is so disgusting. They're playing the blame game. What did they do for Qin Baobao? Even if the deal doesn't work out, Qin Baobao still made a lot of money for Star Art. There's still a penalty for breaching the contract. This company is evil. I won't watch the movies they invest in or listen to the concerts of their artists. I'll boycott Star Art. Boycott Star Art +1. Boycott Star Art +2. The internet trolls continued to defame Qin Baobao, but the fans started to fight back and started a war of words. Moreover, the onlookers also started to change their minds. The netizens also started to defame Qin Baobao. Whenever a third party tried to poach someone, Qin Baobao would be ungrateful. Star Art played the victim and said that the artists they worked so hard to nurture were not poached. They also accused Qin Baobao of being ungrateful. But after Qin Zhe posted on Weibo, the claims of a third-party poaching were no longer valid. Starting your own company and being poached were two different things. It was like quitting your job and starting your own business. It was a natural thing to do. As a result, the situation turned around and Star Art became unforgiving as they attacked and defamed their artists. Qin Zhe's Weibo caught Star Art off guard. They were defaming Qin Baobao and claiming that a third party was involved. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Even if Qin Bao Bao said that she wasn't involved, who would believe her? After all, everyone had a mouth and could say whatever they wanted. But Star Art didn't expect to deal with an entertainment company directly. You say a third party is involved? Fine, I'll start my own company. Let's just ask you if you're afraid. Star Art's PR department started to fight back. They claimed that some people were maliciously spreading rumors and tarnishing the company's image. The netizens continued, "How did they tarnish your reputation? Hurry up and use legal weapons. We're watching. Don't just talk without doing anything. Shameless. Boycott Star Art." There were also internet trolls hired by Qin Bao Bao. There was no need to write any articles. The task of the internet trolls was very easy now. They just had to lead Star Art. Qin Zhe had just returned home when he received a call from his sister. "My precious son, where are you?" It was his sister's excited voice. Qin Bao Bao inherited Qin Ma's tricks and occasionally liked to tease Qin Zhe with, "My precious son." In the past, the Qin couple used a stick and a carrot. After the old man beat up his son, Qin Ma would clean up. Qin Ma would coax little Qin Zhe, "My precious son, mommy will kiss you. Don't cry, don't cry." Qin Bao Bao watched from the side for a long time and understood her mother's tricks. Chapter 279. I just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qin Zhe scolded, "Son, my ass. Qin Bao Bao, don't always think about taking advantage of me. Aren't you the one who has been taking advantage of me?" Qin Bao Bao's voice was full of joy. Woo woo woo. Qin Zhe walked home briskly. Thinking of his sister's admiring eyes, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. I said that I would be the man behind my sister and protect her. Now I finally did it. Now I am the man behind my sister. I don't know when I became the man above Sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei was born in a rich family. It was a bit tricky to be above her. I'll take it one step at a time. He took out the key to open the door. His sister was practicing yoga in the living room. She was lying on the yoga mat in a very flexible posture. Her legs were open, her waist was straight, and her hands were on the ground. There was a yoga teaching video on the TV. Qin Bao Bao occasionally practiced yoga. Qin Zhe thought it was good. The biggest advantage of yoga was to train the body's flexibility. This was not important at all. What was important was that it could unlock a lot of super difficult postures. A woman who practiced yoga would be popular wherever she went. Just like a man with a collar lined with gold, he would be favored wherever he went. Wang Zijin sat in a dignified and elegant posture of a mature woman with a book on her knees. Her beloved brother came home. Qin Bao Bao climbed up happily. She jumped up and hooked her legs around his waist. She generously gave him a hug and said in a soft voice, "My little sweetheart is finally back." Mwah. The sister's eyes were soft and charming. She didn't care about the third wheel and forced herself to be intimate with her brother. When she saw Weibo, she was coming out of a real estate agency with Li Yanhong. It was Li Yanhong who screamed in surprise and said, "Bao Bao Bao Bao, look at Weibo." She opened the worrisome Weibo and saw Qin Zhe's 4 long posts. At that time she was standing on the bustling street. Her eyes were blurred. She was hit by the emotion called moved. Her happiness was overwhelming like a tide. No matter what you did. It doesn't matter if you are condemned by thousands of people. There will always be someone standing behind you, silently supporting you. Although he was a cowardly and salty-salted fish, he would occasionally play the role of a domineering CEO, just like now. Qin Bao Bao squatted by the street and cried a little. It had a nice fragrance, soft and bouncy texture. Even if he ate his sister's grapes now, Sister Xian probably wouldn't notice. But Qin Zhe couldn't be such a bastard. He was very upright. The upright man didn't move for a few minutes. Then he dragged his sister's ass and threw her on the sofa. Let go, let go. I can't breathe. Only those who were good at swimming could survive. What the ancient said made sense. Ace, you're so good to sister. Sister can't wait to repay you with her body. Qin Bao Bao's legs around Qin Zhe's waist were so tight that Qin Zhe couldn't break them apart. Wang Zijin could no longer remain indifferent to this scene. Wang Zijin coughed. Ace, sister will make noodles for you tonight. You don't have to cook. Qin Bao Bao smiled charmingly. Wang Zijin coughed twice. Ace, sister will reward you with a kiss. A loud kiss was heard. Wang Zijin coughed 3 times. Ace is the best. Qin Bao Bao pouted and acted cute. If she put a pair of cat ears on her, she would definitely look like a sexy cat girl from anime. Wang Zijin stopped coughing and kicked Qin Bao Bao. Stop it. Can't you act like a sister? What? Qin Bao Bao blinked her innocent eyes and said innocently, "It's none of your business when I'm being intimate with my brother." Wang Zijin threw the book on the coffee table and said angrily, I'm going back to my room. Qinzhe looked at the book on the coffee table. The title was How to Defeat a Flirtatious Mistress. The title of the book was terrifying. Why was Sister Ziwei reading this book? Who was she trying to defeat? Mistress? Sister Ziwei, did she see something? Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin's back and smiled. Stop it, stop it. Qinzhe covered his sister's beautiful face with his palm and pushed her away. He slapped her butt and said in a bad mood, You only know how to fool around all day long. Do you dare to serve me in bed? Qin Baobao spat. Disgusting. Do you dare to let sister serve you in bed? This topic is too sad. Let's skip it. Humph. Qin Baobao let go of her long legs and her face lit up again. Where's the contract? Is what it said on Weibo true? Qinzhe took out the contract and showed it to her. This is much better than your studio. Everything is ready-made. There are professionals and your own channels. Although it's not as good as Star Art, as long as you manage it well, you can work behind the scenes even if you don't want to show your face. It's time to work harder. Qin Baobao muttered. What? Qinzhe didn't hear it clearly. His sister looked away from the contract and turned her head. She looked at Qinzhe's handsome side profile and was absent-minded. Ace, she said softly. When her brother looked over, she said softly, How long has it been? You opened an investment company and an entertainment company. Sister should be happy. Sister's little bumpkin is promising and capable. How good is that? But the more outstanding you are, the more I'm afraid. She didn't say what she was afraid of. She forced a smile and her naturally seductive face was a little sad. Look, all the songs I sang were written by you. I also need you to pay for the house. Now I still need you to buy shares for me. I'm getting more and more useless as I grow up. You used to follow behind me. You didn't know how to do your homework, so you came to me to help you. If sister held your arm and walked around the school, you would be so proud. Sister was so proud of that time. Little bumpkin listened to me and couldn't do anything without me. Sister was full of a sense of superiority. Ace, in the future, do you think sister is no longer a little fairy? Wang Zijin is so good. She's the daughter of a rich family. No matter how far you go, she can keep up with you and take care of your career. But sister can't. Sister has nothing, only you. Qin Baobao's eyes turned red. Qinzhe was stunned. So, I've been pressuring sister? Am I leveling up too fast? Sister, you're already very strong. But my situation is a little different. I'm a hack. But he knew that his sister was sad and worried about not only being crushed by his brother. He understood. Just like himself in the past, he often thought that his sister was so outstanding and beautiful. She was the school belle in junior high and high school. But before he knew it, she was already in university. University was a corrupt place. Men and women couldn't hold back their restless hearts. What if one day his sister and a man secretly called each other and sent sweet messages? What should he do? He had been anxious and conflicted for so many years. Even if he was now the man behind his sister, he still didn't dare to pursue the truth. Everyone only had one home. If it was broken, it couldn't be repaired. Home was one thing, identity was another. No one dared to break this window paper. For so many years, his sister must have thought the same. So when she knew that he had a girlfriend, she sabotaged it with deep malice. Innocent years can't be bullied, youth is absurd. I won't let you down. These were the lyrics that Qinzhe sang to his sister. But it seemed that they had never let each other down. Based on Qinzhe's style, when faced with his sister's little confession, he should pretend that he didn't understand and then pretend to look at the scenery around him. But recently he had earned a lot of money and was confident that he could beat the old master. He was arrogant. At this moment, looking at his sister's pitiful and sad appearance, Qinzhe's heart ached. His brain twitched and he blurted out, Then, can you come and serve me tonight? His words didn't make sense, but Qin Baobao understood. Qinzhe looked at her and saw that her beautiful face was flushed red and charming. After a long time, Qin Baobao looked back. If they were filming a movie, there should be lyrical music at this moment. But the music stopped abruptly. Wang Zijin opened the door. His sister's answer was an ellipsis. What? Are you guys playing a game of staring? Wang Zijin asked blankly. In the living room, the brother and sister looked at each other and stared at each other. Qin Baobao finally mustered up her courage, but it was like a punctured balloon. Instead of deflating, it exploded. Her sister shouted, I'm not doing it. Scram. The biggest mistake in this life was to invite a wolf into the house. A single slip leads to everlasting regret. When I look back, my brother is not mine anymore. I regret it. Chapter 280. That night, Qinzhe really got to eat his sister's noodles. His sister's noodles were guided by her younger brother and taught her every step. She couldn't just go straight to the point. There had to be foreplay. First, the water had to be boiled. Before the foreplay, there had to be a lot of preparation work such as cutting scallions, meat, etc. Under her younger brother's careful guidance, Qin Baobao experienced the most carefree first time in her life. The process of eating noodles couldn't be rushed. If it was too rushed, it would burn the tongue. First, she had to push aside the clumps of vegetables. At this time, she couldn't directly stick out her tongue. She had to use her lips to test the temperature. After feeling the warm and moist breath, she could take a sip. Then, she closed her eyes and used the tip of her tongue to feel the beauty of the soup. Eating noodles was different from eating rice. The latter was chewing while the former was sucking. Qinzhe picked up some noodles and slurped it into his mouth. He praised, "Sister's noodles are really delicious." Wang Zijin also changed her opinion of her best friend's cooking. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Bao Bao's noodles are really delicious." Qin Baobao squinted her eyes. She had an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction. This meal of noodles was worth it. Before going to bed at night, Qinzhe remembered what he said in the living room. He waited with a heart full of anticipation and apprehension. Unfortunately, his sister didn't come to sleep with him. Qinzhe didn't know whether his sister was shy or couldn't leave for some other reason. He had a lot of things to say to his sister. He wanted to chat with her under the quilt and teach her how to run a company and write a business plan. Forget it, he would talk about it in the future. On the third day of Qinzhe tearing star art apart, the popularity of the internet didn't decrease at all. Star art was scolded like a dog. Cheba, forums, Weibo were all clamoring. If you went to watch a movie and saw a lot of comments, "Boycott star art," or "Star art get out," then the movie was either made by an artist under Star Art or funded by Star Art. Qinzhe knew that more than half of the people here were paid by his sister to stir up trouble. Wang Zijin's online media company was also helping out. Qinzhe was both gratified and helpless that his sisters were so scheming. Actually, he was looking forward to the naive and sweet girls. The naive and sweet girls were delicate and easy to coax. After saying a few touching words, they would cry and say, "You're electricity, you're light, you're the only legend, I only love you." But he didn't have that kind of luck. His sister seemed easy to coax, but she was actually a jealous person. Sister Ziwei looked gentle and generous, but she was actually cunning and scheming. Suyu seems to be the easiest to control, but she is a masochist inside. She likes that tone, but it doesn't mean that she is silly and sweet. She is the best at causing trouble. There was no need to talk about elder sister Man. She was not fated to be a naive girl. Chen Qingyuan was a naive and sweet girl, at least from what I could see, but girls younger than me couldn't fall in love at all. Suyu was also naive and sweet, but she was his cousin. Qinzhe felt very tired. The only girl who met Qinzhe's taste and had the potential to be naive and sweet was Zhang Ye. This is Zhang Ye's engagement invitation, next Friday. The sister wearing sunglasses and a big brimmed hat smiled and said thank you to the courier. She opened the package and put the invitation in front of Qinzhe. The courier's mental activity, psycho wearing sunglasses and a hat at home. The recipient was Qinzhe. Zhang Ye was very thoughtful. It was too ostentatious to write Qin Baobao. In comparison, Qinzhe's reputation was much smaller and less eye-catching. Next Friday. Today was Monday and there were still 2 weeks left. Qinzhe looked at the engagement invitation, a little disappointed, a little helpless, and a little free and easy. He had 2 girlfriends in his life. His desk mate in junior high school was a nominal boyfriend and girlfriend, but he had never held hands. He had held hands with the little cabbage in college. He didn't like her. At most, he had a little affection for her. He had been struggling with a question. Was he in love? Zhang Ye was the girl he wanted to pursue. She was his sister's best friend and had a boyfriend before she met him. It was nothing to have a boyfriend. Which pretty girl didn't have a few boyfriends these days? But his sister didn't agree. She didn't want anything unspeakable to happen between her brother and her best friend. In the past, he always had a fluke mentality. Having a boyfriend didn't mean anything as long as they weren't married. There would always be a chance. But reality was not a novel. Pretty sister, if you didn't pursue someone, someone else would. No one would wait forever. In fact, he didn't feel too sad or too reluctant. He just felt a little emotional. There were always a few girls in a man's life that he liked. Zhang Ye invited us to go together. I'm thinking, should we give 1 or 2 red packets? The sister said in distress. When we were married, Wang Zijin turned pale with fright. You too? Save the words, Qin Baobao said in a panic. You're so stupid. Why don't you just split a red packet into 2? Qin Zhe was speechless. Good idea. Qin Baobao beamed. We'll go to Tianfang Entertainment in the afternoon. As the big boss, it's time for you to go to work, Qin Zhe said. The day before yesterday, he and Qin Baobao went to Nan Manpei's house again to finalize the transfer of shares. At this time, Star Art Entertainment was in a passive situation. Vice President Kong was angry in the office. How could it not be approved? Are the people in your department useless? You can't even do such a small thing. Kong Xian slammed the table. The manager of the logistics department stood in front of the table with a bitter face. We've already cut it according to the requirements of the SARFT, but it still didn't pass. The reason this time is metaphorical politics. Cut it according to their requirements again. Kong Xian rubbed his temples and sighed. Wait a minute, this is the third or fourth time. The fifth time, Vice President Kong, the manager of the logistics department, whispered. A period drama that Star Art invested in was blocked by the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Every time they would use various reasons to reject it. The first time was because the actress exposed her cleavage, so the logistics department cut off everything below the actress's neck. The second time was that they randomly tampered with historical figures and didn't pass. The last time was related to sensitive politics. What sensitive politics? It was just a palace drama. Star Art had invested a lot of money into it. They couldn't die before they even started. Kong Xian pondered for a moment and stood up from his chair. He put his hands in his pockets and paced around the antique shelf. Finally, he looked up at the ceiling. Is someone messing with us? The logistics department lowered their heads in silence. This wasn't a question that a logistics manager like him could answer. His rank wasn't high enough. Who did I offend? Kong Xian was also thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have offended anyone recently. Go out and do your work. Kong Xian waved his hand. At this time, the door opened again and a staff member from the logistics department came in. Vice President Kong, Manager Qian. The staff member placed a document on the table. The 3D animation that we invested in didn't pass the censors. Kong Xian frowned. What's wrong with your logistics department? Do you still want to work? What's going on this time? The staff member felt wronged. The SRFT said that there was too much content that wasn't suitable for children, so they rejected it. F***CK. Kong Xian felt blood rush up his throat. If the people from the SRFT were here, he would spit out 3 liters of blood on the spot and splatter it all over their faces. When I was filming a period drama, you guys said that I tampered with history. After all, you guys don't know what it means to make history. When you guys said that cleavage shouldn't be exposed, we also agreed. If there's cleavage, it's not popular anymore. I'll change everything. But when I was filming a hot-blooded animation, you guys said that it wasn't suitable for children. His chest hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. 10 a.m. A passenger plane from Sydney International Airport landed at Pudong Airport. 10 minutes later, Huang Yitsong brought his little wife out of the airport and got into the CEO's car. Huang Yitsong was 32 years old and his little wife was 22 years old. She hadn't even graduated from university. Before they got married, they could only be considered acquaintances. They weren't very close. Huang Yitsong was an experienced driver. He was a womanizer and had already gotten over relationships. Therefore, when he saw that his parents wanted to introduce him to a petite little girl, he quickly agreed. Although the little girl's cultivation was still shallow and her kung fu wasn't perfect, she could still be trained. It was better for a woman to be flirtatious in his hands than to be flirtatious in the hands of others. His little wife sat in the back seat and snuggled in Xiao Huang's arms. She was looking at her phone when she suddenly exclaimed, "Hubby, look at Weibo. They're all scolding Star Art." I know. Huang Yitsong was also looking at his phone. Look at Qin Zhe. He's so awesome. He even started a company to support his sister. His little wife was envious. Is my 15 centimeters not awesome? Huang Yitsong was unconvinced. It has size but not hardness. What's the use? If I didn't save you, your kidneys would have been eaten by a kangaroo. This dainty little wife of his had too much personality. Young people were full of energy. But the old driver was exhausted. He stepped on the accelerator but the engine couldn't. Back then it had 6 cylinders. Now it was only left with 1 cylinder. What's going on in the company recently? Huang Yitsong didn't want to continue talking about this sad topic. He asked his assistant cum driver, I already know about Qin Baobao. Tell me something I don't know. Chapter 281. The assistant smiled and said, the whole world knows about Qin Baobao's incident. If you don't want to hear about it, I won't say it. However, the company is indeed in a passive position. If our reputation is ruined, the aftereffects will last for a long time. Although this was the era of fast food, one had to earn money fast, live fast, and even have sex with men faster. People were good at forgetting and accepting new things, but forgetting did not mean that they had lost their memories. Some celebrity scandals followed them for a lifetime. There were too many male and female celebrities on Monday night, and it had not recovered for a few years. Before I came to pick you up, I heard about this in the company. The assistant looked ahead and said, "Our company has a period drama and a 3D animation that are stuck." The Radio, Film and Television Bureau did not investigate and called back several times. It seems that things are not looking good. Mr. Huang, the company is waiting for you to take charge. The assistant glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a sinister smile on Mr. Huang's face. Huang Yitsong said, "Take charge my ass. I will not take the blame for Kang Xian." His wife said coquettishly, "What are you saying? The company is facing a public relations crisis, and the drama that we invested in is stuck. It's time for you to come out and solve the problem. Even if you can't solve it, you can leave a good impression in front of the board of directors." Although she did not graduate from university, she came from a good family. Her parents were big businessmen and she was not a naive woman. "There's no hurry. Before I take over the mess, there's something I need to deal with." Huang Yitsong said, "The company invested 120 million in a period drama. The cast is good, and it's the second period drama we invested in this year. But in terms of cost, a 3D animation is higher than a period drama, and it uses the most advanced production technology. The whole animation was made by burning money. We originally planned to release it before New Year's Day, but it seems that there's no hope now." His wife looked at him. "What do you want?" Huang Yitsong did not answer. He opened his contact list and dialed. "Old man, I'm back. Help me to hold a shareholders meeting." After hanging up, Huang Yitsong hugged his wife's shoulder. "Wife, you go home first. I have to go to the company to perform. When I get home tonight, I will continue to perform with you." "You want to take down Kang Xian?" His wife understood. "Are you confident?" "Your husband, I have never missed a shot. Don't worry." His wife sighed. "It's just that they're too scattered." Mr. Huang sighed bitterly. "I have a little wife who rides me every day. When a veteran meets a new armor, the spearhead is no longer sharp, but the whetstone is brand new. It was really a tragedy for an old couple and a young wife. In the future they would not be able to have fun even if they wanted to. Paying the state grain would drain the old driver's body." It was Qinzhe who had good taste. Qinzhe kept saying, "Big sister is the king, there is no market for Lolas, and you are still young, how can you talk about love? He is my good teacher and helpful friend." In the middle of conference room number 1, there was a solid wooden conference table with a bonsai in the middle. As the president appointed by the board of directors, Huang Yitsong was responsible for hosting this meeting. According to the saying of Hong Kong films in the 1980s, CEO Huang was the person in charge. The shareholders sat at the table, all dressed in suits to attend this important meeting. "Dear shareholders, let me briefly explain the reason for this shareholders meeting." Huang Yitsong went straight to the point. "I propose to remove Kang Xian from his position as vice president and all of his duties in Star Art." The shareholders whispered to each other. Most of the shareholders present only had the right to vote and not to make decisions. However, the appointment and removal of important positions needed to be decided by the shareholders' meeting. Huang Yitsong said loudly, "First of all, I have a few opinions on the matter that has caused a stir on the internet. During Kang Xian's tenure, he abused his power and had many unspoken rules with his female artists. Not long ago, for no reason, he shelved Qin Bao Bao, which led to a storm of public opinion. It seriously damaged the internal order of the company and caused irreparable damage to the company's image. I propose to remove him from all of his duties." CEO Huang, "But I don't think anyone in the company said that the reason why Qin Bao Bao was shelved was because she did not obey the control and instigated her brother to cancel the song license with Star Art. This caused a huge loss." The person who spoke was in his 50s. He was a major shareholder of Star Art and Kang Xian's father. Huang Yitsong smiled. "Everyone must have heard about this matter. Why did Qin Bao Bao fall out with our company? Vice President Kang, please explain the concert. Why did you change people at the last minute? Now the company is also saying that Vice President Kang wanted to use the unspoken rules with Qin Bao Bao and deliberately suppress him. Vice President Kang's actions disrupted the company's order and had a negative impact on the company's positive development. Taking a step back, the concert's effect was very bad. After the event, the audience was scolding. I have to doubt Vice President Kang's ability." The shareholders nodded slightly. Second, the company invested heavily in a TV series in the second half of the year. It was a 3D animation movie with a total investment of 300 million. However, when it was about to be released, it was blocked by the Radio, Film and Television Bureau several times and did not pass the review. For the shareholders here, the loss is difficult to estimate. Vice President Kang has to take the blame for this. Kang Xian sneered. CEO Huang, this can only be considered as improper management. I am indeed responsible, but the one who is more responsible is you, the CEO. You have to take the blame for this. Huang Yitsong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He looked around at the shareholders. As for me, I happen to have a good personal relationship with Bao Bao. Before the meeting, I gave her a call. After all, the more friends you have, the more options you have. Fortunately, it was this call that allowed me to get a piece of news. Huang Yitsong patted Kang Xian on the shoulder. Do you know that you are in trouble? Qin Bao Bao has someone above her. She has a relationship with the leader of the Radio, Film and Television Bureau. If you play like this, who else will they mess with if not you? If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag the shareholders down with you. Kang Xian's eyes widened. He said in shock, Impossible, this is impossible. What evidence do you have? Why didn't he know that Qin Bao Bao had someone above her? In the past 6 months there was no sign of it at all. Wasn't the person behind her her brother? When did someone above her? Kang Xian was in a mess. The shareholders frowned. If this was the case, then Star Arts Film would be stuck in the Radio, Film and Television Bureau forever. It was equivalent to Star Arts' financial source being stuck. That would be a heavy loss. I will take responsibility for what I said. I will personally deal with this matter later and let the film pass the review as soon as possible. Huang Yitsong said. Shareholders, please vote on my proposal. Not long after, an announcement was made on the company's internal channel. The shareholders' meeting has decided that on December 2, 2017, Kang Xian will be removed from his position as Star Arts Deputy General Manager and all related duties. The whole company was shocked. Kang Xian left the company that day and saw Huang Yitsong leaning against his Mercedes-Benz in the underground parking lot, smoking. Do you want one? Huang Yitsong tossed him a cigarette. Kang Xian took it and lit it. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. You planned this for a long time. He glanced at Huang Yitsong. It's impossible that you don't know about Qin Bao Bao's relationship with the Radio and Television Bureau. If he still couldn't figure it out, then his IQ should really be recharged. Huang Yitsong exhaled the smoke in his lungs and said, What do you think? Do you really think I want to sleep with her? Even if I do, I won't use your method. If I like her, then I will pursue her. If the soft approach doesn't work, then I will use the hard approach. You don't even dare to go to jail and you still have the face to say you love her? Kang Xian was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, You are indeed tricking me. Huang Yitsong said, I'm just kidding. That's why I said that if you want to go far, you have to go straight. If you do too many crooked ways, you will be done for. Aren't you doing crooked ways? Kang Xian sneered. If you didn't use crooked ways, how could there be today's show? No matter where you are in the future, you have to understand a principle. Do more and fight less. Don't just look at the shortcuts and ignore the more distant but more stable path. This is a piece of advice. Huang Yitsong stamped out the cigarette and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. At this moment, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, the siblings, were heading to Tianfang Film and Television. Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm, and just as they walked into the company, they suddenly heard a uniform and crisp voice. Welcome, Chairman Qin. Looking around, there were 2 rows of tall and beautiful women standing on both sides of the door. Their long white legs blinded Qin Zhe's eyes. The beauties had coquettish smiles on their faces. They straightened their backs and tried their best to make their breasts protrude. The bolder ones even threw a few flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. How were they welcoming the chairman? They were clearly saying, Welcome, sir. Qin Zhe thought excitedly. Damn, Sister Man must be running Yihong brothel. Sister Man, this old woman hid it too well. A bunch of flirtatious cheese, Qin Bao Bao thought angrily. Following that, a few fat middle-aged uncles came forward. One of them shook hands with Qin Zhe enthusiastically. Chairman Qin, I am Tianfang's general manager, Zhang Fu. He then shook hands with Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao ignored him and gave him a cold look. General Manager Zhang didn't know that just this welcoming scene alone had already left a bad impression on him in the heart of the big boss. General Manager Zhang introduced Qin Zhe to the various department managers of the company. There were 7 or 8 people scattered around. The higher-ups of Tianfang had been waiting for Chairman Qin's arrival for many days. When they received the call today, They immediately arranged a simple welcoming ceremony. Those girls were all artists under Tianfang, or rather models. As for why a film and television company had so many models, it was a sad story. The first thing the two chairman Qins did after entering the company was to hold a meeting with the higher-ups. Chapter 282. During the meeting, Boss Qin pointed out that the company must implement the concept of sustainable development. Boss Qin emphasized serving the real economy, preventing and controlling financial risks, deepening the company's reform, promoting a virtuous cycle and healthy development. All the leaders, including General Manager Zhang Fu, took notes seriously and responded to Boss Qin's call. Next, General Manager Zhang Fu gave a speech, reporting on the company's achievements and contributions to society in the past 2 years. Boss Qin acknowledged and was satisfied with General Manager Zhang Fu's work. When the men were in the meeting, Qin Baobao sat beside her brother like an obedient wife, playing with her phone out of boredom. The leaders stole glances at her from time to time, seriously disrupting the harmony and stability of the meeting. Boss Qin criticized this during the meeting. Through this meeting, Qin Zhe had a thorough understanding of Tianfang Entertainment. When the company was first established, Nan Man Pei invested a lot of money and made 3 movies in the same year, spending money to poach 2 big stars. After the movies were released, the box office was a flop. The highest score of the 3 movies was 5.6 and the lowest was 3.7. It was a tragedy. As for how to make a good movie, the director would say, "Money. Give me enough money and I can make a good movie." The screenwriter would say, "Time. Give me enough time to think and I can write a good script." The little fresh meat would say, "No matter how much money you give, I can complete the entire process with awkward acting skills." In short, before the market test, no one dared to say that their movie would survive. Those who dared to say so were definitely cheats. Just like the shocking big shot from next door. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the people in that world had been hacked by the system, so they couldn't see the cheats. If anyone dared to say in front of Qin Zhe, "I will definitely be popular, fire 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 fire," Qin Zhe would take his low-level system and run away. A low-level system couldn't fight a cheat head-on. The way of the king was to develop wretchedly. In the second year, the stars they had painstakingly poached had their contracts terminated. Tianfang Entertainment went from high spirits to disheartened. Nan Man Pei's investment was a complete flop. Now the company only had 3 C-list celebrities. 2 of them were actors and 1 of them was a singer. The acting could only get supporting roles, while the singing could only do commercials, targeting small second and third tier cities. In addition, the company also hired a group of models to expand their income. There were about 30 female models. Not to mention how beautiful they were, they definitely had long legs. This group of models would accept any job. Online store model, bra show model, print model, comic convention cosplay model. She used to work part-time as a car model. Unfortunately, she was now a river crab. She didn't know how to act, so she could only rely on taking jobs to make a living. Tianfang Film and Television's profits were more or less balanced, with occasional losses. That was why Nan Man Pei said, "It's tasteless, but it's a pity to throw it away." Then, how do you think we can reverse the company's current situation? During the meeting, Boss Qin was not ashamed to ask for the opinions of his subordinates. "President Qin, with our company's current standards, we can give up on the idea of investing in the film and television industry. Miss Qin is not a professional actress. I think we can start with songs." After all, these are the strengths of the 2 Boss Qins, the marketing manager said. Qin Zhe nodded and asked General Manager Zhang Fu, "What do you think?" Zhang Fu said, "Judging from the current situation, commercial performances are not suitable. Miss Qin, what you need to do now is to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. You need to tell your fans and the outside world that you've already established yourself. You can release an album or hold a concert." After a pause he said, "Albums take more time, but since Boss Qin is here, it shouldn't be a problem. Why isn't it a problem with me around? If you want to say something, say it boldly. I'll definitely beat you to death. Whether it's an album or a concert, I'll discuss it with Boss Qin." End of meeting. The executives packed up their small notebooks and left in a single file. Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to her exclusive office. The entire floor belonged to Tianfang Film and Television. It was even grander than Baoza Investment Company. Qin Baobao would work here in the future. She was now the major shareholder of Tianfang Film and Television. As for Qin Zhe, he would be the man behind his sister. However, his sister was new here and there were many things she had to explore on her own. During this time he had to travel between Tianfang and Baoza. Qin Zhe leaned on the sofa and sighed. "Actually, it's a mess. If we can't bring it back to life, 200 million will be wasted. Qin Bao Bao sat on her brother's lap and gently massaged his temples. If it doesn't work out, we'll just lay people off. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's perky butt and said unhappily, if that's the case, why didn't I let you set up your own studio? His sister shook her butt in protest. She said, now all resources will be on my level. I'll be the company's main source of income. In the future we'll sign artists and slowly nurture a team. I'm quite familiar with this. Qin Bao Bao sighed. It's just a matter of funds. It's not easy for this lousy company to break even. My little treasury has been completely lost to Star Art. You've just started and 200 million is already a huge loss. Without sufficient funds, it'll be difficult for the company to develop. Qin Zhe muttered, I'm fine here. I get tens of millions every day. It'll be better in 10 days or half a month. If you need money you can find Suyu. Alright, give her some shares. After all, she also has shares in Baoza. Baoza Investment could continue to provide funds for Tianfang. Whether it was Nan Man Pei, Qin Bao Bao or himself, both companies had shares. Qin Bao Bao beamed with joy. Ace, you're such a torturous soy milk machine. I like you the most. Soy milk machine? Although the color of the liquid produced was the same, the nutrition was incomparable. Qin Zhe said, wait, I remember. Where's my money? Where's my money? It's a few million in cash. It'll be enough for Tianfang to support for a while. Qin Bao Bao said bashfully, I paid a part of it to Star Art. Spent a part of it? Seeing her brother's disdainful expression, she blushed and pressed her but hard. I'll pay you back in the future. Wait for me to earn some money. Don't explain. So all my money has become your private stash, right? How are you going to compensate me? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. I'll compensate you with a cute sister. Can I have sex? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. It's not scary. Sister is so cute. How can I be scary? What's the use of having you? Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and said weakly, Then do you want to eat the rouge on sister's lips? As she spoke, her pretty face was dyed with a moving blush. She was charming and seductive. Qin Zhe moved his lips. Just as he was about to say yes, his heart suddenly trembled. Wait, this scene was so familiar. It was full of déjà vu. You remembered? It was also in sister's office. They almost kissed that time. Suddenly the door opened and Li Yanhong walked in. If he said yes at this time, he would definitely be done for. Where's your agent? Why don't I see her? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Bao Bao was disappointed. She has something to do at home. She said that she has to take 2 hours off. She should be here soon. Qin Bao Bao had an epiphany. She probably also remembered the awkwardness back then. She immediately jumped down from Qin Zhe's lap. Suddenly the door opened. Li Yanhong walked in from outside and looked around. Bao Bao, the office is very stylish. It's really not bad. The siblings looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Sister and brother kissed behind closed doors. If they met once, they could find an excuse to avoid it. How could they explain the second time? Which family's sister sat on her brother's lap every day? If this was at home, Qin Zhe would have bought a plane ticket. Why aren't you talking? Li Yanhong was confused. Be happy. It's a new beginning, a new life. Qin Bao Bao thought, why are we not happy? Don't you know? Chapter 283. Li Yanhong was absent from the meeting, so she didn't have a thorough understanding of Tianfang Entertainment and didn't know the company's next step. Qin Bao Bao explained everything to her in detail. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa, smoking silently. Li Yanhong muttered, as for the album, you just released one a while ago, so you can't release it too frequently. If the album doesn't sell as well as the previous one, there will definitely be black-hearted media outlets reporting that your popularity has dropped and that you're no longer at your peak. I suggest that you hold a concert to make up for the regret of the previous one. After all, she had been in the industry for at least 10 years, so she had good judgment. Qin Bao Bao felt that it made sense and turned to look at her brother. Qin Zhe nodded. Let's do that. Sisterly, inform everyone. The sooner the better. Li Yanhong walked to the door, but Qin Zhe suddenly stopped her and said seriously, There's something I need to remind you. Remember to knock before you enter the office. Qin Bao Bao might not care about this, but I don't want to see you enter without knocking the next time I come here. Li Yanhong felt wronged. Yes, President Qin. Did I offend him in some way? The siblings were left in the office again. Qin Bao Bao stole a glance at her brother and blushed shyly. Hey Ace, do you still want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips? Qin Zhe looked at his sister's flirtatious expression and said seriously, Sister, your kissing scene is still not good enough. There's still room for improvement. I can sacrifice myself and be your test subject. With that, the awkward atmosphere in the office dissipated. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Yes, it's all for the sake of acting. Then she climbed onto her brother's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and licked her scarlet lips. What a cute sister. She stood up straight. Qin Zhe wrapped his arms around her waist, ready to teach her how to kiss. Suddenly he said, I have a small stove but I've never ridden it. The siblings were shocked and scared half to death. Damn the ringtone, it was soft. They looked for their phones at the same time. In the end, they found that it was Qin Zhe's phone that was ringing. The caller ID said, Old driver. Qin Baobao blinked her bright eyes and looked at him blankly. It's Huang Yitsong. Qin Zhe explained and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Brother, I'm back. Huang Yitsong laughed heartily. Oh, how's your kidney? His waist was lucky, but he was seriously injured. It's a long story. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Let's go out and have some fun someday. I need you to lead the way. Qin Zhe wasn't just talking. He really wanted to go. He couldn't have sex with his sisters, so he could only go outside to find some. Sooner or later, his penis would harden and that wouldn't be a problem. Although the matter with Star Art made both parties unhappy, it didn't affect their relationship. Let's talk about it in the future. You don't know, but my little wife is always pestering me. That bothersome little vixen. Even the landlord doesn't have any food left. Huang Yitsong's tone was bitter. Brother, take care of your body. There's still a long way to go. Qin Zhe was enraptured. Don't be a coward, don't you think so? The sister who was eavesdropping was dumbfounded. I know. Huang Yitsong laughed. The two chatted for a long time before they finally got to the point. I have something to tell you. Kang Xian has been fired by the company. This Kang Xian caused trouble when I wasn't around. I'm also at fault for this. Help me apologize to Bao Bao. It's a small matter. Qin Zhe said. Then I have a presumptuous request. The company has a period drama and 3D animation movie that has been blocked by the SARFT. Brother, can you be magnanimous? Qin Zhe was at a loss at first. Then he realized that Star Art's movie had been blocked by the SARFT. His family didn't have any connections with the SARFT. Needless to say, it must have been Miss Zijin who was causing trouble. Brother, what are you saying? My family isn't familiar with the SARFT. Is there a problem with your movie? How can that be? It's just a palace drama. They said that they tampered with historical figures, but the background is a fictitious history. It doesn't match with real history. There's also the 3D animation. It's a hot-blooded fighting genre. The SRFT said that it has violent tendencies and is not suitable for children. I can't spend more than 100 million to film Shi Yangyang and Baldy Valiant. They didn't even pass the interrogation. Then I'll help you ask about the situation. But I have a request. Just say it. My sister is going to have a concert soon. I want to invite Su Yunhan to be a guest. No problem, it's a small matter. After hanging up, Qin Baobao said angrily, Huang Yitsong, this person, he really called at the right time. Annoying. Ace, do you still want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips? Eat my ass. I keep feeling that there's a mysterious force from the east causing trouble. No matter how many times we do it, there's always a sudden situation that interrupts us. Qin Zhe was depressed. Qin Baobao kicked him with her white and tender foot. She hugged her knees and sulked. One Su Yunhan isn't enough. How about Huang Yuding? He can also invite him to your concert and increase the popularity of your concert. In that case, we can raise the ticket price a little. Qin Zhe pushed his sister. I'm talking to you. Why are you suddenly angry again? Qin Baobao hugged her knees and turned her head to the side. Her posture clearly said, hurry up and coax me. Hurry up and coax me. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's cheeks and pulled them to both sides. Her pretty face was kneaded into various shapes, soft and tender to the touch. Qin Baobao glared at him angrily at first. She wanted to get rid of her brother's evil hands and escape to the other end of the sofa, but he grabbed her foot and pulled her back. He continued to ravage his sister's face. His sister, who was being ravaged, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She angrily punched him and said sullenly, You don't spoil me at all. Qin Zhe said angrily, Touch your 36D conscience. I didn't treat you well. My wife's money has been taken away by you. Qin Baobao puffed out her chest and said coquettishly, Oh, where's my conscience? Please help me find it. She was acting like a hooligan again. In the afternoon, Qin Zhe contacted Huang Yuding's agent and talked to him about the concert. Unexpectedly, the agent readily agreed. Then he asked expectantly and nervously when the song Miss Chin promised would be released. *CK, I totally forgot about this. These days he was busy with the investment company. When he had some free time he had to look after his two sisters at home. Brother Abin hung up happily. This time another big boss called. It was Su Yunhan's agent, Bai Jia. Hey sister Bai. Chin Bao Bao answered the phone. Bao Bao, when and where is your concert? The exact time hasn't been set yet. It should be next week in Shanghai. I'm already looking for a venue. Bai Jia. Okay, remember to let me know when the time is. Yunhan will be free until the middle of the month. In Zhang Fu's general manager's office, several executives gathered for a meeting. This concert must be done well. Whether our company can be revived or not depends on President Qin's operation. Yeah, he's the fastest singer in the music industry. With President Qin around, we might be able to produce a few A-list singers. The company's current work revolves around Qin Bao Bao. Have you found a venue for the concert? Xinyu Stadium. It's big and has a lot of experience. Okay, set the concert for next Tuesday. Hurry up and promote it. Just then Zhang Fu's phone rang. He glanced at it and quickly picked it up. President Qin? Yes, what is it? 2 guests? Isn't this too extravagant? How much can we earn this way? Raise the ticket price? Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhang Fu hung up and sighed. The others asked, what's wrong? Zhang Fu said helplessly, we need 2 guests for the concert. They're both B-list celebrities. Huang Yuding is almost an A-list celebrity. Isn't the cost too high? It's not easy. We'll be famous but we won't make much money. Zhang Fu waved his hand. President Qin said to do as he said. Chapter 284. Zhang Fu's phone rang again. He picked it up and his eyes widened. 50,000? The other managers were confused. What 50,000? Zhang Fu gulped. Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan's appearance fee is only 50,000. To these 2 future singers, 50,000 renminbi was just a symbolic sum of money. It was purely a show of friendship. Was this the extent of CEO Qin's connections in the entertainment industry? Was this the influence of the fastest shooter in the music industry? It was terrifying. The higher-ups of Tianfang Entertainment suddenly felt their blood boiling. It was just like when they passed by a massage parlor with pink lights and saw a girl with heavy makeup showing her long legs and saying, "Big brother, come and play." They were especially excited. Stirred, they used to think that they were salted fish. A salted fish's dream was to be the saltiest fish, but they were still salted fish. But now they were about to make a comeback. No, they were about to turn into dragons. A salted fish was not a fish in a pond, but a dragon in a storm. CEO Qin was really a dragon among men. Only by following him would they have hope of becoming dragons. When people were excited, their efficiency would increase. Before they got off work, the venue and time were all set. The concert would be held on December 12th, 10 days later. That night the news came. Qin Bao Bao's first concert in Shanghai. See you at Shanghai Xinyu Stadium. December 12th, Qin Bao Bao's grand opening concert. Luxurious lineup. Who are the special guests for Qin Bao Bao's concert? Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan may appear. Shock. Qin Bao Bao's concert has a mysterious guest. Shock again. Qin Bao Bao's concert will feature a new song. All kinds of news and inquiries flooded the internet. Under Tianfang Entertainment's heavy promotion, the effect was gratifying. The netizens were looking forward to this concert. Qin Bao Bao's concert is finally here. I can't miss the goddess's first concert. We can't miss the goddess's first concert. Waiting for the tickets. I heard that Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan will also appear? That's what the internet says, but the editor of the entertainment consultancy is famous for having no integrity. You can't believe it? Why don't we just ask? Some netizens went to Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan's Weibo to inquire. Not long after, the two also posted on Weibo. Huang Yuding, December 12th, Xinyu Gymnasium, do you want to meet? Qin Bao Bao, Su Yunhan, December 12th, Xinyu Gymnasium. Do you want to meet? Qin Bao Bao, the netizens understood and were very excited. The fans of the two expressed that they would definitely attend the concert. 3 great singers. I'm so excited. I can hear Su Yunhan's live version of Unable to Fall in Love, and I can also hear the compilation of all of Qin Bao Bao's songs. I'm so excited. I like the atmosphere of a concert. The 3 of them are all capable. They should have no problem performing live. Unlike Su Lu, who has made so many mistakes and still has the nerve to hold a concert. Su Lu is low. Su Lu, even if you snatch Qin Bao Bao's concert, you're still not as good as her. Su Lu, At this moment, Sulu was lying in her luxurious home, wearing home clothes and a face mask. Although it was a rare break for a celebrity, she was not happy at all. After Kang Xian left, the thigh she had been relying on at Star Art was gone. Although Star Art did not freeze her and made things difficult for her, she also lost a lot of privileges. In the past, she had the priority to choose all the resources. Now, she could only fight for what she wanted, and it might not even be granted. There was a notification on Weibo. She opened it and took a look. Netizens: Sulu is low, Sulu is low +1, Sulu is low +2, Sulu is low +3, Sulu. Inexplicably, I was shot without doing anything. Somehow, I got kicked out of the formation. Damn it, she's gone, but she's still haunting me. Qin Bao Bao, you little b****, eat my godly sword, lightning controlling true spell. Sulu cursed in her heart. The discussions online quickly covered up the voices that were scolding her. The netizens turned to the identity of the mystery guest. Who could the mystery guest be? Qin Bao Bao doesn't know many people in the entertainment industry, right? Could it be a heavenly king? God sprinkles wisdom on earth. The one upstairs is holding an umbrella. If it's a heavenly king, just say it directly. The effect is better. If you hide it, it's not good for publicity. If it's not a heavenly king, then who could it be? It's so mysterious. I really can't guess. Tell me who it is. If I can't figure it out, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm a Virgo. I'm more interested in Qin Bao Bao's new song. New song +1. The next day, famous singer Li Rongxin posted on Weibo, I'm waiting for the concert tickets. You must save one for me. Qin Bao Bao, famous singer Hong Jingyao posted on Weibo, I'll definitely support you. Qin Bao Bao, popular actor Zhang Jinyun in the film industry, I happen to be free that day. Let's team up to watch the concert. Wells. Qin Bao Bao, B-list actress Chen Shirshir in the film industry, team up, team up. On this day, more than 10 celebrities in the entertainment industry posted on Weibo, saying that they would like to support Qin Bao Bao. In fact, they were all called by Qin Zhe one by one. These people had all bought his company's products. So far, the profit had been 120%. It was a big profit. Qin Zhe's Baoza investment company could already use more than 1 billion yuan. When it was bad, it could be a few million yuan a day. When it was good, it could be tens of millions a day. But occasionally it would fail and lose a few million yuan. Speaking of which, the system's hack was too low. If it were a real hack, Qin Zhe would definitely be a super big shot who only cared about relationships and not money. The celebrities had to give face to the money tree, so they agreed one after another. This promotion was very successful. Countless netizens were dumbfounded. Why did it suddenly become like this? This was just a concert. Qin Bao Bao was not a heavenly queen, nor was she an international A-lister. Why were there so many celebrities supporting her? The netizens were shocked and shocked. The onlookers did not understand but felt that it was awesome. Qin Zhe had finally gotten over his addiction of being a shock maniac. After a few days of bombardment of inquiries, browsers, video apps, mobile games, entertainment news, all kinds of channels pushed the news. In order to promote her concert, Qin Bao Bao specially filmed a video. In the video, she pouted and acted cute to attract fans. The next day, Qin Bao Bao's concert tickets were pre-sold online. In just a week, all the tickets were sold out. Many fans found it difficult to get a ticket. The first-class tickets in the hands of scalpers were priced at 50,000 yuan per ticket. In addition to the high price of the concert tickets, the company was also promoting them. That was why the price was raised. These days, Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to practice a new song at Tianfang recording studio. His sister looked radiant. Every day she would hold her brother's arm to go to work and get off work. She wished that Qin Zhe would never go to Baoza Investment Company. On the eve of the concert, Qin Zhe and Miss Zijin were cooking in the kitchen. Wang Zijin was in charge of washing the vegetables, and Qin Zhe was in charge of cooking. These days he rarely had time to watch movies with Sister Ziwei. She must be lonely and empty. Qin Zhe said, Sister Ziwei, the vegetables are not washed properly. Wang Zijin said, Oh, I'm sorry. Qin Zhe said, Little fool, why would I blame you? Wang Zijin shuddered and said, Are you crazy? Qin Zhe laughed. Sorry, I'm used to it. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by used to it? Of course, Qin Zhe couldn't say that he and his sister were doing crosstalk in the office all day. He said, The company is preparing to make a movie soon. Qin Bao Bao and I experienced it. The catchphrase of the male lead in the movie is Little Fool. Qin Zhe was a master at lying. Even the scheming girl Wang Zijin couldn't tell. At this moment, Qinzhe's cell phone rang. A cheerful child's voice sang, "I have a little donkey but I never ride it." It was old Master Shen. Qinzhe answered. "That." Old Master Shen said, "Bao Bao's concert starts tomorrow?" "Yes." "Are the tickets sold out?" "No, those that should be sold have been sold. There are still some tickets to raise the price." "That's good. Prepare 2 tickets for me and your mom. We want to go to the concert too." Qinzhe was stunned. His parents wanted to go to the concert too? He was doomed. Chapter 285. Qinzhe promised that he would get the tickets. His tone was as sincere as a son. No, he was a son. After hanging up the phone, he looked depressed. "Uncle and Auntie are coming to the concert?" Wang Zijin said happily, "That's a good thing. Why do you look so sad?" "I'll go out and talk to Qin Baobao." Qinzhe waved his hand and left her alone in the kitchen to wash the vegetables. His sister, who had never been self-conscious about doing housework, was practicing yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. This time her posture was even better. She stood on one leg and hugged the other leg with both hands, forming a golden chicken in a split. Qin Baobao was wearing a tight-fitting yoga suit with a loose collar. Her breasts were hidden in her chest, and her sharp edge was hidden. His sister had unlocked a new posture, but he was still a salted fish. His salted fish brother said in a deep voice, "Dad and Mom want to go to your concert." Qin Baobao put down her long legs and stood up. For a moment she did not react. "Oh, then let them come, wait." His sister's expression changed. She looked back at her brother, who nodded. "I think there's a problem with the new song. We have to change it." "But the concert is tomorrow. How can we change it? Even if we practice all night, it won't help." His sister was anxious. "Why don't we ban the new song?" Qinzhe rubbed his temples. "No, we'll be scolded by the audience. We have to continue bragging even if we die." Qin Baobao said faintly, "You asked for it. You have to be mentally prepared to bear the consequences." "Get lost. You want me to bear it again? Then what do you think we should do?" Qinzhe was silent for a few seconds. "Don't use the MV. Although our parents have good hearts, they're old." His sister disagreed and pouted. "But I feel that the effect will be greatly reduced if we don't use the MV." Qinzhe thought for a moment. "Then let's not hold hands or hug when we sing. Let's forget the step of you kissing my face at the end. That's the only way." Perhaps it was because of his guilty conscience, but when he thought about singing a love song with his sister on the stage with his parents sitting below the stage, his legs trembled. He always felt that in the next second, his father's large magic weapon would whip over and break his legs. In order to make it even more emotional, they even used 3 days to create a music video. When the time came, the two of them would sing and the video would be played on the big screen behind them. The man would definitely be silent and the woman would cry. The next afternoon. The sky had just turned dark. Outside Xinyu Stadium, there was a sea of people and cars were parked on several streets. Inside the stadium, the stalls selling light sticks were crowded with people. There were even ticket scalpers who came to join in the fun. A nanny van slowly drove over and parked in the parking space where the staff had removed the no parking sign. Popular singer Li Rongxing got out of the nanny van and entered the venue surrounded by bodyguards. Li Rongxing is here. "Ah, Li Rongxing, I love you." The surrounding fans screamed and rushed forward in a frenzy. The staff and bodyguards quickly separated the crazy fans. Li Rongxing walked and waved to the fans. The media reporters took pictures like crazy. Another nanny van drove over and the popular young actor Zhang Jinyun entered the venue. The fans were even more enthusiastic. Countless female fans were crazy and desperately wanted to break through the defense line formed by the staff and bodyguards. They wanted to touch their idol and scream, "Zhang Jinyun, I love you." In terms of popularity, singers were generally not as popular as movie stars, unless they were female singers like Qin Baobao who had produced many excellent works and was extremely good-looking. After that, it was Chen Shishir, Hong Jingyao, Chu Yuyu. One by one, celebrities from the music and film industry entered the venue. The atmosphere outside the venue had exploded before the concert started. The media personnel kept taking pictures. Some people had already written a script on their mobile phones. The concert is full of celebrities and the atmosphere is hot. Could the mystery guest be one of them? The mystery guest is about to be unveiled. The venue was brightly lit and the stage was spacious and bright. The concert finally began in the anticipation of countless audience members. Qin Ma and Old Master Shen also followed the crowd to their seats. Their seats were more precious than the first-class seats. They were separated from the rest of the guests and were surrounded by celebrities. Two uncles and aunts were inserted among so many celebrities, which was particularly abrupt. Qin Ma and old Master Shen had mixed feelings. They didn't want their daughter to enter the entertainment industry because they thought it was too chaotic. They didn't want their daughter to be involved in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the Qin family was rich and didn't lack money. They didn't envy the celebrities who made a lot of money every day. Now, watching their daughter walk step by step to the top, they felt uneasy, especially their son. In the blink of an eye, their son had opened an entertainment company. The old couple's outlook on life and values were reversed. They almost doubted whether Qin Zhe was their son. The listless young man suddenly flew to the sky and stood side by side with the son. Especially old Master Shen. The night he saw the Weibo post, he sighed and said to Qin Ma, "I want to go to Dad's grave and burn some incense." Qin Ma asked, "Why?" Old Master Shen said heartbreakingly, "I'm an unfilial son. I've buried his grandson for so many years. I have to go and apologize." When he said this, old Master Shen's eyes were wet. He was so sad that he couldn't control himself. Qin Ma didn't know how to comfort such a sad thing. She just said, "Wash up and go to sleep." "Why isn't Ace here?" He led us to the venue and left. Qin Ma looked around. Maybe he's busy behind the scenes. The concert is organized by his company. Old Master Shen said. Next to them, a girl's eyes lit up. She was happy. "Oh, Uncle and Auntie, are you Qin Zhe's parents?" Qin Ma and old Master Shen looked at her. Yes, she was a very beautiful girl. She was dressed fashionably. She had an oval face, big eyes and a sweet smile. Although she also had an oval face, she was much less beautiful than Bao Bao's best friend Wang Zijin. But she was indeed a very outstanding girl. "You are?" Qin Ma blinked. "My name is Guling. I'm a friend of Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. I'm here today to support them." The girl reached out and shook hands with the two elders. "Auntie, you're so beautiful. You've taken good care of yourself." Guling didn't forget to flatter Qin Ma. Qin Ma was also a beauty when she was young. Although she couldn't compare with her brother's looks, she was able to make old Master Shen fall in love with her at first sight. He even rode a Phoenix brand luxury bicycle to send her to and from work, rain or shine. Guling was the Taiwanese actress who wanted to steal Qin Zhe's first blood. After a period of silent observation, she became more and more certain that Qin Zhe was a luxurious limousine. She just had to work harder and she would be able to ride him. You see, not only was she good at writing songs, but she also opened an investment company. She also bought Qin Zhe's company's products. The profits were very good. Now she even opened an entertainment company. She was on the verge of becoming a big shot in the entertainment industry. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Another beautiful woman reached out to them from the back seat. She was a very famous female singer in the mainland. She was the kind that even old Master Qin Ma knew. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Another celebrity greeted them. This time it was a male. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." It was still a handsome male celebrity. In an instant, the celebrities around them took turns shaking hands with Qin Ma's grandfather. They were familiar with each other. Qin Ma was flattered. She had only heard about these celebrities from the aunties in the neighborhood when they were talking about TV dramas. In comparison, old Master Shen was very calm. After all, he was a university professor. He was neither servile nor overbearing. However, he was still a little shocked. "Long live the emperor. Are these people all here to support my daughter?" "Old man, you should go to Dad's grave and burn some incense," Qin Ma said faintly. Old Master Shen thought for a moment and sighed. "Okay." The music started. The lights in the hall dimmed and turned from bright to dark. In the darkness, countless light sticks danced like twinkling stars in the night. A moment later, a beam of light shone down and illuminated the tall and graceful figure on the stage. She was pure and enchanting, cold and gorgeous. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a long white dress. She reflected the light and seemed to be plated with a layer of halo. Even if she did nothing and just stood there, she was a beautiful scenery. The atmosphere in the hall was ignited at this moment. Shouting, screaming. Light sticks were waved and undulated like the sea. The ethereal music floated, followed by Qin Bao Bao's magnetic and pleasant voice. "Every time I wander, I'm strong in loneliness. Every time I'm hurt, I don't shed tears." The moment she opened her mouth, the cheers sounded again. "Invisible Wings" was the opening song. It was like the first time she appeared on the stage of a celebrity show. She amazed the audience with this song. Qin Bao Bao had a flash in the corner of her eyes. Under the light, they shone just like tears. Her die-hard fans and those who had been following her since the show suddenly had an indescribable emotion at this moment. It was as if they had returned to the stage of a celebrity show. When they heard this song for the first time, they were amazed by this newcomer's voice and appearance. Who would have thought that this newcomer would reach the top in just half a year? This concert opened with Invisible Wings and paid tribute to the past. Chapter 286. There was still an empty seat beside Qin Ma. This seat didn't belong to any celebrity, it belonged to Wang Zijin. On such an important occasion as her best friend who shared a bed with Qin Baobao every day, Wang Zijin certainly wouldn't attend. She was just accidentally stabbed and bled profusely. She had just gone to the toilet to change her sanitary pad. Now she was bending over and quickly returning to the scene. Zijin, come. Qin Ma happily waved at Wang Zijin and held her little hand in her palm. I looked left and right but didn't see you. Auntie thought you weren't coming. Zijin's oval face was slightly pale because of excessive blood loss. She leaned close to Qin Ma's ear and said loudly, Auntie, my stomach doesn't feel well. I went to the toilet. Qin Ma liked Wang Zijin very much, as if she was her second daughter. His own daughter had been spoiled rotten, throwing tantrums at the drop of a hat. In front of her younger brother, she was even looking for trouble. Wang Zijin was different. She knew how to coax the elders and would go along with whatever you said. Qin Ma said Bao Bao was immature and it was time for her to find a boyfriend. Wang Zijin agreed. Yes. Marry her off as soon as possible. Auntie will be at ease and everyone will be at ease. Qin Ma said A's was immature and always gave in to Bao Bao, causing her to have a lot of bad habits. In the face of Qin Ma's words, Wang Zijin still agreed. Yes. The elder sister didn't act like an elder sister, and the younger brother didn't act like a younger brother. They both deserved to be beaten. In short, Qin Ma liked Wang Zijin very much. If she could be her daughter-in-law, then there wouldn't be such a conflict between mother and daughter-in-law. Suddenly Qin Ma had an idea. Bao Bao didn't want to find a boyfriend, but her son could find a girlfriend. Why didn't he think of this in the past? Oh, he used to think that with his son's character, he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in a short time. On the other hand, his beautiful and smart daughter would have plenty of suitors. If it weren't for the noise, Qin Ma and Wang Zijin would have had an in-depth conversation. The first song was Fairy Tale. The second song was Legend. The third song was The Most Familiar Stranger, and the fourth song was Blue and White Porcelain. The concert proceeded in an orderly manner. It's so satisfying. These are all my favorite songs. The atmosphere of a concert is really different from listening to music with headphones at home. Concerts and MVs are the two best music listening experiences. I like all of Qin Baobao's songs. Her voice is really nice and her singing is on point. I can't hear any flaws. It's much better than Sulu. Although the ticket price is much higher, it's not a loss. It's more than not a loss. It's a huge profit. Look to the left in front. That row is full of celebrities. The fifth song was Huang Yuting's appearance. The first guest had arrived. He was singing a famous work. A walk-on song didn't need lyrics or a song title, so it was skipped. Huang Yuting, I love you. Huang Yuting. Huang Yuting. Although it was a walk-on song, the audience still gave him face. They weren't stingy with their applause and cheers. The glow sticks didn't have the dazzling effect of shifting stars. Waves of cheers came one after another. In the special guest seat, Qin Ma leaned over to Wang Zijin's ear. Zijin, are you the mystery guest? Wang Zijin was stunned. What did you say? Are you the mystery guest? Wang Zijin's biggest weakness was her tone deafness. Every time her friends asked her to karaoke, Miss Zijin would put on a disdainful expression that said, I'm not interested in karaoke at all. There was no such thing as a perfect person. Last time, Qin Baobao had coaxed her into singing Blue and White Porcelain. Wang Zijin still remembered the expression on Qin Zai's face. Sob. Qin Ma, Zijin's singing must be very good. Are you the mystery guest? Auntie, don't poke at my sore spot. Do you believe that I'll give you the side eye? Wang Zijin smiled and pretended that she didn't hear anything amidst the deafening cheers. After Huang Yuting left the stage, Qin Baobao sang a few more songs. Soon after, soft and soothing music floated in the air as the band played. The stage darkened. When it lit up again, Su Yunhan appeared on the stage. This time it was definitely not a walk-on song. It was a rare masterpiece, Can't Fall in Love. The song title and lyrics were all complete. Below the stage, the audience cheered like a tidal wave and waved their glow sticks. Su Yunhan, I love you. I like your song Can't Fall in Love the most. My heart is in love, my tears are dry. This deep love, it's hard to give up. Su Yunhan's voice floated in the air. This song was definitely Su Yunhan's most successful and classic work since her debut. Songwriter, Qinze. When he gave out this song, Qinze was still very young and didn't have the title of the fastest shooter. He didn't think too much and gave out this song that he felt was not bad. However, his sister, who had higher standards, almost cried out at that time. Her original intention was to let Qinze give her a not bad song. In her sister's heart, not bad meant that as long as it wasn't a flop, it would be fine. As it turned out, this song gave Su Yunhan's career a new lease of life and ushered in a second spring. Since then, Qinze was very vigilant and rarely gave out songs. However, a song in exchange for Su Yunhan's sincere friendship. It was hard to say who would lose and who would gain from this transaction. How can I love you? Tonight you should understand. Fate is hard. Love is hard. After Su Yunhan finished singing, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The audience was high. Su Yunhan was very satisfied with such an effect. She waved to the audience and left the stage. The venue fell into darkness again. Every time she finished singing, there would be a few minutes of darkness for Qin Baobao to change into her costume or for the staff to set up the stage. Of course, this would have to be edited out when the time came. The videos online wouldn't have this. The lights came on and the rhythmic sound of a piano played. This is exaggerated. I like this song the most. Someone immediately recognized it. If I remember correctly, this is Qin Baobao's last song, right? Where's the mystery guest? That's true. After exaggerated, Qin Baobao's song was already finished. The new song should be used to end the show. Then where's the mystery guest? Has the mystery guest been forgotten? It could also be a rumor online. There's actually no mystery guest. Bullshit. Tianfang Films' official platform said that there's a mystery guest. Who's the mystery guest? Could it be that he's going to appear in the last song? I know. It must be Qinze. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Baobao's new song was written by him. Then the mystery guest must be him. Are you kidding me? Qinze isn't a professional singer. He can't perform in a concert. That's right. During Pop Star, he was just singing a few times at the side. During the Golden Melody Awards, although he also sang opera too, the most exciting part of that song was his dolphin voice. It's unknown how good his singing is and whether he can sing it in a large-scale concert. If he's not a professional singer, it'll be very difficult for him to hold his own in a concert. Qin Ma said disappointedly, Zijin, so you're not the mystery guest. As soon as she said that, the lights came on. On the stage, a tall figure stood there. He was wearing a leather jacket, leather pants, and sexy leather boots. His hair was combed neatly with hair oil. He had a shiny laser on his face and even put on makeup. In short, he looked extremely coquettish. Such a Qinze seemed to have never appeared before. Wang Zijin's eyes sparkled. Gu Ling licked her lips with a look of infatuation. The audience was stunned for a moment and couldn't recognize him quickly. They had always thought that the mystery guest was a big shot in the entertainment industry, a singer in the music industry, someone who everyone could recognize at a glance. When the lights shone on Qinze's face, the audience felt that he looked familiar. Then they were stunned for a few seconds. This person. Not to mention the audience, even Qin Ma and old Master Shen almost didn't recognize him. Damn, is this our son? Is this my salted fish? My salted fish can't be so elegant. We might have seen a fake son. We must have sat in the wrong position during the concert. The couple tacitly shifted their butts and changed their posture. When they looked up again, the coquettish young man on the stage was still their son. They shifted their butts again and looked again. It was still their son. Wang Zijin asked, Uncle, Auntie, are the seats uncomfortable? Old Master Shin smiled with relief. From the looks of it, Ace is a bit like his uncle. They're both as charming and eye-catching. Qin Ma smiled. Nephews take after their uncles. The familiar accompaniment sounded in his ears. Qinze stood on the stage with the cameras and lights pointed at him. Fiery gazes were fixed on him. Since he was a child, he had only seen such a glorious moment with one hand. He still got a low-level system. I have to thank the low-level system. Without it, I would be a salted fish. There were no highlights in the first 23 years of Qinze's life. The biggest highlight was that he was Qin Baobao's younger brother. Having such an outstanding sister made him even more mediocre. When relatives and friends gathered, Qinze heard the most words. First place in the exam. Amazing, my treasure. Won an award for ballet? Amazing, my treasure. Little Qinze's inner thoughts. No, it's my treasure. Old Master Shin said, "If you're half as smart as Bao Bao, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams." Qin Ma said, "Baby son, Mom will always love you. If you can get into Fudan University, Mom will love you even more." Relatives said, "Look, your sister got into Fudan University. What about you? Dad opened the back door for you to get in." Friends said, "What the F*** CK Qin Bao Bao is your sister? You picked her up, right? No, you're a free gift." Without comparison there would be no harm. His parents might want to motivate him to work hard and make him follow his sister's example. But it was useless. Qin Zhe's little heart became indestructible after repeated blows. He didn't become a person like his sister. He became the man behind his sister. Mediocre, ordinary, difficult to achieve great things. These labels had been attached to him for so many years. It was time for him to turn over a new leaf. He wanted to turn over a new leaf in front of countless audiences. His sister couldn't bring out the charm of the song Exaggerated. How could he shout out the unwillingness in his heart without the experience of being in the dust? It was time to show his real skills. Chapter 287. It's Qin Zhe. Turns out to be him. I should have known. Qin Zhe is not a professional singer. Can he sing in the concert? If he goes out of tune, he will lose his integrity. Is he going to sing Exaggerated? Can he? Don't tarnish my favorite song. The audience whispered and found it hard to accept. Qin Zhe's popularity came from the two titles of Fast Shooter and Stock God. As for singing, except for his dolphin voice, hundreds of thousands of viewers were stunned when he said, "What do I need this iron rod for?" during the live show. By the way, this sentence quickly became popular on the internet. Netizens often ridiculed him. "What do I need this iron rod for? Cut it off." Qin Zhe closed his eyes and felt the accompaniment gradually coming to an end. In his mind, the past years kept surging. When he was a child, his biggest wish was to become a promising child in his father's eyes and surpass his sister. When he was a teenager, his biggest wish was to catch up with his sister's footsteps instead of simply being a green leaf in the background. When he was a teenager, he only hoped that his sister would marry later. "Don't look down on me because I'm poor. You must wait for me. Maybe I'll turn over a new leaf. I won't be a salted fish for the rest of my life." When the accompaniment ended, Qin Zhe held the microphone. "If someone asks me, I'll tell them. But no one comes. I'm looking forward to it. I have something to say. I can't get the support. It's a pity that no one asks me. No one pays attention to me. I've been mediocre for 23 years. How can a mediocre person get everyone's attention?" He took a step forward and looked at the dense audience. Bitterness and unwillingness came out of his throat. "My mood is like the lid of a bottle waiting to be opened. But my mouth is growing moss. The quieter in the crowd, the more indifferent I become. I want to make an accident. Like suddenly singing everywhere, like opening up a platform on all sides." The audience was stunned. This song seemed to be completely different. The emotions contained in the song were completely different from any version they had heard before. They felt that the song was endowed with soul. Qin Zhe's voice. "You think I'm exaggerating? I'm exaggerating because I'm scared. Will words that sound like wood or stone get any attention? Actually, I'm afraid that I'll be forgotten, so I'll play it up. How can I be graceful? Does the world still praise silence? How can there be a topic if it's not explosive enough? Let me praise you and make you a great entertainer." When the voice reached this point, it was no longer roaring or howling, but rather low and gloomy, just like the dejected heart of a minor character. The audience couldn't help but fall silent. There was no applause or cheering. They just listened quietly, listening to the singing of a nobody. "It was the alma mater ball when I was 18. You're just standing there like a minion. At that time I tearfully swore, everyone. You must see me." Even in his dreams he wanted to be the focus of everyone's eyes. He hoped that one day he would be able to perform in front of all the teachers and students at the school's New Year's Day performance. Then he would receive the praise and attention of the teachers and students, and receive love letters secretly sent to him by girls. Unfortunately, that dazzling person will never be me. There are too many ordinary paths in the world. Which house do you live in? I've suffered too much neglect in love and work. My self-esteem has been damaged. Paying attention can cure hunger. The old man's heart trembled violently. Looking at his son on the stage, who was the center of attention, he couldn't help but feel sad. He remembered how he had complained about his son for not living up to his expectations all these years. He would take out a large Dharma artifact to teach his son a lesson. He felt that if he didn't beat his son, he wouldn't grow up to be anything. His son had to be strict in order to spread his wings and soar. Otherwise he would be very delicate when he grew up. But he seemed to have neglected his son's feelings. Compared to his daughter, who he praised endlessly, he paid too little attention to his son. The audience felt sad. They couldn't help but recall the bitter history of struggle, or the present when they were still in a lowly state, not valued by their leaders, not favored by their goddess. Life was so difficult. It was really a song that sang the soul. Qin Zhe strode to the edge of the stage. His voice suddenly exploded. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm scared. Will words that sound like wood or stone get noticed? Actually, I'm afraid that I'll be forgotten. How can I be graceful? Does the world still praise silence? If it's not explosive enough, how can there be a topic for me to praise? Become a great entertainer. On the stage, Qin Zhe's gaze swept across the audience and looked at the special guest seats. Looking at his father's serious face, he suddenly felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. The father and son's eyes met in midair. You call me exaggerating. I'm not afraid of a few boos. If I'm there to stifle the scene. Have you seen the performance? Is it hysterical enough? Let's shower the flowers with tears. I only want to surprise you. I only want to surprise you. I only want to surprise you. At this moment the old man understood. Qin Ma glanced at her husband beside her and saw tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. She was speechless, thinking, oh, the old man also has such a pretentious time. As a mother who played the role of the good guy, she naturally didn't understand the old man's realization. What a painful realization. I ignored my son's feelings. My way of educating him was indeed wrong. Dad, your son is unfilial. This year I'll burn more incense for you. I don't seem to exist in the past. Even the blue veins appear when you're stressed. Do I know if words exist now? Gaze at me, don't just look at the sky. I must give you a cup of tea. You can also drink to your heart's content. Don't forget that there's someone here for you, the sound of the sand. The loud singing voice resounded in every corner of the huge venue. The light shone on the person on the stage wearing leather clothes and pants. The laser powder at the corner of his eyes shone brightly. He bent over slightly, hissing and snarling. There were no exaggerated movements, only heart-wrenching screams. He sang until his voice was hoarse, until he went crazy. The depression that had been in his heart for 20 years was released in one breath. The singing voice disappeared and the accompaniment disappeared. After a few seconds of silence, the venue exploded. Deafening screams followed closely, and the light sticks danced wildly. The fanatical atmosphere and the huge sound waves rushed into the night sky. Outside the venue, the reporters and staff all looked and listened. Has it gone crazy inside? It's coming to the outside. It doesn't feel like a sound. Feels like a tide, no, a tsunami. Isn't it too enthusiastic? Who's singing inside? Quick, write it down, shock. The concert audience can't help themselves. What's going on? At this time, the cheers in the venue were endless for a long time, and the voice of someone shouting Qin Zhe's name could be vaguely heard. Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe. 1, 2, 10 thousands of voices gathered together and turned into one word, Qin Zhe. At this moment, Qin Zhe ignited the whole venue again. Backstage, Qin Bao looked at this scene, proud and happy, and looked at the figure on the stage in a daze. Beside her, Li Yanhong glanced at her and couldn't help but recall the scene when the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was shooting. She wondered, Bao Bao's eyesight is not good recently? She's lost for a moment. I'll urge her to see an ophthalmologist someday. Qin Bao Bao, who should see an ophthalmologist, whispered, my brother is the best. The lights dimmed and the stage became dark. In the dark, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma talked loudly. Wang Zijin said, Ace sang so well. Qin Ma said, really? I think it's okay, but it's too noisy. Wang Zijin said, that's the way to bring out the feeling of the song. Qin Ma said, I'm old, I can't understand the music of you young people. Wang Zijin said, how can that be? Look at uncle, his eyes are full of tears. Old Master Lin was speechless. This girl, what are you talking about? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? After a few minutes of continuous excitement, the enthusiasm of the audience decreased slightly and they turned to talk about the last song. The finale, exaggerated, was so amazing. What song would the last one be? Qin Zhe sang so well. I wonder who is the real star between Qin Bao and Qin Zhe. In Qin Bao Bao's words, my brother is the best. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the last song. This concert is so exciting. I don't want it to end. The last song is a new one. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Ma curiously leaned over to Wang Zijin and whispered, Zijin, what's the next song? Wang Zijin said, I don't know. Qin Ma asked, you don't know? Wang Zijin said, they didn't tell me. They were so secretive. I only know that they sang a duet. Qin Ma laughed and said, oh, it's a duet. I remember that they sang a duet when I was young. I think it was called Yellow River Chorus. It's been so many years. I still miss it. Old man, don't you think so? Mrs. Qin was so happy that she stood up straight. Before old Master Lin could answer, the stage lit up. It wasn't the lights but the huge electronic screen behind the stage. The whole venue was dark. There was only the big screen playing the video and it felt like a movie theater. It was an MV that the siblings had carefully filmed. Chapter 288. Hey, is this a music video? There's a music video? That's good. The audience was pleasantly surprised. In the music video, Qin Zhe was wearing a high school uniform. He was carrying a school bag and holding onto a bicycle. He was timidly waiting at the door of a certain house. His handsome face was somewhat expectant and nervous. From time to time he would look into the unit door. Dad, Mom, I'm going to school. Accompanied by a soft and pleasant voice, Qin Bao Bao in her high school uniform bounced out. Her domineering 36D also bounced up and down. They met outside the door and smiled at each other. Qin Zhe stepped forward and took Qin Bao Bao's hand. The two of them held hands and looked at each other. They didn't say anything but the sour smell of love could be smelled through the screen. The young man rode a bicycle and took the girl he liked to school. They galloped on a path with blooming rape flowers. The spring light was warm and the girl was sitting sideways on the back seat, letting out cheerful barbell-like laughter. These few simple scenes gave people the feeling that spring had arrived, the rape flowers had bloomed, and it was another mating season. Bah, another season full of passion. The same scene gave Qin Ma a completely different feeling. Qin Ma's eyebrows twitched fiercely. At this time, a deep and honest male voice sounded. Qin Zhe's figure slowly walked over. A beam of light shone on him. I'll give you a CD of the past. Listen to our love back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I still love you. A second beam of light shone down. A few meters away, Qin Bao Bao in a white dress stood gracefully. She was as beautiful as a fairy who walked out of a painting. She continued singing. I can't sing that song again. I'll blush and hide when I hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you. Because love doesn't make people sad easily. Qin Zhe said, that's why everything looks so happy. In the MV, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were sitting on the rooftop of the school eating lunch. The two of them sat side by side with their lunch boxes in their hands. Qin Zhe gave Qin Bao a chicken drumstick from his lunch box with a doting expression. This is for you. The wind lifted Qin Bao Bao's long hair, and her beautiful face was full of happiness. Then what do you want to eat? Qin Bao Bao blinked her bright eyes with an adorable expression. Little fool, I'll eat you. Qin Zhe hugged Qin Bao and pressed her against the ground. The two of them laughed as they rolled around on the ground. The scene was exceptionally sweet. The MV was synchronized with the song. To be more precise, the MV was shot according to the lyrics and the mood of the song. While watching the MV, one would listen to the music at the same time. The audience was completely engrossed in the song. But in Qin Ma's eyes, this scene was simply unbearable. What's going on? If you want to shoot a MV, then shoot a MV. Don't hug each other just because you don't like each other. Your siblings okay? Speaking of which, the two of you are so good at acting as a couple. How did you do it? Qin Ma's face darkened. Old Master Shin also frowned. He didn't think too much about it, but even a knowledgeable university professor and an open-minded parent felt that it was inappropriate for a son and daughter to hug each other. Wang Zijin's smile revealed a look of disdain. The scene was very awkward. Qin Bao Bao gazed at him tenderly. Because love is a simple growth. Qin Zhe clutched his chest and looked at her tenderly. I can still go crazy for you at any time. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and made a happy gesture. Because how can love have vicissitudes? Qin Zhe sang affectionately. That's why we're still young. Qin Bao Bao pointed to her chest, her eyes blurred. Because love is in that place. Qin Zhe said affectionately, there are still people wandering there. Of course, people come and go. From beginning to end, the two of them didn't look at the audience as if they were saying that everyone present was trash, salted fish, radishes and vegetables. They only had eyes for each other. And in the corresponding MV of the song, scenes jumped. Daily life of the school AVI. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao had a private meeting in the storage room of the school's physical education materials. The warm sunlight came in through the narrow window, and dust floated in the air. Qin Zhe pressed his sister against the window, and there was a 36D between them. Qin Zhe gazed at her affectionately, and her sister shyly gazed at her. Qin Zhe lowered his head and kissed her. There was no evil wet kiss here. After all, it was a pure campus love. But in the eyes of the old man and Qin Ma, this scene was too spicy. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. On the way home Qin Zhe rode his bike and took Qin Baobao home. Qin Baobao said, "Will you still come to pick me up tomorrow?" "Yes." At this time, Qin Baobao deliberately dropped a string of red string from her pocket. Qin Zhe picked it up. "Your red string fell." "No, it's your red string. I'll wait for you tomorrow." Pottery shop AVI. In the spacious and bright shop, the light was soft. Qin Baobao held a rapidly spinning embryo in her hands. She leaned in Qin Zhe's arms and Qin Zhe held her hand. The two of them shaped the embryo together. At this time, Qin Baobao turned her head and smiled sweetly. The tip of her nose was stained with mud. Qin Zhe gave his signature doting smile and gently wiped the mud from her nose. "You're so nice. Little fool. Wow, so sweet." The sour smell of love filled the whole venue. But the audience was intoxicated. There was no noise. Their attention was all on the MV and the song. Qin Ma shivered. Old Master shivered. Wang Zijin shivered. MP. In order to shoot this MV, they wandered around Shanghai for 3 days, looking for suitable scenes. In the process, Qin Zhe was full of inspiration. He thought of a sweet plot. He felt that this was his best work. So even if he knew that his parents were coming to the concert, he couldn't bear to cut the MV that he had painstakingly shot. Qin Baobao also didn't agree to cut it. She didn't want to die. Anyway, it would be her brother who died, not her. "Qin Baobao, I can't sing that song again. I'll blush and hide when I hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you. Because love doesn't make people sad." Qin Zhe looked at the sky. "So everything is happy. Because love is a simple growth. I can still go crazy for you." In the MV, the matter of the high school puppy love was exposed. The teacher called the parents. After the parents and teacher bombarded them with words, they were taken away. At the school gate, the two groups of parents went their separate ways. After a few steps, Qin Baobao suddenly turned around with tears in her eyes. Then she was forcefully taken away by her parents. At the same time, Qin Zhe turned around with sadness in his eyes. He was also forcefully taken away by his parents. At this point in the plot, the sour smell of love disappeared. Qin Baobao transferred schools and moved. Since then, Qin Zhe had to wait in front of her house every day before and after school. He waited for the girl who would never appear again. His face was filled with loneliness and sadness. This scene moved the entire audience. Only 3 people were the exception. After that, they didn't meet again and spent a period of time peacefully. From the bicycle to the Mercedes-Benz, Qin Zhe would go to that house every morning and night and stare in a daze. Many years later, one day he came to that house again and finally saw that familiar figure. He rushed out of the car and approached that figure. That beautiful figure didn't move. At this moment, the music stopped. The singing stopped. The concert was silent. After a long time, Qin Zhe took off the red string on his wrist and whispered, "Your red string fell." The girl slowly turned around and smiled. "No, it's your red string." The music and singing started. Because how can love have vicissitudes? So we're still young. Because love is in that place. There are still people wandering there. The chorus, people come and go. In the MV, the sister and brother hugged each other affectionately. In reality, Qin Zhe should also hug his sister. This was a planned emotional scene. But because of their parents, they didn't dare to go too far. In fact, during the singing, the sister and brother could only look at each other affectionately. They didn't dare to touch each other at all. They wanted to use this method to tell Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin, "Dad, we're innocent. Everything is for the concert. Mom, please hit me again. No, please don't misunderstand." But Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin didn't think so. Although they knew that it was an MV, it was for the concert. Their daughter had entered the entertainment industry. These were inevitable. But even if their daughter filmed a kissing scene with a stranger, Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin wouldn't have much resistance. After all, it was an act. But what if the person filming the scene with their daughter became their son? He became their son. Oh my God, get on my dog's head. At this moment, Grandpa Lin probably felt like this. He couldn't accept it. Oh my God, old man, I'll get the dog's head for you. Qin Ma had to be more determined. Qin Ma's face was full of worry. She didn't feel good. Some signs were getting more and more obvious. She had to be on guard. She turned her head and glanced at Wang Zijin. she said in her heart, "You have to hurry." Wang Zijin was overflowing with jealousy. Her head trembled. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Damn it, Maltese couple, are you feeding me shit? I'll feed you 2 big bowls of iced menstrual juice when I get home." At the concert, a huge wave was set off. The audience was so excited that they stood up one by one. They shouted with all their might and waved their light sticks. It was really a perfect performance. This new song was amazing. Together with the MV, it was impeccable. I thought that exaggeration was the peak. I didn't expect, because of love, to be even more amazing. This song is going to be popular. The MV is so good. It cheated me of a wave of tears just now. It was worth it. I didn't come all the way from Zhe province in vain. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao sang so well. This is the best concert I've heard this year. Guling sighed. They sang so well. If I didn't know that they were brother and sister, I would have thought that they were a couple. Qin Ma's heart was pierced. Li Rongxin praised, "A perfect couple at least on the screen." Qin Ma's heart was pierced. X2 Chen Shirshir. "I don't think they're brother and sister. They're more like a couple." Qin Ma's heart was pierced. X3 Uri, a couple. "Your whole family is a couple. This is my son and my daughter." Asterisk asterisk, asterisk, asterisk asterisk. The deafening sound of the concert spread out. Outside the venue, the reporters were swiping their phones. Quick take note, shocking. The concert audience couldn't control themselves again. What happened? Chapter 289. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the concert ended. The audience left one after another, leaving the staff to clean up the mess. Several huge xenon lights lit up every corner of the venue, making it as bright as day, but the sense of loneliness after the bustling scene became more and more obvious. The audience came in high spirits and left in high spirits. When they left in 2s and 3s, they were still discussing the brilliance of the concert. Every song was a classic, especially Qin Zhe's Exaggerated. That roar perfectly interpreted the soul of the song. There was also the last Because of Love. The MV was so well done. That warm and touching love lingered in the minds of the audience for a long time, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Qin Ma and the old man didn't drive home. Under the instigation of Wang Zijin, they went backstage. "Old man, I feel like I have to say something." Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin in front of her and whispered, "I also feel that it's inappropriate. I have to say something to them." The old man also whispered so that Wang Zijin couldn't hear. The audience felt that the MV was amazing. The old man didn't feel that it was beautiful, only shocked. Qin Ma was even more frightened. Actually, Bao Bao and A's living together is not good for anyone. It's inconvenient for them to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that A's has graduated, it's time for him to move out of Bao Bao's place. "Let him come back," Qin Ma said. "This has nothing to do with graduation. When I let A's live with my sister, it was to take care of my sister. If they really live separately, Bao Bao will move back home. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease letting her live alone." The old man said, "Anyone is fine. In short, one of them will move back home." Qin Ma said angrily, "Look at your daughter. How old is she? She can't even take care of herself. It's all because you spoiled her." "Hey, you're pushing the blame. Aren't those bad habits caused by you?" The old man expressed that he didn't want to take the blame. "In my opinion, A's is too accommodating to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed so many bad habits." Qin Ma pushed the blame to her son. "Yes, I think so too." The old man nodded. Qin Ma puckered her lips at Wang Zijin's slender back. "If you ask Bao Bao to move back, what about Zijin? Let her stay with A's. Didn't you say that Zijin is a good girl? This is a good opportunity for them to spend time together. Whether it succeeds or not depends on A's luck," Grandpa Lin said softly. "Son, this is all I can do for you." Qin Ma's eyes lit up. "Well done, old Qin. You have so many ideas." She added, "By the way, the size of your pants is just right. Have you fastened your belt?" "Yes, it doesn't matter if I wear a belt or not. I'm used to it." Grandpa Lin was stunned. "Why are you asking this?" Qin Ma called out to Wang Zijin. "Zijin, your uncle and I are going to the washroom. Wait for us for a while." Wang Zijin replied gently, "Okay, auntie." The couple turned and walked towards the washroom. Grandpa Lin was stunned. "What are you doing? Do you have something to say to me?" Qin Ma said darkly, "Take out the belt. You can carry it in later." Spicy old radish understood instantly. "Good idea." Backstage in the dressing room provided by the main event, Qin Bao Bao sat by the dressing table. A young female makeup artist was helping her remove her makeup. Qin Zhe sat at the dressing table next to her. The slightly older makeup artist was carefully helping him remove the laser powder. Li Yanhong and Tianfang's general manager sat on the sofa, chatting happily. "CEO Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here personally." Li Yanhong took a sip of red wine. It's my duty. Zhang Fu chuckled. "Both CEO Qins insist on working at the front line. How can we slack off?" Logically speaking, as the CEO of a company, there was no need for him to be here when his artist held a concert. However, Tianfang Productions' situation was different. As the CEO, he was working for someone else. He received a salary of a few million a year, and this was under the condition that Tianfang was not doing well. If CEO Qin could lead Tianfang to success, his income would also increase. This concert was perfect. I can foresee that tomorrow's news headlines will definitely be ours. After this concert, Bao Bao's popularity will go up another level. Cheers. Cheers. Compared to Li Yanhong and Zhang Fu, who were happy and relaxed, the siblings had a serious look on their faces. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother's face in the mirror and said softly, "Sai, I feel like our parents are about to call." Qin Zhe said in a low voice, "I've already thought of how to brush them off. Leave it to me." Qin Bao Bao said happily, "Brother, you're the best." Mwah. Just as she said that, the phone did not come, but the door was pushed open. With her hands behind her back, Wang Zijin walked in with the posture of a leader patrolling. She raised her snow-white chin and looked at the siblings disdainfully. "Hey, who are you? You can't come in here. Where are the staff?" Zhang Fu frowned. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Seeing Wang Zijin's parents behind her, Qin Bao Bao's expression was very interesting. When she saw the belt in the old master's hand, her expression became even more interesting. "It's over." Zhang Fu's head shrank back. Qin Ma and the old master smiled gently. "We're here to see you." Qin Zhe waved his hand. "You guys can leave first." With CEO Qin's order, everyone could only leave. The old master sat down on the sofa, raised his arm, put the belt on the table, and poured himself a glass of red wine. The siblings' eyes were fixed on the belt, like cats looking at a cat teaser. But the cat's eyes were filled with desire and curiosity, while the siblings' eyes were filled with vigilance. "Stupid girl." Qin Ma walked over and poked her daughter's head with her finger. Qin Ma was full of anger, but she did not know how to vent it. "What's wrong with you? You took a video of hugging and kissing with your brother?" "No, I can't say that. It's too embarrassing." "How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed to do that with your brother?" "No, that's not appropriate either. How should I say this? Even if I break his leg, I should at least give a reason. This is difficult to say." "Mom, I'm your girl, but I'm not a stupid girl." Qin Bao Bao hugged her mother's waist and rubbed her head in her mother's arms. The secret of acting cute and coquettish, Bao Bao. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and cute daughter who could act cute and coquettish? Qin Bao Bao relied on this trick. After eating her father, she would eat her mother, and after eating her mother, she would eat her brother. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head, looking helpless. At the critical moment, the man had to step in. The old master coughed to attract attention. He said, "The concert was well organized. I underestimated you. You can go so far in the entertainment industry so quickly. It's really beyond my expectations." Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "Dad, it's not that I'm good. It's Ace who's good. It's all because of him." The old master glanced at his son. Not bad. Not only not bad, but it also scared him to death." Qin Ma was stunned. There was nothing wrong with her words, but as a mother, she definitely knew her daughter. According to her temper in the past, she would be so arrogant now. But now she was so humble? Giving the credit to her brother? Her problem of showing off her brother had spread to her parents? Qin Ma knew her daughter's nickname, Crazy Brother Show Off Crazy Demon. "Last time, I heard you say that there's an overpass at the entrance of the neighborhood. It's very inconvenient to travel and there are all kinds of people there. You and Zijin even met a pickpocket." The old master said without thinking. Qin Bao Bao nodded. "I've discussed with your mother. Bao Bao, it's better for you to move back home. It's not safe there. If you move back, we'll be more at ease," the old master said. Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. "What? I'm living well there. Ace picks me up to and from work. I'm very safe. There's no danger. It's better for you to move back. The house is so big. Your mother and I will be very lonely," the old master said. No, I'm already so old. I want to live alone." Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in Qin Ma's arms. Wang Zijin was disgusted. She was already so old, yet she was still acting like a spoiled little girl. She had stopped acting like a spoiled child in front of her parents after she was 10 years old. But when she saw this scene she was quite envious. Wang Zijin's biggest wish was to have a warm and harmonious family. But her family was destined not to be as harmonious as a normal family. Her parents also respected each other. If she was Qin Baobao, she would definitely enjoy it. Move back home, Qin Ma said firmly. Move back home, the old master said firmly. Qin Baobao frowned secretly. She looked at her brother from afar. Both of them looked a little scared. What did her parents see? Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, I'm not going back. The old master snorted and turned around. He reached out to grab the belt on the table. Of course he was not going to hit his daughter. He was just trying to scare her. But his hand touched nothing. Hey, where's my belt? Dad, this belt of yours is quite old. It's time to change it. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Qin Zhe pointed at the trash can with a I'm a good son smile on his face. The old master was speechless. Qin Ma was speechless. Wang Zijin walked over and picked up the belt. She wiped it with a tissue. I think the belt is pretty good. You don't have to change it. Andy will give it to you. She handed the belt to Qin Ma. If she gave it to Uncle Qin, according to the principle of proximity, he would definitely beat up Qin Zhe. So she handed it to Auntie. Qin Baobao should have beaten up long ago. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Baobao was speechless. What are you doing? Why are you always whipping my belt? If I don't go home, are you going to beat me up? Qin Baobao tried to snatch the belt from her mother, but her mother knocked her on the head instead. Then if I go back home, what about Zijin? She held her head and suddenly thought of this reason. The old master said calmly, we don't lack rooms. Zijin can stay in A's room. If Zijin doesn't want to, she can continue to stay at your place. Ace has to work a little harder to pick her up from work. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Thank you, uncle. I'll continue to stay there. Uncle is the best. I'm rooting for you. Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. Damn it. She did not chase away the intruder. Instead she took over the place and lived with Ace. She should not even think about it. As for Qin Zhe, he did not know if he should agree or disagree. Then just beat me to death. I'm already so old and yet I'm still living with my parents. It's embarrassing. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. The old master was helpless. Qin Ma was heartbroken. Her daughter's reaction was not good. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qin Zhe had an idea. Dad, we've been planning to live separately for a long time. With that, his sister glared at him angrily and sadly. Sis is going to buy a house soon. She and Sister Ziwei are going to move out. She's a celebrity now and is quite famous. It's not convenient for her to live with you. Qin Zhe said, she's leaving her house to me. I don't want to live with her anymore. I'm both her father and her mother. The old master and Qin Ma glared at him together. Oh, she's just like a nanny. It's tiring. I don't want to live with her. If she moves out before New Year's Day, I won't have to worry. Bah, I don't want to live with you. You smoke every day. You're so annoying. You're the annoying one. You don't know how to do anything. I'm busy with work. Sis has raised you for so many years. If you don't do the housework, who will? The siblings started arguing. Okay. Then let's wait for Bao Bao to buy a house and move out, the old master said. Don't quarrel with your brother all the time. You're already so old, Qin Ma said. Qin Ma could not help but wonder if everything was just her imagination. The two of them were still the same. They would quarrel with each other for no reason. It was still the same familiar smell and the same old recipe. Wang Zijin roared in her heart. Hey, Uncle and Auntie, can't you see that they're acting? How could you believe such an awkward act? Hurry up and wave the whip in your hand. No, it's the belt. Chapter 290. Bao Bao, when you buy a new house, remember to let me know so that I can help you move, Qin Ma reminded. I can find a moving company myself, Qin Baobao said. Why do you need to find a moving company? It's a waste of money. Qin Ma disagreed. Oh, I'll contact you then, Qin Baobao said. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe looked at each other from afar, and their hearts skipped a beat. Sure enough, their mother had an idea. It was exciting and scary. Grandpa Shin and Qin Ma sat for a while. Qin Ma chatted with her daughter while Grandpa Shin and Grandpa Shin talked about the stock market. Then they got up to go home. Qin Baobao had not finished removing her makeup, and Qin Zhe saw his parents off. On the way home, the mother wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that his mother was in a dilemma, her son said, Mom, what do you want to say? Qin Ma thought for a while and said, Ace, what do you think of Zijin? Qin Zhe immediately gave her a thumbs up and said, she's very capable and has a good personality. Bao Bao said that you want to pursue her. Is that true? Qin Ma grabbed her son's hand and asked seriously. No, no. Don't listen to Qin Bao Bao's nonsense. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. It seems that you really do. Qin Ma laughed. Qin Zhe pretended to be shy. Work hard. Zijin is a good girl. Qin Ma patted the back of her son's hand happily. Grandpa Shen also patted Qin Zhe's shoulder and said, You can't be wrong about what happened on Weibo this time. If your sister is in trouble in the future, you have to help her. If you are in trouble, you have to find a way to solve it yourself. After all, you are a man. Qin Zhe was speechless. I treat you as my father, and you treat me as your nephew, right? Qin Ma rolled down the car window and said angrily, About that MV, Mom wants to say something. You and Bao Bao have grown up, so you should know your limits. Also, Bao Bao is a celebrity. If word gets out, it will be bad for her reputation. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time, and he finally said them out loud. Qin Ma had been thinking about what to say so that it would not be awkward. Got it, got it. Qin Zhe nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, so what if it gets out? Can it paralyze Weibo's server? Watching his father's mount gallop away, Qin Zhe's embarrassed expression instantly disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had temporarily fooled his mother. Recently, my acting skills have become more and more skillful. Perhaps I am a movie king who has been delayed by the stock market. Speaking of movies, I definitely can't let my parents see The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. Substitute acting, all these excuses were useless. Just a music video was enough to make his parents realize that something was wrong. If they saw their son rubbing their daughter on the bed, it would explode on the spot. I have to discuss with my sister how to deal with this matter. The movie will be released on New Year's Day in half a month. Qin Zhe returned to the costume studio. He held the door handle and heard screams and shouts from inside. Such familiar sounds, there was no need to guess. The sisters were fighting. He pushed the door open and entered. The two were wrestling on the sofa. The sisters' hair was disheveled like two crazy women. At this moment, Wang Zijin happened to have the upper hand. She was riding on Qin Bao Bao's body. Her hands were like claws, and she used all her strength to greet her best friend's 36D, pinching, squeezing, grabbing. Every time she used force, Qin Bao Bao would gasp and use her small legs to push her best friend's C-shaped chest. Then the two women would moan together. This scene was simply unbearable. While they did not notice him, Qin Zhe carefully closed the door and played the role of an onlooker. Unfortunately, it was winter and her clothes were thick, so he could not see her naked body. At most, he could only show her small waist. Her sister's small waist was the best, well-proportioned and strong, very comfortable to hug. Wang Zijin's slender waist was also not bad, white and slender. Qin Bao Bao straightened her waist, trying to push Wang Zijin over, but she did not succeed. After a few times, Wang Zijin, who was weaker in terms of physique, tilted and half of her body fell off the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bao Bao's two long legs quickly attacked, clamping Wang Zijin's neck and grabbing her hands that were resisting. She used a deadly scissor kick to clinch the victory. You lost, right? Who gave you the courage to fight with your sister? Qin Bao Bao gasped and smiled proudly. I'm not convinced, let's do it again. Wang Zijin shouted. This Bao Bao specializes in all kinds of dissatisfaction. Qin Bao Bao's legs exerted force. Ouch, 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 my neck is going to break. Wang Zijin screamed. It's good that it's broken, you black-hearted maggot. Who told you to call my parents over? What does it have to do with me? I'm innocent. Don't quibble, I know you well. Even maggots aren't as black-hearted as you, you're full of evil tricks. Qin Bao Bao snorted. With your little tricks, you can't escape this Bao Bao's eyes. I've seen through you since 6 years ago. It was extremely tiring for her to maintain this position. Nonsense, I'm not evil, don't slander me. Wang Zijin quibbled while struggling with all her might. My neck is really going to break. Keep pretending, you want to pretend to be gentle in front of A's. What a joke, do you think I'll let you succeed? Qin Bao Bao laughed 3 times. I've already told A's about your glorious past. You've already told him? Wang Zijin was stunned for a moment. Then she struggled frantically. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, I'll expose your fake today. Not only that, but Ace also said, wow, Sister Ziwei is so black-bellied, so scary. I can't look straight at you anymore. Yes, that's what he said. Qin Bao Bao attacked. Qin Zhe, who was standing by the door, thought to himself, when did I say that? Why can't I remember? Wang Zijin vented her anger and immediately lost the strength to fight back. Perhaps there was nothing sadder than a dead heart. She only thought that Qin Bao Bao had said bad things about her, but she didn't expect that she had exposed all her secrets. At that time she shouldn't have thrown ice cubes into her neck, she should have stuffed her into the fridge. Hey, that's enough, Sister Ziwei is about to suffocate. Qin Zhe saw that the boat of friendship between the two sisters was about to capsize, so he quickly helped Wang Zijin out of it. He half hugged and half carried Wang Zijin up. Sister Ziwei's body was soft, and it felt very good to the touch. Wang Zijin, who had never been touched so intimately by a man, blushed. Fortunately, her face was red from holding her breath. My great and upright image is gone forever. What is A's impression of me? A black-bellied maggot? Qin Zhe didn't know what Wang Zijin was thinking, otherwise he would have laughed and patted the dog's head. He said, "Little fool, how can you be a black-bellied maggot? My impression of you is like this." Qin Bao Bao rubbed her swollen chest and gasped for breath. "I won again in this cat fight. I am unshakable." The sisters lay on the sofa to rest for a while. Wang Zijin said she wanted to go to the bathroom, but before she left, she hit Qin Bao Bao's but with the 18 dragons subduing palms. Qin Bao Bao turned over and wanted to fight back, but she turned around and slipped away. Qin Zhe stopped his sister. "Mom and Dad don't want us to live together. Isn't that a good thing? No one will disturb you and Wang Zijin." Qin Bao Bao said sourly. "Yes, I think so too." Qin Zhe laughed. His sister's eyes were full of tears and she was very resentful. "Once the down payment is settled, you can move in." Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. He didn't smoke it and put it in his mouth. "After you move in and Mom comes to visit, I will move in." "Wang Zijin also wants to go with me," Qin Bao Bao said. She couldn't let Wang Zijin live with her brother. Qin Zhe nodded. "One more thing. We can't let Mom and Dad see the movie we made. Think about it, a music video is already like this. They see the movie?" Qin Bao Bao said heroically, "It's okay. Dad can hit me. Sister will protect you. The key is that when the old man hits me with his magic weapon, I can't even dodge. Even if you cry and shout, 'Come hit me, come hit me,' he will ignore you." Qin Zhe's tone was sad. "My sister went to be a star. That old man can even blame me for something as infuriating as that. If he sees me kissing his daughter and rubbing her on the bed, my life will definitely be over. Let's talk about the stuntman. But the two people on the screen are still you and me. Mom and Dad will be angry. If you have something to say, just say it. Hey, you're so good at complaining. I eat too many lollipops. My tongue is especially sharp. I'll let you eat my lollipop someday. But we can't restrict their freedom. Can we not let them watch the movie?" Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and pouted. "When it's released, let's go home for a few days and wait for the movie to be taken off the shelves," Qin Zhe said. "Okay." Qin Bao Bao licked her scarlet lips and hooked her finger at him. "Come closer. I'll give you a stamp and let you experience the feeling of happiness." Qin Zhe was really not in the mood to kiss his sister after being disturbed by his parents. When he entered the sage time, his view of the world became dull. He looked at his sister's mouth and sighed. Happiness is in your own hands, not in the mouth of others. The next day, Qin Bao Bao's concert really made the entertainment headlines. The editor was very conscientious and praised the success of Qin Bao Bao's concert. He also took screenshots of many netizens' comments on Weibo. Netizen A: "Qin Bao Bao's concert is amazing. It's the best concert I've heard this year." Netizen B: "The goddess's first time is indeed extraordinary. It's even better than pickled vegetables. I'm looking forward to the next concert." Netizen C: "Qin Zhe is so handsome. His singing of Exaggerated was earth-shattering. Especially the roar at the end. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Netizen D: "Because of Love is popular. Although it's a concert version, it's already #1 on the top Chinese music chart." Netizen 10,000: "Qin Zhe is so handsome. My husband." Netizen 10086: "Where's my husband? Where's my husband?" In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Zhang Ye's engagement party was today. Her sister was thinking about what to wear again. It was also a sin for a woman to be too beautiful. Qin Bao Bao sighed. In the end, her sister chose a pure white dress. She indeed had the temperament of a little fairy. Qin Zhe also came out. He was wearing a black formal suit and shiny leather shoes. Qin Bao Bao took her brother's arm and went out. "Zijin, be a good girl and guard the door at home." Qin Zhe waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin looked resentful. "Why do I feel like a pet left behind?" Chapter 291. They arrived at the venue of the engagement banquet at 6:30 p.m. The entrance of the hotel was decorated with balloons, fresh flowers and other decorations. Red banners hung on both sides of the entrance with rolling subtitles. Congratulations to Mr. Cheng Yi and Ms. Zhang Ye on their marriage. The little red horse stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and got off, straightening his clothes. Qin Baobao also got off the car, slammed the door, locked the car and ran over in her low heels. She took her brother's arm and said, "Let's go. Is it really okay for you to go in like this?" Qin Zhe tilted his head and looked at his sister's charming face. "I'm attending a wedding, not a fan meeting. Don't be so dramatic." Qin Baobao smiled. "It's Zhang Ye's engagement. I'm here to support her." "Oh, what a good bestie. Your appearance fee must be at least a few $100,000. Qin Zhe said. "Talking about money hurts feelings. Zhang Ye is my bestie. When Ace gets married in the future, I'll dress up and show up to support you." Qin Baobao blinked her beautiful eyes with thick eyelashes. Okay. I'll let the bride dress up beautifully. I can't let you steal the limelight," Qin Zhe said. "I'm just saying. Do you think you can get a wife? In your dreams." Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose. Qin Zhe's balls were very sad. The siblings entered the engagement venue and signed in to send gifts. Zhang Ye and Cheng Yi were standing there. They were wearing traditional Chinese wedding clothes, bright red and embroidered with phoenixes. Zhang Ye put on light makeup. Her oval face was delicate, and her eyes were gentle. She smiled and said, "Bao Bao, you're so beautiful." "Not as beautiful as you." Qin Baobao let go of her brother's arm. The two besties hugged and laughed. Cheng Yi and Qin Zhe looked at each other and nodded. They didn't have much of a friendship. Qin Baobao and Zhang Ye were best friends. His sister didn't have many best friends and could be counted on one hand. The only ones who kept in touch were her high school desk mate, Wang Zijin, and her university classmates, Qin Qinghong and Zhang Ye. Because of her sister, Zhang Ye and Qin Zhe also became friends. Zhang Ye looked at him and nodded. She said softly, "Let's go in first. We'll talk later." "Is Qinghong here?" Qin Baobao asked. "Yes, they're inside. I'll put you guys at the same table." Zhang Ye glanced at Qin Zhe again. Qin Zhe and his sister entered the main hall, where there were more than a dozen large round tables. There was not much difference between an engagement party and a wedding party. There was also a master of ceremonies, but there was no best man and bridesmaid, and there was no need to pick up the bride. It was not yet time for the banquet to start. About half of the guests were seated. Qin Baobao glanced around and saw Qin Qinghong and her boyfriend, Chu Feng. She pulled her brother over. "Bao Bao, come and sit beside me." Qin Qinghong waved her hand and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Qin Zhe glanced at the couple and listened to his sister and Qin Qinghong chatting. He didn't pay attention to them. Compared to Zhang Ye, he didn't have any friendship with Qin Qinghong. Even when they traveled together in Hangzhou, their relationship didn't improve at all. In order to please his boss, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend repeatedly invited Qin Baobao in the name of his girlfriend. He had always remembered this incident. He didn't like these two people very much. From Qin Qinghong's point of view, it might be normal for her to help her best friend find a good man. But in Qin Zhe's view, it was simply unforgivable. It was annoying enough to have a mother at home who kept urging his sister to go on blind dates, and these cats and dogs were still making trouble for him. Fortunately, these two were self-aware. After his sister became a big star, the introduction of boyfriends didn't happen anymore. With their connections, it was difficult for them to find a man who was worthy of Qin Baobao. The people at the surrounding tables cast doubtful glances at Qin Baobao. They stared at him fiercely and discussed in low voices. "This girl is very beautiful. She looks very familiar. Is she that big star? What's her name?" A teenager said, "Qin Baobao, it's Qin Bao." He looked at Qin Baobao like a teddy bear smelling the fragrance of rape flowers. His eyes were shining. After getting the exact answer, there was a small uproar. Groups of onlookers looked over, curious and excited. The uncle and aunt felt that Qin Baobao looked familiar, but they didn't recognize Qin Zhe. Of course, the exposure of an A-list celebrity was not something that Qin Zhe, an internet celebrity, could compare with. The uncle and aunt wouldn't go to the concert. Then a teenager ran over and said excitedly and nervously, "Qin Baobao, can I ask you for an autograph?" Qin Baobao smiled sweetly, "Okay." The teenager's face instantly turned red and he said, wait for me." He hurried to the sign-in table at the door, took a pen and ran back. Sign on my clothes." Baby Qin signed her name with a swish 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 sound. When the teenager left, the soles of his feet floated on the ground, and he looked back 3 times with every step. Qinzhe suddenly thought of a lyrics. Friction, friction like the footsteps of the devil. Well, another teenager who was captivated by his sister's beauty. Why is a superstar attending Xiao Feng's wedding? It's really that Qin Baobao. Quick, go get her autograph. Qinzhe, Qin Baobao, I want both. My girlfriend is crazy about him. 4 or 5 people rushed over. Some asked for autographs on their clothes, some asked for autographs on their palms, and some handed over an empty red packet to sign on. Then a second and third wave of people rushed over. After signing their autographs, no one was willing to leave, and they watched the celebrities closely. The scene was very lively. Zhang Ye and Qing Yi's parents, grandparents and immediate elders were sitting at the round table in the middle. Zhang Ye's grandmother asked curiously, "Why is everyone gathering over there?" Zhang Ye's mother replied, "It seems that a friend of Yaya's is here. His name is," she turned to ask her husband, "What's his name again?" Zhang Ye's father wondered, "How would I know? You two were whispering. I didn't eavesdrop." Chu Feng's parents pricked up their ears to listen, wanting to know what kind of person Zhang Ye's friend was. At this moment, Zhang Ye's grandmother saw a young man squeezing out of the crowd. "Oh, he's quite handsome." She waved at the young man. Qinzhe was stunned. He didn't know this old lady, but he still walked over politely. The old lady smiled kindly. "What's going on over there?" Qinzhe sat down at the empty seat at the table. "Oh, a superstar is here. Everyone is going over to get her autograph." He came out to smoke in the toilet. When he saw the old lady waving, he came over to sit. "Superstar? Our Yaya knows a superstar?" The old lady was confused. Yes. Yaya has a superstar friend. I've heard her mention him before. His name is Qin something?" Zhang Ye's mother tried hard to recall, but she still couldn't remember. People of her age didn't care about the entertainment industry. Qin Baobao hadn't been famous for long, and she wasn't as familiar as those veteran A-listers. "Qin Baobao." Qinzhe smiled. Zhang Ye's mother was enlightened and confused. She probably still didn't know who Qin Baobao was. The old lady looked at Qinzhe with a smile. "Young man, where are you from? You don't look familiar." Qinzhe said, "I'm Zhang Ye's friend." Out of habit she asked again, "What do you do?" Chapter 292. "Oh, Qin Baobao is our daughter's friend?" Mr. Zhang suddenly interrupted. "Even a superstar is here. Isn't this a little too small?" As he said this, his eyes swept across the middle-aged couple opposite him as well as the elderly couple. "It's okay. Qin Baobao is our Yaya's best friend. I remember she said she has a celebrity best friend." Mrs. Zhang said, "She also has a very powerful younger brother called, okay, I forgot again." When Qinzhe saw the attitude of Zhang Ye's parents, he suddenly imagined a scene of 300 rounds of in-laws fighting. Just like how Old Master Qin and Old Master Su disliked each other and quarreled a lot. The battle between in-laws was second only to the battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, the good show between the Qin and Su families didn't last long. When Qinzhe was in elementary school, his grandfather and grandfather died one after another. He hoped that they wouldn't fight in heaven. "Call Qinzhe," Qinzhe said for Mrs. Zhang as he raised his bowl to receive the wine poured by Zhang Ye's father. The banquet hadn't started yet, and there were only a few cold dishes on the table. The men at the main table had already started drinking, and they seemed to be quite addicted to alcohol. "Let me tell you that Qinzhe is very powerful." Mrs. Zhang was at a loss for words again. She turned to look at Qinzhe. F***ck Mrs. Zhang, can you at least memorize your lines before you go on stage? Do you want your lunchbox or not? Qinzhe's gaze swept across the table. If they weren't grandfathers and grandmothers, then they were uncles and aunties. It was unlikely that any of them would recognize him. He could only reply, "This Qinzhe is a bit demonic." Demonic? Everyone at the table was stunned. He has 2 famous titles. The first is music genius. Qinzhe took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. Why is Qin Baobao so popular? They are all songs written by her younger brother. The copyright of each song can be sold for millions. You can eat for the rest of your life. In the entire country, there was really no one who was better at songwriting and composing than him. Moreover, he is very efficient. He can write 1 poem in a week. I can't believe it. So powerful? Everyone was shocked and asked, "What about the second title?" God. Qinzhe gave a thumbs up. When he first entered the industry, he said this to the media, "Earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars." Tsk, as expected of a capable person, the way he speaks is indeed different. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Really? 100 million a month? Robbing a bank? Qin Zhe proudly smiled. It's absolutely true. Recently he opened an entertainment company, specializing in promoting his sister Qin Bao Bao. What a strange man. Everyone was amazed. Grandma Zhang was gratified. It's good that Yaya has such an outstanding friend. Mama Zhang and Papa Zhang looked radiant. By the way, young man, what do you do for a living? Grandma Zhang stubbornly asked again. Her question was interrupted by Papa Zhang. I'm in the stock market, Qin Zhe said. The stock market is really hot recently. I heard that people are speculating everywhere. Speaking of speculating, Mama Zhang interrupted. My son-in-law is speculating too. Qing Yi's parents perked up. Were they finally talking about speculating? Speculating in the stock market is my son's strength. After your family finished showing off, it's my turn. Mama Cheng said, young man, did you earn? It was obvious that Mama Cheng was a speculator. This year there was a popular greeting among aunties. Did you earn today? Did you rise today? Yes, I did. Qin Zhe did not say, I earned a few hundred million. Then you have to be more careful. Mama Cheng said in an experienced tone, the stock market is not as profitable as it was a few months ago. If you're not careful, you might lose money. My son is also speculating in the stock market. You can take this opportunity to interact with him. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask my son. He's quite promising. He earned a few $100,000 from speculating in the stock market today. After Mama Cheng finished speaking, she glanced at the influence in the direction of her in-laws. Her proud expression seemed to say, my son will be the pillar of the family in the future. Qin Zhe grinned. At this moment, Zhang Ye and Cheng Yi came over from the check-in counter. Zhang Ye drove away the relatives and friends who were watching the superstar and sat with her close friends to chat. Cheng Yi turned around and walked to the elders' table. My son is here. Mama Cheng waved at her son happily. When her son came closer, she turned to Qin Zhe and said, it's hard to speculate in the stock market. My son knows this. Xiao Yi, this young man is Yaya's friend. You all know him. He's also speculating in the stock market. If you have time, teach him. Qing Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Speculating in the stock market? Teach Qin Zhe? Anyway, you're speculating in the stock market with your friend called Chu Feng, right? It doesn't matter if there's one more person. Mom, don't say any more. Qing Yi was embarrassed. The cancer of embarrassment was acting up. Qin Zhe nodded at him and said, here's the seat. I'm going back. Leave after showing off. Don't linger. This young man, I'm trying to pull strings for him, but he's ignoring me. He doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. Mama Qing mumbled. Mom, you don't know who he is? Qing Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who? Mama Qing rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe, the one who's good at speculating in the stock market. That's Qin Zhe. Qing Yi said. Qin Zhe. All the elders, Qin Zhe? The elders at the table looked at each other and couldn't help but think, this Qin Zhe is a bit of a demon. There are only a few people in the country who are better at composing and writing songs than him. Earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars. What a strange man. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. On the other side, after driving away the onlookers, Zhang Ye sat beside Qin Bao Bao and said with a smile, Bao Bao, thank you for the big red packet. What are you thanking me for? When I get married, I'll return the money. Qin Bao Bao looked at her best friend and joked. You. When? Zhang Ye said, you don't even have a boyfriend and you want to get married? Let me tell you, a woman's youth is limited. Don't waste the best time. Qin Bao Bao said perfunctorily, yes, yes, yes. You. Zhang Ye poked her forehead. Every time I tell you about this, you're always perfunctory. I finally know why Auntie is so anxious to be a leftover woman. Aya, what's the hurry? I'm only 25 years old, 24 years old. It's still early. Qin Bao Bao pinched Zhang Ye's face. But you have to find a boyfriend at least. Qin Qinghong took a sip of red wine and said calmly, if you find a boyfriend now, you can change if you're not suitable. If you're suitable, you can get married in a few years. Is it too late for you to find a boyfriend when you're 30 years old? It's either a flash marriage or a flash marriage is not reliable. After you get married, you'll find out that both parties have bad tempers. Then divorce is the only way. Be it a man or a woman, getting married twice is different from never getting married at all. The words of the two best friends touched Qin Bao Bao's heart. The smile on her face gradually faded. Qin Qinghong said, Ah Feng and I are getting married by the end of next year at the latest. Zhang Yu was shocked. Wow, you're getting married next year too? The money hasn't even warmed up yet. Why? You're the only one allowed to get married and I'm not? Bao Bao, don't be our child. You haven't found a boyfriend yet. Qin Bao Bao, these two women were ganging up to hurt her, weren't they? Was it normal to not be married at 25 years old? Of course it was. Was it normal to not have a boyfriend at 25 years old? Normal, my foot. Zhang Ye leaned over and whispered a few words into Qin Bao Bao's ears. Qin Bao Bao's petite body shivered. Her face was flushed red at first before it turned pale. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's clear eyes looked at her calmly. Qin Bao Bao gulped down her saliva, feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Qin Zhe returned to his seat. Zhang Ye looked at him and Qin Zhe looked at her as well. For a moment, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt as though Zhang Ye's eyes were filled with thousands of words that disappeared in the blink of an eye. The banquet is about to start. I'm going over. Zhang Ye stood up and walked toward the main table. When the banquet started, Zhang Ye held Qing Yi's arm and toasted table after table. Soon they arrived at Qin Zhe's table. May you be together for 100 years. May you grow old together. May you be together forever. Blessings were given one after another. Qin Zhe also said, may you grow old together. When he first met Zhang Ye, he had thought of wooing her. Later, when he found out from his sister that Zhang Ye had a boyfriend, Qin Zhe gave up on that idea. Some people said that a man would like many girls in his life. He would like one in primary school, one in middle school, one in high school, one in university, and one in the entertainment industry. Anyway, there were many girls. Qin Zhe felt that the most he would say to Zhang Ye was, yo, pretty girl, you're not bad looking. Be my girlfriend. He still wanted to bless her for finding her own home. Qin Zhe said again, may you grow old together. Zhang Ye looked at him and smiled gently. Thank you. At the banquet, his sister drank from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhe asked her why she was not eating. Was she in a bad mood? She did not answer and just gulped down mouthful after mouthful of wine. Qin Zhe asked again, if the food is not to your taste, I'll catch a Hu Jian and bring him home to make soup for you. She still ignored him. After the banquet, Qin Zhe helped his drunk sister, took off her high heels, and laid her flat on the back seat of the car. However, his sister's long legs were in the way. They were stretched out and the car door could not be closed. Qin Zhe could only turn his sister over so that her legs could be curled up. You're so annoying. Don't touch my butt. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body and mumbled. Qin Zhe was speechless. How could it be sensed? He must be pretending to be drunk. When he drove his drunk sister home, Wang Zijin had just finished showering. She was wearing a bathrobe and drying her hair. Why are you so drunk? Stay away from me. Wang Zijin took a few steps back to avoid Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe's clothes and pants were dirty with vomit. They were all given to him by his sister. Pick her up. I'll go back to my room to change and take a shower. Qin Zhe left his sister to Wang Zijin. He went into his room to get his clothes and a towel. Then he went into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Wang Zijin helped Qin Zhe back into the room and placed the trash can by the bedside. She was prepared to receive her best friend's vomit at any time. She used a tissue to wipe the wet stain on the corner of Qin Bao Bao's mouth. You don't have to be so happy to drink your best friend's engagement. Wang Zijin was a little jealous. Then she thought, why should I be jealous? Isn't it normal for Bao Bao to have a best friend? I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy. Qin Bao Bao complained. So what if you're engaged? So what if you're married? So what if I don't have a boyfriend? She was so drunk that her cheeks were red. She closed her eyes and frowned, shouting unconsciously. If you don't have a boyfriend, then so be it. We'll be single ladies. Wang Zijin coaxed her. She was provoked. Yes, there are a lot of people who want to pursue me. I'll have countless boyfriends just by waving my hand. We Bao Bao don't care about boyfriends. Who said we don't care? Qin Bao Bao whimpered. I want a boyfriend too. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. What kind of boyfriend do you want? Chapter 293. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed and her red lips were slightly open. She was panting and frowning. She seemed to be resisting answering instinctively. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Wang Zijin asked. Qin Bao Bao made some disorderly sounds. It sounded like she was moaning, but at the same time she seemed to be saying something. Say it. If you say it, your dream will come true. Say it. Wang Zijin was like a teacher guiding her patiently, or a witch seducing Snow White. Wang Zijin vaguely heard that name. She moved her ear closer to Qin Bao Bao's mouth. Was really that name. She kept repeating that name vaguely. Wang Zijin sat in a daze, looking absent-minded. Was really him. Everything was not an illusion. It was not that she was being paranoid. Was really him. Was this the reason why she didn't want to find a boyfriend? Was this the reason why she was still single? She always had all kinds of reasons. But those were all lies. She just wanted to cover up her feelings for him. I always feel that if I find a boyfriend, I'll regret it in the future. After a few months, the words that Qin Baobao said when she came to Shanghai suddenly appeared in Wang Zijin's mind. So that was it. Because she couldn't let go of him. Because she was afraid of regretting it. Wang Zijin stroked her cheeks gently. She felt a little sad and heartache. Hey, you're really silly. She sighed softly. This was an illness. It had to be treated. But according to her usual condition, this illness was probably in the late stage. Could it really be treated? Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and felt sad. Using strong medicine to create miracles. She heard that in order to make a woman feel completely hopeless, she had to have sex with the person she liked. Wang Zijin wanted to give it a try. Everything was for her best friend. Wang Zijin hesitated for 0.1 seconds before she made up her mind. For her friend, Wang Zijin could do anything. Friends walk together for life. I'll take your man away. A sentence, a lifetime. With a slap, a cap. Pada? The sound of the lock jumping could be heard. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered the room. He was wearing shorts and a singlet. The air conditioner was on in the room and he had a strong physique, so he did not feel cold at all. How is she? Is she still vomiting? Qin Zhe came in with a bowl of salt water. She didn't vomit, but she looks very uncomfortable. Wang Zijin complained. Did she drink white wine? No, we take turns drinking beer and red wine from beginning to end. She vomited twice on the way back. Qin Zhe picked up his sister's soft and fragrant body and let her snuggle in his arms. He tried to feed her some salt water. What happened? Did you make her angry again? Wang Zijin probed. How would I know? After I finished chatting with a table of uncles and aunties, I went back to her side. She was really angry. It's not because of me. Qin Zhe was puzzled. Oh, then I heard her say that she was looking for a boyfriend. Your sister probably wants a man. Wang Zijin deliberately said this while observing Qin Zhe's expression. That's good. Mom finally doesn't have to worry about her not being able to get married. Qin Zhe showed a warm smile. Wang Zijin nodded secretly. Fortunately, her brother was still normal and could be saved. Only then did Qin Zhe realize that his sister was drenched in sweat. She was wearing a long dress for the engagement banquet and a short down jacket on the outside. Then she was covered with a blanket. She didn't even know how to take it off for her. Sister Xian was indeed unreliable when it came to taking care of people. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and was good at taking off her clothes. Why are you taking off her clothes? Wang Zijin was shocked. Don't you see that she's sweating? If you don't take off her clothes, she'll suffocate in the quilt. Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. Sister Ziwei's reaction was a bit big. Qin Zhe fed his sister salt water. There were many ways to save her, such as vinegar or sugar water. But his sister barely ate at night and vomited several times. She was dehydrated, so it was best to supplement her with salt water. After 2 mouthfuls, the salt water flowed down the corner of her mouth and soaked her collar. Tsk, his sister's mouth was not big enough. This would not do. He envied the strange woman who swallowed her fist with her mouth. Good girl, drink some. Qin Zhe pried open his sister's mouth and poured salt water into her mouth. Qin Baobao drank 2 mouthfuls. Her throat moved and she vomited again. Fortunately, Qin Zhe saw that something was wrong and pressed his sister's head directly into the trash can. Vomit, vomit until you feel good. It's disgusting, don't drink it. Qin Baobao frowned and stomped her feet. Her eyes were closed and her voice was more like a whisper. It was unclear whether she was awake or in a daze. Don't drink it if it's disgusting. Does your head hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and let her head lean on his chest. He gently rubbed her temples. Qin Baobao turned over and hugged Qin Zhe's waist. She fell asleep in his arms. What a heartwarming scene, such a deep sibling love. Wang Zijin thought sadly this little chick was hopeless. Then the question was, who should I *CK? The next day, Qin Zhe rushed to Baoza Investment early in the morning. He had not come to the company for a few days as he was busy preparing for his sister's concert. The investment company's business scope was narrow, limited to futures and stocks. The department managers were all experienced and did not need him to watch over them all the time. He arrived at the company at 9:30. He opened the door with his fingerprint, but the fingerprint input was wrong. What happened? Why did my fingerprint fail? He knocked on the glass door and attracted the attention of the receptionist. The receptionist looked up and saw a strange face. Did the receptionist change too? The receptionist looked at him suspiciously for a moment and came over. Who are you? Qinzhe opened the door. Qinzhe put on the airs of a boss and said in a serious tone. The receptionist was stunned. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? He thought this name is a bit familiar. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? I may be a fake boss. Even if you are new, don't you know me? I was in the limelight in the concert that was hotly discussed on the internet a few days ago. Qin Bao Bao and I were known as the male and female singers. But thinking about it again, not everyone pays attention to the entertainment circle. He himself used to be a newbie in the entertainment circle and never paid attention to the entertainment circle. He was so tired. He took out his mobile phone and called Suyu. I'm at the door. I can't get in. What's wrong with the card reader? You asked the receptionist to open the door and ask her to re-record your fingerprint. Suyu said. She doesn't know me. Qinzhe felt wronged. Puchi. There was laughter on the phone and Suyu said lightly, then wait for me for a while. I'll come over when I'm done. This wait lasted for half an hour. The crisp sound of high heels came, and Suyu's tall figure came out from inside. She was dressed in an office lady's outfit, with black hair like a waterfall, a white face, delicate facial features, elegant and cold temperament. Anyone who sees her will be moved by this cold beauty in the workplace. Qinzhe gritted his teeth and stared at her fiercely. Suyu personally opened the door for Boss Qin and scolded the receptionist. Why don't you open the door for Boss Qin? The receptionist was stunned. Without waiting for her to speak, Suyu turned her head and walked side by side with Qinzhe in her high heels. The receptionist whispered, Didn't you tell me not to open the door no matter who comes? Qinzhe walked into the office, took off his coat and hung it on the chair, crossed his legs, smoked and squinted. Where's the receptionist before? Transferred to the finance department, there's a shortage of staff there. Suyu sat opposite him, crossed her legs, twirled a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Oh, Boss Qin, how do you have time to come to the company today? Don't you need to accompany your sister? Didn't the concert just finish? I'm free for the time being. Qinzhe glanced at her. You talk in a weird way. Suyu snorted and tapped her fingers on the table. Well, I'll make it clear. You want to invest money in Tianfeng film and television to help your sister gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. I don't care, but don't forget that Baozi is your main source of funds. You have to spend most of your time here this week, otherwise? She glared. I quit. After getting along with her for so long, Teddy Sue was so stubborn in front of him for the first time. Qinzhe squinted at her. Is this how you talk to your boss? I also have shares. Suyu gritted her teeth. It's just a small shareholder. Your account can be settled with a word. Qinzhe disdained. Qinzhe, you bastard. Suyu's eyes were red and she ran out. Just a joke, and she got angry? According to common sense, when I get angry she should be obedient. This is very unmasochistic. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. At noon, Qinzhe ordered a luxurious meal out of his pocket and personally sent it to Suyu's office. She sat behind her desk and looked down at a document. She took off her coat and wore only a white shirt. The sun shone on half of her body, clean, elegant, peaceful. Qinzhe always felt that as long as a woman's figure was not too out of shape, wearing a white shirt with the cuffs rolled up would add charm. If his sister wore a white shirt with her proud chest, the feeling would be too good. Speaking of his sister, he thought of Wang Zijin again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sister Ziwei recently looked at his eyes obediently. Well, this lunch cost me 300 yuan, just the two of us. Qinzhe tentatively said, Boss Su, are you still angry? Suyu's small head turned to one side, full of a little woman's look. If the employees outside saw the cold and glamorous Boss Su like this, they would be shocked to doubt life. But Qinzhe knew that she had never been an iceberg. She just used an indifferent appearance to disguise her strength. Then I'll take you to play games at night. You can decide how long you want to play. Qinzhe said. Suyu's eyes brightened. She didn't immediately agree. She just snorted. I'll take you for 3 days. I'll leave you 3 nights, okay? Suyu's little face was happy. Then I forgive you, but you also have to promise that you will come to the company at least 3 days a week, otherwise I'll still quit. Good. Masochism is as easy to coax as his sister. Women who are easy to coax always make people feel relieved. No wonder so many men like silly white sweet women. While eating lunch, Suyu suddenly said, I'll be free this week. I'll help you look at the car. Why don't you come with me? In this way they can go shopping together and eat together. Suyu thought happily. Forget it. There are too many plots to buy a car. In case someone accuses me of plagiarism again. Qinzhe shook his head. Chapter 294. Boring. Suyu curled her lips. Then why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I'll cook for you. Qinzhe invited Suyu. Su Teddy lived alone, ate alone, slept alone and had no one to accompany her. She must be lonely and cold. To be honest, Qinzhe felt sorry for her. Although I can't sleep with you, I can treat you to a meal. Being a secretary is so hard and has to do everything. I certainly can't be stingy with the warmth of a superior. Forget it. Suyu wrinkled her nose and complained. Your two sisters are too scary. The last time I went to your house they made things difficult for me and stared at me. I can't beat them. That's because my sister has a conflict with you. Sister Ziwei is different. Sister Ziwei is very sensible. Qinzhe defended his sisters. Speak with your conscience. Suyu rolled her eyes. I'm more at ease with your sister. If we can't get along we'll fight. She has long legs and so do I. As long as I avoid her hitting people with the ball, I'm not afraid of her. As for your sister Ziwei, she's a black-hearted maggot. She's a 24K pure gold schemer. I don't even know when she'll stab me. Suyu didn't forget that when she stepped into the Qin Bao's house that day, Wang Zijin greeted her warmly and coaxed her to wear Qin Bao's slippers. Qinzhe was embarrassed. Suyu, in addition to being a masochist, was a very intelligent woman. She saw Sister Ziwei's hidden attributes at a glance. Suyu glanced at him cleverly. When Qin Bao gets married, I'll go to your house to do it. Hey, although we're very familiar with each other, I'll be embarrassed when you say this. Qinzhe thought angrily. Who spread the news that his sister is a brother Khan? My sister gets married? That's impossible. Why? Suyu's body shook and she looked scared. Does your sister not like sausages but tofu? Qinzhe. It took Qinzhe 3 seconds to understand the meaning behind Suyu's words. He felt terrible. Idols can only have scandals, not true love. Qinzhe said, think about it. The person who remarried was attacked by the haters until his image collapsed. The person who publicly posted dog food on Weibo was insulted by his fans for 3 days and 3 nights. It's really scary. These 2 living examples told everyone that public displays of affection could lead to a quick death. If Qin Bao and I weren't siblings, there would probably be rumors about us already. The feeling of being in the dark under the light was pretty good. It was even more exciting than running away after acting cool. If you don't want to go, then don't go. It saves me a lot of trouble. 3 women make a play. My sister is possessive, Wang Zijin is ruthless, and Suyu likes to make trouble. They may really fight. After dinner, Qinzhe received a text message from his sister saying, there is a variety show that invited us to be guests. About your appearance fee. You are not an artist and there is no quota. The program group and our company are discussing it. What do you think? I'll come over. Qinzhe replied and then said to Suyu, I have something to do and have to go first. There are a lot of things for you to deal with in the company. If it's not urgent, just decline. Suyu frowned. I've been sitting on the cold bench for so long. You want to leave just like that? Then I'll ask again. He texted, is it urgent? After a while, Qin Bao replied, it's not urgent. I just wanted to mention it to you. Qinzhe, then I'll talk about it when I get off work. Qin Bao, okay brother. What? Recently she texted with her sister. She was getting more and more annoying. Qinzhe put the leftovers into the bag and wiped the desk with a paper towel. Show me the performance report for the first half of the month later. If there's nothing in the afternoon, let's go see a car. Suyu was surprised. Don't you need me to buy it? Do you want to go out together? Then let's have dinner tonight? When Qinzhe nodded, she smiled like an excited little girl with 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon after the stock market closed, Suyu took Qinzhe to a large 4S shop nearby. Entering the showroom, a salesman in a formal suit greeted them with a professional smile. What price range do you want to see? Suyu looked at Qinzhe. Between 200,000 and 300,000, Qinzhe said. This price is very ordinary. In a place like Shanghai, especially such a large 4S shop, there are many big local tyrants who spend millions or even millions to buy luxury cars and sports cars. The spending power of this young man and woman can be said to be mediocre. But the salesman was in high spirits and had infinite patience, because the young woman in front of him was really too beautiful, and no matter how picky his eyes were, he couldn't find any obvious flaws. Her cold and cheerless temperament made many Lotus lovers feel intoxicated. Suyu said lightly, "Where is the toilet?" The salesman pointed to the left. "Turn right in front." Suyu stepped on her high heels and walked in that direction. The salesman took Qinzhe to the corresponding price area. The door was the cheapest car, and the further in, the higher the price. "Sir, what brand of car do you like?" The salesman looked at Qinzhe. Previously he was attracted by Suyu's glorious beauty. At this time he found that Qinzhe was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. "The brand doesn't matter, as long as it's not Japanese." "What about the model?" "The model doesn't matter." "Salesman? Are you kidding me? Buying a car or buying a pastime, the brand doesn't matter, the model doesn't matter? Even if you buy condoms, you have to pay attention to the model. Iron rod level condoms can't be bought with pinhole models. Is the car not as good as condoms? Then look at this car." The salesman pointed to a pure black car in front of him with a smooth curve, not flamboyant or rustic. "This is a German brand. The safety is good. The comfort is not as detailed as Japanese cars, but the power system is famous." The salesman said, "It mainly depends on the direction you choose. There are many cars in the shop at this price. If you are not satisfied, you can choose slowly." "It doesn't matter," Qinzhe said. He didn't understand much, so he just said perfunctorily and waited for Suyu to come back and make up her mind. "Salesman, believe it or not, I will flip the table." A group of people came out of the high-priced area, 2 men and 2 women, accompanied by a customer manager, chatting as they walked. Looking at the customer manager's humble attitude, they must be big customers of the shop. Coincidentally, Qinzhe knew the man and woman in the lead. They were old classmates, Zhang Mingyu, who was very popular with girls in the Kai University of Finance and Economics. It was a small world. Qinzhe was very emotional. The passerby A and the campus protagonist met again half a year later. Who was the protagonist now? Who was the passerby? "Hey Zhang Mingyu, we meet again." Qinzhe greeted him. Zhang Mingyu's face darkened. This Qinzhe is so hateful. Not only did he hit my face in class, but he also hit my face on the court and forced me to call him grandpa. Zhang Mingyu and Qinzhe didn't have a friendship, only a little friendship of classmates who might smile at each other after more than 10 years. The key was that they had only left school half a year ago. Without the passage of time, they certainly couldn't smile at each other when they met. Zhang Mingyu ignored Qinzhe. His face was cold and he didn't speak. "Who is this person? Mingyu, do you know him?" Zhang Mingyu's friend said. "Qinzhe, it's Qinzhe." "It's really Qinzhe. Can you give me an autograph?" The 2 girls recognized him at a glance and were so excited that their faces turned red. P.S. Adding an update for League Master Book Friend 201701032344200582. I'll return a chapter first. Because the chapter name is limited by the number of words, League Master's name is too long. Chapter 295. Qinzhe didn't expect to meet Zhang Mingyu here. Speaking of which, he was the first classmate he met after leaving the university. The rich second generation always had a lot of fun, such as bars, nightclubs, hotels, and cars. They drove modified sports cars in the suburbs. A few years ago, it was said that a rich second generation would race cars in the middle of the night on the city streets. Later he had an accident and killed someone. Later racing incidents were rare. Racing cars, shooting clubs, horseback riding, cruise parties, and other kinds of fun. Qinzhe didn't have the capital to do it before. Now that he had the capital, he was too lazy to do it. In his opinion, it was purely the rich second generation who had too much free time. The rich first generation never bothered to do such things. The salesman suddenly realized that it was him. No wonder he felt familiar at first glance. Generally, people who paid attention to the entertainment circle were women, students, and white-collar workers who had too much free time. The salesman had a hard job and didn't pay much attention to the entertainment circle. He knew Qinzhe, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Right, he seemed to be called the fast shooter. Someone actually gave himself such a title. But a celebrity actually bought a car worth 200,000 or 300,000. That's too low-key. Nowadays, celebrities' cars are not worth millions or tens of millions. You're too embarrassed to go out and greet them. What's the meaning of buying a car worth 230,000? I have to find a way to lure him to the $1 million area. Zhang Mingyu had seen Qinzhe a long time ago. Along the way he saw Qinzhe and the sales manager talking animatedly. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see them and leave directly. It wouldn't be awkward if he pretended not to know his old classmates. If it were someone else, the eldest son of the Zhang family would have stepped on his face. But this was Qinzhe. In the past 6 months, Qin Zhe's legend had spread widely among the alumni circle. Everyone talked about Qin Zhe in their circle of friends and chat. This was a salted fish that had turned over a new leaf. Alumni circle, male classmate, Qin Zhe is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I'm so jealous. Female classmate, Qin Zhe is so handsome. Why didn't I pay attention to him before? He's so low-key. Campus of the University of Finance and Economics. Male junior classmate, Qin Zhe is our senior? Who knows him? Can you help me get a signed photo of Qin Bao Bao? Female junior, wow, Fast Gunner is our senior. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The Fast Gunner had long left the Jianghu, but there were still legends about him. Zhang Mingyu, on the other hand, was just a rich second generation. Every year there were a few rich second-generation campus hunks. The school was made of iron and the campus hunks were flowing water. Graduation meant being forgotten. Speaking of the rich second generation, Qin Zhe was now a rich first generation. Zhang Mingyu had no confidence to challenge him. Forget it, I've already been slapped in the face twice, why should I put my face up for a third time? Zhang Mingyu kept a straight face and replied with a lukewarm hmm. Just as he was about to speak, his companion spoke up. Oh, that actor Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Her friend and Zhang Mingyu were both from Zhejiang province. Their fathers were business partners and they went to college together in Shanghai. They got along well. However, her friends were going back to Zhe province recently, and the girls were all forced to be laid off. There was nothing fun to do here. Her friend was very good at observing people's expressions. As soon as he saw Zhang Mingyu's expression, he knew that they were not on good terms. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Zhang Mingyu was shocked and said unhappily, don't talk nonsense. Keep a low profile. Don't trample on the rich second generation as you see. What actor? He's a star. Can't you be more polite? Zhang Mingyu glanced at Qin Zhe again. Because of his proud character, she said with a straight face, I'm here to buy a car too. The salesman suddenly interrupted. Mr. Zhang is a regular customer here. He bought a Ferrari here in the first half of the year, and this time he has his eyes on a Porsche worth 1.8 million yuan. Zhang Mingyu thought, something is wrong. I smell a trace of gunpowder. Qin Zhe remained calm. He looked at Zhang Mingyu who was pulling a long face, and then at Zhang Mingyu's friend who was full of provocation. He asked in his mind, System, help me check how many face-slapping plots there are. Host, there are too many to count. Among them, there are tens of thousands of face-slapping salesmen, and hundreds of face-slapping old classmates. This is a public plot. Feel free to use it, the system replied instantly. You can't say that. Trolls and haters don't care about this. Even if you show a lot of evidence and examples, they will pretend not to see it and then accuse you of plagiarism. Just like you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Even if professionals point out that this has nothing to do with plagiarism, they will still say that the law is not perfect. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The system was shocked. So I'd better keep a low profile, Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe smiled at Zhang Mingyu and said, although we had some conflicts in school, it's all in the past. We will still be friends in the future. Zhang Mingyu's friend raised his eyebrows. There really was a conflict. Old Zhang was very lucky. He could meet his old enemy just by buying a car. Buying a car and stepping on people at the same time. It seemed that Qin Zhe didn't want to trouble him. Well, let bygones be bygones. As long as you don't slap my face, we can still be friends. Thinking of this, he smiled easily. Who the hell is your friend? You're just an actor. How can you be friends with us? You're overestimating yourself. His friend sneered. Zhang Mingyu turned his head stiffly and looked at him. I treat you as a brother, but you backhanded me. His friend smiled at him as if saying, don't worry. If you can't deal with it because of your identity as a classmate, your brother will help you. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Isn't your sister an actress? Well, you are too. You people in the entertainment industry are only high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people. In our eyes, you're nothing. Zhang Mingyu, stupid teammate. He couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, this conflict wouldn't be resolved. Now Qin Zhe was AB** starred. He was about to say something to make up for his friend's mockery. He saw Qin Zhe cross 2 meters in one step and send his arrogant friend flying with a kick. Then the two girls screamed. The staff and customers of the 4S store heard the noise and looked over. You can scold me. Why do you have to drag my sister into it? Qin Zhe grabbed the guy's head and patted his face, which was distorted because of the pain. He sneered. How do you want to play? Qin Zhe had been merciful with that kick. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the hospital. It was tiring to meet such a low-level rich second generation just to buy a car. It was tiring. Zhao Taizhu and Huang Yizong were the second generation of rich second generations who could rely on their family's power to spread their wings and soar high. Those who were arrogant because their families had a little money were low-level rich second generations. They were not much better than the nouveau riche who wore a big gold chain around their necks. Zhang Mingyu was really haunting. Nothing good would come out of running into him. The waxy rich second generation was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at Zhang Mingyu. Since you don't want to be friends, then tell me. How do you want to play? Zhang Mingyu, play with connections or play with money? Do you want to play openly or play dirty? Qin Zhe sneered. Zhang Mingyu, I heard that your father is a shareholder of 2 listed companies. I've seen them. Their performance is very average. Moreover, they are listed on the Growth Enterprise Board. They have made a lot of money recently. The stock price is a little inflated. How many days do you think these 2 companies will suffer if I shout on Weibo? On this day, Zhang Mingyu remembered the fear of being slapped in the face by Qin Zhe. Zhang Mingyu's hair stood on end. This was the reason why he couldn't afford to offend Qin Zhe. He also watched the live broadcast that time. The 3 boards recommended by Qin Zhe were all popular. If he attacked his father's company on Weibo or through other channels, the loss would probably make the old man breathless. If he wanted to compete with connections, this guy had opened an entertainment company and an investment company. Needless to say, he had to have some connections in the government. The best situation was that both sides suffered. He would lose more than win. Zhang Mingyu apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. My friend speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. Qin Zhe. Chapter 296. I'm shocked. What did I hear? The first reaction in Qin Zhe's mind was, she doesn't like me, does she? As for whether Suyu likes himself or not, Qin Zhe swore that he didn't have any idea in his heart. Sister Ziwei said it's not surprising. I can capture her if I work harder. My sister is not surprised. We have loved each other since we were young. But Suyu? What is she like about me? Is it because of the masochism? I didn't save the beauty, I didn't have flowers and candles, and I didn't even say touching words to her. Is it because I have been playing games with her? No, on Suyu's birthday he sent flowers and candles. Is it because of this you fell in love with me for no reason? Also, don't do it here. Why are you pinching my waist? Qin Zhe looked at Suyu blankly. Suyu looked at him bravely at first. After a while, she closed her eyes shyly and her eyelashes trembled violently. After a long time she didn't get a response. She opened her eyes and her red lips opened slightly with a trembling voice. Don't you want to say something? What else can I say? I must be scared. Everyone knows the name of salted fish Zhe. At this time, if I'm not scared, how can I go home and see my sisters? Why did you suddenly pinch my waist? I won't fall on you. Don't worry. Qin Zhe's face was as usual. Suyu? Qin Zhe got up from her position and returned to his driver's seat. He drove the car and slowly turned around on the playground. Suyu lay in the seat and looked at the roof of the car in a daze. After a while, she turned sideways and curled up. Well, it seems that the heat is not there yet. Now is not the time to pinch his waist. They haven't held hands and haven't watched movies. It's definitely not the time to pinch his waist. The embarrassing picture just now lingered in Suyu's mind. It's a bit exciting to think about it. It's just like shame play. Suyu was actually very happy. Embarrassing misunderstanding is the best way to promote the warming of the relationship between men and women. It's written in the book. Qin Zhe glanced at Suyu, who was curled up, and thought she must be very hurt. She must be very frustrated and ashamed. I didn't think of how to deal with it just now. What else can I do other than play dumb? If he didn't accept the confession of a great beauty, they wouldn't be friends anymore. If he accepted it, he was not mentally prepared at all. The 2 of them were in a small enclosed space which would only make things more awkward. At least that was what Qin Zhe thought. After a few rounds he drove the car back to the exhibition hall. After opening the door and getting out of the car, the salesperson asked eagerly, Mr. Qin, how is it? Suyu carried her handbag and stood silently beside Qin Zhe. Her beautiful face was filled with love and tenderness. Qin Zhe wanted to ask for her opinion, but seeing her like this, forget it. I'll take this one, he said straightforwardly. The details were not as good as Japanese cars, but Qin Zhe did not like to be too delicate. He was not a woman driving this car. The main thing was that the space was big enough. The style of European cars was rough and imposing. Having a lot of space was good. He could play around as much as he wanted. After paying the money and going through the formalities, the rest of the things were handed over to the 4S store. The two sides agreed to pick up the car in 3 days. So, what do you want to drink next? Walking out of the 4S store, Chinze looked at Suyu. Let's go to my house for coffee. If possible, how about we cook at home in the evening? Suyu said shyly. Chinze looked at her sparkling eyes, flashing with hope and heart-wrenching caution. He really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded. The Maserati drove into the traffic and soon arrived at Suyu's apartment. Chinze said, "No one in the company is in charge, is it okay?" Suyu said sweetly, "In fact, after the stock market closed, there are not many things that employees can do. Our Bowser business is too narrow. If we want to expand, it can't be done overnight. The company is on the right track and the scale is not too big. It's the most relaxed time. The first batch of products should be finished before New Year's Day. Yes. In addition to our own share, we collect 20% of the investment income of other stars according to the regulations. Here is 50 million yuan. It seems that you haven't bought vegetables yet? Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I hate it." The Maserati ran out of the apartment again and stopped at a vegetable and fruit supermarket 100 meters away. Suyu took Chinze's hand and walked around in the vegetable and fruit store. She was shouting to eat this and that, but she didn't know how to jump and put everything into the basket. Chinze had no choice but to pour it out again. He told her that she deserved to be cheated for being silly and sweet. Then he carefully taught her that picking vegetables should look at the freshness, not just the surface. Because now there are more and more waxed foods, the best way is to distinguish the details by the roots and moisture. Suyu pecked his head as if she understood. Chinze asked her if she understood. She smiled sweetly and said, "I understand," revealing two lovely shallow dimples. When Chinze asked her to pick vegetables again, she immediately exposed that she didn't know anything and pretended to know. "You know nothing." Chinze tapped her head gently. Suyu stuck out her tongue. "Forget it, leave the grocery shopping to me in the future. I always feel that a silly girl like you is not suitable for these things," Chinze said helplessly. Suyu was stunned and giggled. In the future, after returning home, Suyu took a shower, wiped the mist in front of the mirror with a towel, and looked at herself in the mirror. The beauty in the mirror was elegant and refined, exquisite and graceful. The only thing that was not enough was that her chest was not heavy enough. She frowned and squeezed hard. She could still easily squeeze out the cleavage. But when she thought of Qin Bao Bao's overbearing figure, she was a little discouraged. What scale does he like? Does he like to conquer the world or gather people's hearts? For the first time, Suyu complained that she had never had a boyfriend before. Her experience is too shallow. Otherwise she would not be so strapped and difficult to say. In fact, according to ordinary urban men and women, Suyu made this kind of confession in the car and would have rolled happily on the bed at this time. But Suyu has never had a boyfriend, and Chinze has never had a girlfriend. Awkward men and awkward women have no sense at all. After taking a shower, she found that Chinze was playing games in her room, manipulating the shooter to set off a bloody storm in the game, fighting to the death, moving extremely coquettishly, and the operation was very sharp. After playing a game, use my account," Suyu said in a coquettish tone. Chinze asked her to come over and log into the game. She leaned over and tapped on the keyboard. Her wet hair hung over his shoulder, and a pleasant fragrance wafted out. He didn't know if it was shampoo or shower gel. Chinze used Suyu's account and continued to fight in the game. Suyu's account can be called a local tyrant account. Hero, skin, almost centralization. Money player. Unlike Chinze, who couldn't afford to buy a skin, he pretended that he didn't care about it at all. Then he secretly used the box to make skin patches for his own amusement. Later, even the patches were gone and he became a complete blank player. Now he has money, but he has no interest in charging money into the game. He hardly plays games recently, and his sister also doesn't play games. They are devoted to their own careers. People always have to grow up. On the way to growth, they have to give up a lot of things and learn a lot of new things. Only Suyu was still playing games persistently. She only had games. Suyu saw Chinze put the cigarette on the table. Maybe because there was no ashtray, he didn't smoke. She was very sensible and found a paper cup, poured some water, put it on the table, and then opened the window to let the cold wind blow in. She held the coffee cup by herself and sat aside obediently watching Chinze play games. Until 6:30 in the afternoon, Chinze won 5 consecutive games and gave her a whole rank. Suyu smiled happily, and the bright smile made Chinze slightly lost. He always felt that when his sister smiled, she had 2 small canine teeth, which was the most beautiful scenery. Now he found that the dimples were not inferior. Qin Zhe saw her shivering a little, got up and closed the window, frowning. If you are cold, just say it. What are you holding back? Don't catch a cold like last time. Suyu looked down and glanced at her chest. My neckline is so low, I'm wearing pajamas, you don't even know to look? Listening to what he said, Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Good idea, I can catch a cold myself. I can enjoy the care of the great God and enjoy the condemnation of his love. Chapter 297. Suyu was moved and she imagined a picture. She was lying in Qin Zhe's arms like a sick person, drinking the medicinal soup he made himself. The spicy and bitter medicinal soup, she must frown and say, I don't want to drink it. Then Qin Zhe gently touched her head, gentle and pampering, blaming and distressed tone. Little fool, you are sick, I am distressed. Think of that picture, Omega. Fortunately, her IQ was online. She thought about it. If she was confused by fever like last time, she called the wrong person and called Nan Man Pei, or her father who she had never contacted, then all the plans would be ruined. The worst result was that the phone call was not made, Qin Zhe did not get her hands on him, and she was the first to die. This idea is not good, pass. Suyu didn't think of a better way for a while, but it doesn't matter. There will be a long time in the future and she will always think of opportunities. However, if she had watched a few Japanese action movies or books, she would have known that men were the most vulnerable to seduction. Why would she need to resort to such a stupid method like self-harm? She could just seduce him directly. With the charm of Suyu, salted fish can't stand the temptation and become hard. What she read was a romance novel. The male protagonists in the novel were cold and fearful. They disdained women in the world and often said, Woman, you are worthless. Suyu thought that it was so troublesome to seduce a man. There would be misunderstandings at every turn, and they would quarrel and fall out with each other at the slightest disagreement. If the situation allowed, they would even have to touch porcelain and suffer from amnesia due to tiredness. In the evening, after having dinner with the #1 flute-blowing girl, Qin Zhe solved the matter of washing dishes and scrubbing pots and said goodbye to Suyu. Suyu stood at the door and watched his figure disappear at the corner of the promenade. She closed the door and happily spun in the living room. Then she fell on the sofa and sniffed. With a satisfied expression, she said, The sour smell of love. I like it so much. On the way home by taxi, Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and waited. When he was about to get home, Suyu sent a picture to the chat group that would chat with him from time to time. Suyu, wow, Qin Zhe's cooking is really delicious. It's great. In the picture there was a silhouette of Qin Zhe cooking. The dishes in the wok flew and froze in midair. The other photo was of his back as he chopped vegetables. His posture was straight and very beautiful. Qin Zhe sat in the car and smiled indifferently. I knew you would send pictures. How could I not be prepared? Previously, when Suyu posted the photo, it might have been purely to show off. However, after what she said in the car, Qin Zhe felt that she had a layer of malicious intent and was deliberately trying to disgust Wang Zijin. Therefore, Qin Zhe told his sisters, Today, Suyu helped me to watch the car. In return, I will cook for her in the evening. If you don't agree, I will come back. It was rare for her sisters to be so generous. Qin Baobao replied, Go ahead. You can only cook but you can't cook. Wang Zijin, _. The group was silent for a long time. Nan Man Pei took the time to reply, Is it as delicious as what I cook? Suyu, of course Qin Zhe's is delicious. Nan Man Pei, use your brain before you speak. Kitchen knife. Suyu, Sister Man's is delicious. Nan Man Pei, good. Head touching. The sisters tacitly did not reply. Perhaps they were not looking at their phones? Obviously not. A few seconds later, Qin Zhe received a message from his sisters. Qin Baobao, you really went. Wang Zijin, you really went. Qin Zhe, the sisters were working hard at home. What are you doing? Didn't you agree? Are you lying against your conscience? Although it is common for women to say things they don't mean, how can I feel it through the phone screen? He returned home trembling with fear. The two best friends sat on the sofa in the living room with their legs crossed. Their oval faces complemented each other. Qin Baobao, yo, the little red guy is back. Wang Zijin, yo, the little red guy is back. Something called resentment hit him in the face. Qin Zhe also wanted to work hard. However, he pretended not to understand his sister's little temper. He took off his shoes expressionlessly, sat on the sofa, opened his laptop and fiddled with his stocks. Anyway, the sisters said to go, so I went. Their attitude clearly showed that they were embarrassed to say it. They wanted him to bow down and admit his mistake, then coax them. Then I'll pretend not to understand. Qin Baobao crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. She stared at her brother and puffed up her oval face. She was so cute. I'm going to take a shower. Qin Bao Bao waited for her brother's sweet words for a long time. She glared at him fiercely, got up, went into the room and took her pajamas to the bathroom. Bam. She slammed the door to express her emotions. Wang Zijin's eyes turned, and she thought that the opportunity had come. She said sweetly, "Ace, my waist is so tired. Help me rub it." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe? Sister Xian's coquettish eyes shocked him. He shuddered. Also, why was Sister Ziwei's language style so similar to his maggots? He could accept it when his sister acted coquettishly, acted cute, and winked at him because Qin Bao Bao's personality was like that. However, when Wang Zijin imitated Qin Bao Bao, he couldn't stay calm at all. Could it be that Sister Ziwei was infected with something called Bao Bao disease? Are you going to massage it or not? Wang Zijin pouted. Qin Zhe nodded with a dumbfounded look on his face. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to lie down on the sofa. Her waist was slender and soft to the touch. She really didn't know if it was her or Qin Zhe who was enjoying it. Can you be gentler? It's so painful. It's here. It's the most comfortable here. A's skills are getting better and better. Sister will give you a verbal reward. The massage is so comfortable. Qin Zhe, oh my god. Sister Ziwei's image was ruined. No, could it be that Sister Ziwei was possessed by Qin Bao Bao? Or their souls had swapped? System, come out, come out. Qin Zhe's 120 decibels echoed in his mind. Host, please speak. The system's voice came. Quick, use your awesome computing power to deduce if there's a hack system in my house. System? Damn, don't be a coward. Can you be more capable? Host, I didn't detect the existence of other systems. It could be that I'm not capable enough to detect it. The system's voice was a little shaky. Host, why do you think there's a hack in your house? I suspect that Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao's souls have swapped. The one lying on the sofa now is my sister, and the one in the bathroom is Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe's suspicions were reasonable. Usually at this time he and his sister would be flirting in the living room while Sister Ziwei went to take a shower. And looking at Wang Zijin's current appearance, there was no doubt about it. She was a maggot in his house. Host, don't worry. Let me scan her brain waves. A few seconds later the system said, your sister. Are you infected with the Bao Bao disease? Her brain waves are real. She's in a weird mood now. She's a little nervous, a little depressed, a little shy, a little happy. So what's the use of your brainwave scan? What are you trying to tell me? That's true. It's useless. Okay then host, I'll leave first. The system disappeared. The system went offline. The system ignored him. Damn. At this time the sound of running water in the bathroom disappeared. It was quiet. His sister was probably putting on her clothes. Wang Zijin suddenly said, Okay. Sister is so comfortable. She sat up and imitated Qin Bao Bao sitting like a duck. Then she blushed and looked at Qin Zhe with her charming eyes. She said in a coquettish tone, Good boy. Aze, do you want me to give you a kiss as a reward? Although she said that, her arm was already hooked around Qin Zhe's neck. Click. With the sound of the lock, the bathroom door was opened. Qin Zhe shivered. Goosebumps spread from his neck to his whole body. He pushed Wang Zijin away and got up in a hurry. I need to go to the bathroom. It wasn't because his sister had come out. It was because he couldn't get used to Sister Ziwei like this. Hurriedly rushing into the room, he bumped into his sister, causing her chest to be exposed. Before Qin Zhe closed the door, he tactfully glanced at her. Satisfied. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a bathrobe. She held a hairdryer in one hand and wrapped her hair with a towel in the other. She was confused and stunned. What's wrong with him? He's so reckless. Wang Zijin didn't answer. She changed into a comfortable sitting position, tilted her head, and seriously reflected on her mistakes. She felt that she imitated Qin Bao Bao very well. Not only did she learn the coquettish tone, but she also learned the coquettish eyes. Why was it that Qin Bao Bao was always successful in acting cute and coquettish? If it was her, she wouldn't be able to do it. She still had to work harder to cure the sibling's illness. Wang Zijin only felt that the future was long, and her luck was uncertain. Is it because of here? She looked down at her breasts. Should I drink a cup of banana milk every day in the future? Wang Zijin's liver hurt. Chapter 298. Werewolf Kill. Qin Zhe shifted his gaze away from the computer and looked at Qin Bao Bao, who was wiping her hair beside him. His sister was wearing cotton pajamas. Her face was flushed red after taking a shower. She was pretty and charming. She tilted her head and let her hair fall to the side as she wiped it carefully. She said, "Yes, it's that show you used to watch often. I think it's quite interesting. Anyway, I've accepted it. It's up to you whether you want to come or not." "There are so many variety shows. Why did you accept this one?" Qin Zhe's interest was piqued. This kind of show should be produced by a website. It's a stretch to call it a variety show. Also, the appearance fee shouldn't be as high as a traditional variety show. I've taken a look. There aren't any singing variety shows that are particularly suitable for me. There aren't any reality shows either. The concert just ended and the album was released a few months ago. I feel that since our company doesn't produce movies or dramas, the scope of our business is actually quite narrow. Qin Baobao bent her legs and her toes were fighting mischievously. Also, this show will be recorded locally. There's no need to fly. His sister said a very awkward truth. There weren't many artists under Tianfang Films. Excluding those low-tier artists, the number of C-list and B-list artists could be counted with one hand. It wasn't easy to become a big shot in any industry. No, it was very difficult. Qin Zhe didn't have a specific plan for now. He had only taken over Tianfang Films for half a month. How to expand the company was actually based on three aspects: talent, funds, and channels. Channels were easy. With funds and fame, it was easy to expand the channels. Hence, he had to raise Qin Baobao as high as he could and make her into Tianfang's gold-plated signboard. As for funds, Tianfang had Baozi to provide. It wasn't abundant nor was it lacking. Moreover, the concert had made a lot of money. Tianfang's finances were quite good. The key was talent. It wasn't easy to nurture celebrities unless they poached them. In that case, funds would be a problem. Not to mention whether they could poach them or not, Tianfang's funds couldn't buy those big shots. Entertainment celebrities were gold-swallowing beasts. Don't think that it's just an online self-media company. The price they're offering is not low, and the traffic is very explosive. Lazy Cat Video is the top online self-media company in the country. In the past few years, it has invested in TV series. The first year it was a flop and the second year it was a flop. But in the third year, that Xinsha TV series was so popular that everyone was talking about it. Also, this year's spy TV series was ranked first in terms of traffic for 2 consecutive months, Qin Baobao said. "I don't need you to explain. I know this game better than you." Qin Zhe said, "Then let's go." Nowadays the self-media platform was getting better and better. He remembered that when it was first created, there was only one player. Now it had everything. TV series, animation, children's programs, entertainment, live streaming, and so on. In this era where computers and mobile phones had replaced televisions, whether a TV series was popular or not, ratings could only be considered as one of the criteria. The number of hits on the internet had also become an important reference. When the game of Werewolf first came out a few years ago, not many people watched it. As the game gradually became popular, the ratings of the program became better and better. Later, 1 or 2 names were occasionally invited. Now, 2 stars were invited as permanent players, and 1 star was invited as a guest. The day after tomorrow, I'll let the people from the program come over to discuss the contract tomorrow. Qin Baobao smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Permanent or guest? I'm a permanent player, you're a guest. Although he promised Suyu that he would go to Baozi for at least 3 days a week, he did not say that he would stay for the whole day. His current job distribution was Baozi and Tianfang Lubenwei. Half and half. In the future, the focus would slowly shift to Tianfang. The mission given to him by the system was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. That was to say, at least make Tianfang Film and Television one of the top 3 in the country. Otherwise, how could he be a big shot? 3 days later in the morning, Qin Zhe drove his newly bought small bourgeois car and took his sister to the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video in Shanghai. The large-scale self-media platform on the internet was mainly distributed in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Qin Baobao took this job because she wanted to be lazy. Recording a variety show was also very difficult. It was not much easier than filming a movie. Singing was still okay, but for some reality shows they had to travel all over the country. Some had even worse living conditions. Many stars loved and hated these kinds of reality shows. Qin Baobao debuted as a singer. It was impossible for her to release albums and records every few days. In addition to singing, she also had to shoot commercials, perform, and participate in reality shows. This was the development path that a star should have. When she arrived at the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video, 2 female assistants were already waiting. If she did not go far, Qin Baobao did not like to bring along assistants. However, if a star followed an assistant or bodyguard, sometimes it was used as a facade. If others brought along but you did not, you would look very unsociable. The 8th grader liked the feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens and not taking the normal path. But for adults, it was too unconventional and would not be welcomed anywhere. There was a saying that was very good. When one was young, one was afraid to be like others. When one was an adult, one was afraid to be different from others. At the recording site in a break room next door, the siblings met with the host of the show. The 3 of them sat comfortably on the single-seater sofa. The host sat upright and had a smile on his face. Previously, Teacher Bao Bao said that she was good at killing games, but she did not play Wolf Killer much. The 2 games are connected at least logically. Miss Qin, what about you? Are you a professional player? He cleverly addressed Teacher Bao Bao and Miss Qin separately. If the siblings were in the same place, they would look over if you called out Miss Qin. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. I play a lot of killing games and Wolf Killer games. Whether I'm a professional player or not, I can't be sure. Whether it was killing games or Wolf Killer games, his skills were not bad. However, he was not sure whether he was a professional player or not. However, the host knew that the production team did not expect the star to be a professional player. The purpose of hiring the star was to attract fans. Although the other professional players had a fan base, they paled in comparison to the star. No matter how good the show was or how exciting the games were, the players sitting in the circle were all passers-by. Who would watch? Alright then. Do your best on the stage. Someone will inform you when the show starts later. I won't disturb your makeup. The host shook hands with the 2 and left. An hour later at the recording studio, Camera 1 was in position. Camera 2 was in position. All the staff members were ready. Welcome to the 3rd season of Wolf Killer. Friends, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm your host Yang Lo. It was a big room with bright lights. 10 seats were arranged in a circle. The host, Yang Lu, was sitting in the judge's seat. As he spoke, the camera zoomed in on him. Let me show you our friends, the host said. The camera turned to the others. There were 7 people sitting in the room. They were all regular players. Some were small celebrities, some were esports hosts, and some were professional players. Anyway, they had a fan base. However, they could not be compared to the mainstream stars. Alright. Turn the camera back. There's nothing to see. The host had a look of disdain. The judge won't allow you to do this. You're only giving me 1 second? Can't you play happily? Ha ha ha. Everyone protested. The host said, let's welcome our first mystery guest. All the players looked in the same direction. There a petite beauty walked over. Her face was slightly round and her eyes were big and bright. She smiled and waved at everyone. Number 3, Qian Shishir. Number 6, my goddess. Number 8, interesting. If I were a werewolf, I would kill her first. Ah. Number 1, thank you, host. Thank you to the program team for inviting my goddess. Everyone discussed excitedly. Qian Shishir sat in the 2nd seat and said in a sweet voice, hello everyone. I've watched your show before. I also like to play this game. However, I'm just a bystander. I'm really dumb. Then let's welcome the 2nd guest, the host announced loudly. The 2nd guest entered the room. She was a tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair. She was wearing a white shirt and black casual pants. Seeing her, the room was filled with exclamations and screams. Chapter 299. Oh my god. Wow, another goddess. Thank you to the production team. Host, is Qin Bao Bao a permanent guest? I like her so much. Can I shake her hand? Don't fight with me. I want to shake hands with my goddess. The male players were so excited that they made a big fuss. The atmosphere was very lively. Werewolf Kill had been produced for 2 seasons, and this was the first time they had invited an A-list celebrity as a guest. Furthermore, Qin Bao Bao had a very good reputation among the female celebrities. She did not have any scandals or negative news about her. She had been defamed once on Singer, but Qin Zhe had come forward to settle it. Not long ago, she had been defamed again because of the contract termination, but Qin Zhe had come forward to settle it. Both times were just rumors, so there was no stain on her. Compared to the excitement of the male players, the female players were very calm. They smiled and clapped, looking very ladylike. After Qin Bao Bao greeted everyone, she sat in the 4th seat. Next, let's welcome our next guest, the host said. Everyone was instantly interested. Logically speaking, as an A-list celebrity, Qin Bao Bao should be the last to appear. This was not an opera where the finale would be the second from the bottom. Qin Bao Bao was already the second from the bottom. Who would be the last to appear? The production team intended to arrange for Qin Zhe to appear last. Qin Bao Bao's participation in the show could not be left as a mystery. After the production team discussed with Qin Bao, they should advertise on the video platform. Qin Bao Bao joins Werewolf Kill. Please look forward to it. She was going to advertise. In comparison, Qin Zhe's identity could be left as a mystery guest. Just like his concert a few days ago, the mystery guest had been a hot topic among the netizens. Therefore, there was another slogan for this season. Who is the mystery guest of Werewolf Kill? Qin Zhe entered. The female players who were very calm just now screamed. Their voices were extraordinarily high. Qin Zhe. Oh, my husband is here. Ha 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 ha. It was obvious that Qin Zhe was very popular in the eyes of the women. They were even more popular than the average fresh meat. Little Fresh Meat's persona was basically a hype, a flashy but empty shell. Therefore, many people on the internet mocked Little Fresh Meat. Because they were not convinced, they relied on bragging to create a persona, coupled with good looks, and quickly rose to prominence. If I don't scold you, who else can I scold? Look at those veteran actors, those popular Best Actor kings, who's complaining? However, there were very few people who criticized Qin Zhe. If he was not a celebrity, he should be classified as an internet celebrity. The reason why he was so popular was because of his ability to compose songs and his ability to speculate in the stock market. For people who relied on their own abilities to become famous, even if they were criticized, it would only be by a small number of haters. Qian Shishir was even more excited. She jumped up and down and said, "Oh, Qin Zhe is my boss." Teacher Shishir jumped ship? He joined Miss Qin's Tianfang Productions? A female streamer asked in astonishment. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'm not taking the blame for this. He sat down in the only empty seat. He was number 5. No, I bought Mr. Qin's company's products. Can I say this? Qian Shishir looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe nodded. Qian Shishir said, Mr. Qin is not only the boss of Tianfang Productions, but he also has a private equity company under his name. Many celebrities in the circle have bought his products, including me. How much did he earn? Everyone asked eagerly. Qian Shishir pretended to be mysterious. She smiled and shook her head. I can't say this, but people in the circle call him a money tree. They regret not buying his company's products in time. Mr. Qin, can you call me next time if there's such a good thing? When is the next product? Count me in. Me. Bring me. There was a small commotion. Then, whether it was female or male players, perhaps they were jeering or perhaps they were sincere, they all started shouting. The host pretended to be unhappy and shouted, Camera number 1 is gone, so is camera number 2. This show can't be recorded. Let's get off work and eat. After everyone roared with laughter, they finally got the topic back on track. Next, the host introduced the players present to the 3 guests. 2 online game streamers, 2 small celebrities who specialized in various variety shows, a host and a professional player. This professional player was number 1. He was thin and wore glasses. His name was Ma Ping. When Qin Zhe watched this show before, this Ma Ping was always the one who set the pace. He was very good. Okay, now please pick up your phone and look at your identity, the host cum judge Yang Lu said. The players picked up their phones and saw the identity sent to their mailbox. After everyone saw the identity prompt, some laughed strangely, some pretended to be surprised, and some looked frightened. They all acted. Qin Zhe glanced at it. His identity was a witch. The show officially began. The lights in the room dimmed. The host, Yang Lu, said, Close your eyes when it's dark. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Who is the werewolf going to kill? Werewolf, please close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. The one who died last night was. You have a bottle of antidote, do you want to use it? You have a bottle of poison, do you want to use it? Next, prophet, please open your eyes. The one you want to check is. His identity is. Prophet, please close your eyes. Hunter, please open your eyes. Hunter, please close your eyes. Okay, it's dawn. The one who died last night was number 6. There was no sheriff in this game and there were no warnings. The lights came on. The dead number 6 was a female streamer. She said in a coquettish voice, I'm the first to die. The host cum judge Yang Lu waved her hand. Number 6 has no last words. Take her away. 2 staff members took number 6 away. The judge said, then let's start with number 7. Number 7 was also a girl. She had wine-red curly hair, a sharp chin, and a standard online celebrity face. She winked at Qin Zhe. I'm the prophet. Kill number 5, Miss Qin. That's it. Pass. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. At this time, Qin Zhe's acting skills were activated. He looked confused and innocent. He couldn't speak at this time. Otherwise he could act more realistically. He threw a flirtatious glance at number 7. Qin Bao secretly glared at her brother. The next to speak was number 8. Number 8 was a small celebrity who specialized in various variety shows. Number 8 said, "Number 7, are you backing off or not? Actually, I'm the real prophet. Yesterday I killed expert player 1. He's Iron Wolf. Everyone believe me and vote him out." Number 9 was a small-time host. He was good-looking and had a magnetic voice. He was a handsome guy. He muttered, "I don't really believe in the 2 prophets, but since they've both jumped, I choose to believe number 8 more. Because according to number 7's style, she doesn't seem like the first to jump out to reveal her identity." Pass. Expert player 1 spoke. He pushed up his glasses and the lens shone brightly. "Number 1 is the prophet. I'm testing number 2. Number 2 is my golden water. Let me first talk about my point of view. Number 7 killed number 5 and number 8 killed me. Then I can judge that number 8 is Iron Wolf. As for number 7's identity, I'm not sure. Maybe she came out to take a blow for me, or maybe both number 7 and number 8 are werewolves. They're jumping around and acting. Then number 9, because number 9 follows number 8. Number 9 killed me, so he must be Iron Wolf because I'm the real prophet. Then number 9 will definitely be happy to see me eliminated. In comparison, I'm more willing to believe that number 7 is a commoner who took a blow for me." But number 2 was Chen Shishir. "First, I'd like to thank number 1 for giving me the golden water. But I think number 7 is more like a werewolf. This is based on my belief that number 1 is the prophet. Number 1 is the prophet, but number 7 obviously isn't." And she jumped out and said, "Number 5, Mr. Qin, is Iron Wolf. If she's a commoner, then she's a mob. Number 3, I can't tell for now. Let's vote first and see what my goddess has to say." Qin Bao said, "Let me talk about the situation first. There are 3 prophets. Number 7 and number 8 jumped, and then number 1 jumped. Assuming number 1 is right, then number 7 and number 8 must have a wolf. To be safe, I suggest that number 7 be voted out first. It's best if it's a wolf, but if it's a commoner, then it's perfect to take a blow. In the next round, if number 1 dies, then the witch can still be saved." It was Qin Zhe's turn to speak. He thought for a moment, then said directly, "Pass." The host said in surprise, "Miss Qin, aren't you going to say anything?" Chapter 300. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't save number 6 at first because he wanted to take a gamble. The worst-case scenario was that number 6 was a prophet and would be eliminated early. However, the probability of 1 in 9 was too small. Secondly, number 6 was a hunter. Because he was a witch, he ruled out the possibility of number 6 being a hunter. Hunters were the least cost-effective of the 3 priesthoods. They could take one away before they died. However, hunters didn't give out gold like prophets, nor did they give out silver like witches. Therefore, it was risky for him to take someone away. He could take away werewolves, civilians, and priesthoods. If it was a professional werewolf game, the situation would be more complicated and interesting. For example, the sheriff's identity would be eliminated directly. I agree with number 4 and number 2. I'll vote number 7 out first because I know I'm a good person, Qin Zhe said. The host said, "Then let the voting begin." Voting results. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, and number 9 all voted for number 7. Number 7 was eliminated and taken away by the staff. Last words, "I'm really a good person." Can number 8 please be eliminated next? Next round, close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. Last night was Christmas Eve. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Zhe frowned. He was killed last night and used the antidote to revive himself. Why didn't the werewolves kill number 1 and number 8? Logically speaking, one of them must be a wolf. Then the wolf knew his fake identity. Shouldn't he kill the real prophet? Regardless of why the werewolves didn't kill the prophet, his identity as a witch must have been exposed. He would definitely die next time. What he needed to consider was who to drag down with him next time. Last night was Christmas Eve. The host turned the compass and said, "Number 1, speak." Number 1 muttered, "I'm glad I didn't die. I want to thank the witch for saving me with the antidote. Let's talk about my test. Last night I tested number 5. He's a good person. Now I can confirm that number 5 and number 2 are good people. If number 7 doesn't want to withdraw, we'll vote him out." Pass. Number 8 quickly waved his hand. "I'll withdraw." The host took control of the situation. Number 8, don't speak. Number 2 speak. Qian Shishir bit her lips and her eyes unconsciously looked up. Her eyes were big and her face was round. She belonged to the kind of cute lowly type beauty. Anyway, I've already confirmed the identity of Prophet number 1. I'll follow him. Mr. Qi number 5 is a good person. If the witch jumps out again, then we'll be able to push out the werewolf. I think it's best to vote first. Number 3 shrugged. I didn't believe number 1 at first, but number 8 couldn't hold it in. Just now he violated the rules and said that the water was retreating. If you're not a prophet, why did you go against number 1 in the first place? I have my reservations about you for now. Let's hear what the others have to say first. Let's pass. Everyone looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao picked up her glass and took a sip. No matter what she did, she was always the most dazzling one. Number 8, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Qin Bao Bao clapped his hands and said something that stunned everyone. Actually, I am the real prophet. Everyone was in an uproar. Don't talk. Be quiet. The host said. Qin Bao Bao said, in the first round I tested number 8. He's a good person. In the second round I tested number 3. He's an iron wolf. Think about it. According to normal logic, if I'm a fake prophet, then there's no reason for me to fake the prophet after number 1 jumped out and caused so much trouble, right? Just like number 8 and number 1 fake prophets. The sooner they jump, the better. The commoner can block the blade and the werewolf can beat the rhythm. I'm glad that I survived 2 rounds and tested the identities of number 8 and number 3. Which one is the witch? If the witch is still alive, then the game should be over. Number 1 and number 3 are poisoned. If number 7 is a werewolf, then he's already out. The good person wins directly. If not, then there are only 2 people left. It's easy to vote them out. What the hell was going on? Qinze was a little confused. Although he was a witch, he felt that in this game he was no different from a commoner without any information. He didn't save the person who died in the first round and he was the one who died in the second round. Therefore he couldn't give the silver water to others. And his identity was already exposed. Now there were 2 prophets on the field. If nothing unexpected happened, the next to die would definitely be the prophet. As for who was the wolf between Qin Bao Bao and number 1, he wasn't sure. His sister was a scheming person. She was very good at this kind of puzzle game. When he played the killing game, he had been tricked by her many times. This program would be broadcast the day after tomorrow. If he played too badly, he would be laughed at by his fans. I'm a witch, but I can't give the gold water or silver water because I was the one who died in the last round. I saved myself. But I think that number 7 must be a werewolf because she tried to kill me in the beginning. But I'm actually a witch and number 7 was defeated by number 8. So number 8 shouldn't be a werewolf. Qin Zhe said deliberately. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him. Number 8 said, I should be sure that number 3 and number 1 are the wolves. I believe number 4. She said that number 3 is the wolf, so if we vote him out, number 4 will definitely die in the next round. Then number 1 can vote out. The good guy wins. If it still doesn't work, then vote number 2. It's that simple. He was establishing the situation of number 7 being a werewolf. If number 7 wasn't a werewolf, then vote number 2. Number 2, Qian Shishir, had always been on number 1's side. Actually, I think that it doesn't matter if the witch jumps or not. Now there are 2 sides, 2 prophets. It's obvious that they're on opposite sides. There's no ambiguity between them. There's definitely a wolf between them. But number 1 found that number 5 is the good guy, so I believe number 1 more, number 9 said. The voting began. Number 4, 8, and 5 voted for number 3. Number 1, 3, and 9 voted for number 8. Number 2 forfeited. It was a tie. Everyone looked at Qian Shishir. Qian Shishir was speechless. I'm confused. This round was very interesting. The host kept trying to hold back his laughter. He was a judge, so he could see very clearly. It had to be said that the werewolf camp was very powerful, but the good guy camp was also very smart. The only ones who were confused seemed to be Qinze and Qian Shishir. You can't talk. The host laughed for a long time. Then he held it in and said, close your eyes when it's dark. It was dawn. The host said, the one who died last night was number 1. He didn't have any last words. Take him away. Number 1 left. His expression was that of victory. Before he left, he even glanced at Qinze. Number 2, Qian Shishir, said, the prophet is dead. Bones number 4 and 8 are indeed wolves. Number 3 said, the situation is very clear now. Number 4 and 8 are wolves. Let's vote number 4 out first. We can't let her continue to use her identity as the prophet. The next to die will definitely be witch number 5. As long as the witch poisons number 8 to death, the good guys will win. There's no need to play anymore. Because there's only one hunter left in the game and I'm that hunter. Does anyone want to jump with me? No one made a sound. If there is, feel free to stand out. On the other hand, if I'm killed by the werewolf, I'll do the witch's mission. I'll end this game. That's all pass. Number 4 was Qin Bao Bao. She frowned and said, I just checked number 1. He's a wolf. The werewolf killed himself. Number 3 said, you're making a false accusation. Other than number 8, Qian Shishir and number 9 didn't believe it. The host said, number 3 don't speak. Number 5 will speak now. The host smiled but didn't say anything. If this continued, the outcome could be predicted. For this round, I don't think we should vote number 4. Number 8 will go first. Qin Zhe looked around and his gaze fell on the 2 civilians, number 2 and number 9. He said, if number 4 and number 8 are really werewolves, then it doesn't matter who votes first. But if number 4 is really a prophet, then after voting for her, I'll be the only witch left in the game. That's because the hunters haven't jumped from the beginning to the end. Only number 3 jumped just now. Number 2 is a civilian, and number 9's identity is unknown. If number 9 is a hunter, then we'll vote for number 3. If number 9 isn't a hunter, then there's another possibility. The hunters have already been eliminated, and they'll be the first to be killed. Once the prophet is voted out, I'll be the next to die. With 3 clergies dead, the werewolf wins. If the vote is number 7, then we still have a chance to win. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. So in this round of voting, number 8 voted out. Close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. This round, number 5 and number 3 will die. The host shook his head and laughed. The game is over. The good team wins. Everyone? A few seconds later, everyone understood. Qian Shishir was still confused. Number 3 also looked at Qin Zhe in shock. Qin Zhe replied with a smile. Then the players who were eliminated were invited back. The good team applauded and cheered. The werewolf team shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The host said, Miss Qin, you're the game's terminator. You'll conclude the speech. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe and said, actually, I've been lurking because I couldn't give out the gold and silver water. Then number 4 and number 1 jumped. At that time I said, I still believe that number 8 isn't a werewolf. According to the logic of number 8 and number 4 being tied together, number 4 shouldn't have a problem. Actually, I'm talking about both sides of the prophet. If number 4 is a werewolf, then she'll definitely kill me. Then I'll poison number 3 or number 1. In the end, number 1 died because he was afraid that I'd poison number 3. Then, as a werewolf, he wouldn't be able to do anything alone. So, he used his own method to gain trust. Because everyone knows that there's only one wolf left, it's either number 8 or number 4, or number 1 or number 3. Only the 4 of them are tied together. Then when he dies he can frame number 4 and number 8. Very smart. There's one more thing that made me suspicious of number 1. I died in the second round, but I'm a witch. I saved myself. At that time, number 1 immediately jumped out and said that he tested me and was a good person. Number 4 insisted that number 3 was a werewolf. If number 3 wasn't a werewolf, she would have shot herself in the foot. Only a fake prophet would be conservative. So, when he knew that I was a witch, he gave me the gold water and wanted to pull me into his team. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 301. 5 minutes later, the second game began. This time, Qin Zhe got the werewolf card. He didn't get off to a good start. After killing a civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Then, after killing another civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Qin Zhe was the only one left. The good news was that the prophet was eliminated in the third round. After that, Qin Zhe mediated. He became a civilian and fanned the flames. He eliminated his own maggot and number 1 and finally won. Qian Shishir was confused by him. When she found out that Qin Zhe was a werewolf, she was so angry that she almost cried. By the time they finished recording, it was already lunchtime. They declined the host's invitation and went back home. Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm and sighed, "You black-hearted little pervert, you're so scheming. In the future you'll cheat on your wife behind her back. Is your wife still in the dark?" Qin Zhe chuckled. "No, Sister Ziwei is so smart. I definitely can't hide it from her." Qin Bao Bao raised her hand and hit his head. She said angrily, "Wrong answer. I'll give you another chance." Qin Zhe changed his words. "Sister Ziwei is so nice. I definitely won't do such a thing." Bang, bang. 2 hand chops landed on his forehead. The elder sister angrily said, "Wrong answer. This is your last chance." Qin rolled his eyes. What wife? I'm not getting a wife. Qin Bao smiled. You still have to get a wife. But there's no rush. Wait until you're 30. A man starts his career at 30. Start a family first. Otherwise, a wife will be a restraint. It will make A's lose the courage to fight bravely. Am I right? Qin was confused. That's not right. According to your logic, I can get a wife now. I'm already the boss of 2 companies. Qin Bao was at a loss for words. She stomped her feet and said angrily, What boss of 2 companies? Where did 2 companies come from? Baozi is yours and Tianfang is mine. You're still far from that. If you don't open 10 companies, you're not allowed to get married. Do you understand? I know. I'll stay by your side for the rest of my life, okay? Bah, sister also wants to get married, I don't need you to guard me. Qin Bao spat at him, but her smiling eyes betrayed her. After getting into the car, Qin Bao originally planned to go home and buy some groceries on the way to cook at home. Midway, Qin Bao received a call from Li Yanhong. She said that Tianfang had found 2 newcomers with potential and wanted them to go over and take a look. 2 days later, Werewolf Murder was broadcast. Bullet screen, I heard that there will be Qin Bao this season. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Bao must be very bad at this kind of puzzle game, right? Girls usually can't play well. Wait for the joke, ha. What the F***CK, the mystery guest is Qin. The 2 of them are together? Interesting. Hiss. I really don't know what to say about Qin Bao jumping out at this time. It feels like it's only right, but it also feels a little inappropriate. She has to jump out, otherwise number 1 will become a real prophet. The other commoners won't believe her. Speaking of which, Qin is so stupid. He looks so confused. Oh my god, Qin ended it directly. He's been pretending to be weak all this time? This analysis, this logic. I didn't expect him to poison the last wolf to death. Aha, number 3 looks so depressed. He deserved to die. That day, Saturday. There was still a week before New Year's Day. Qin and Qin Bao rushed home together. They didn't bring Wang Zijin with them on purpose. They also went home on purpose because Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was screening today. This was F***King awkward. If it weren't for the concert, Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach would just be screened. They wouldn't care if their parents went to watch it. They could just say that it was a stunt double. But what would their parents think after watching the concert and seeing the kissing and bed scenes of their daughter and son in the movie? There was always a first and a second, and there was always a demon. There were 3 things that were set in stone. How could these things be set in stone? They wouldn't admit it even if they were beaten to death. They'd be finished. Let's keep them calm this weekend. Dad usually has classes and doesn't have time. Mom doesn't watch movies alone, and she doesn't have the habit of going out to watch movies at night. So the weekend is the key, Qin analyzed. You don't have to say that. It's all your fault for insisting on being the main character. Now, Dad and Mom will think the wrong way when they see it. Qin Bao was a little nervous. Because she had a guilty conscience, of course she was nervous. If this kind of thing wasn't handled well, the family boat would capsize. I'm mainly doing it for your own good. Dad saw how unruly you were to sister and broke your leg in a fit of anger. Well, sister did it to save you, Qin Bao said. Thank you, Qin said. Before I break your leg, I will definitely drag you down with me. We can still stay in the same ward. You. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, You black-hearted maggot. No, she must put the blame on the little red guy. No, the little red guy was going to be beaten. Thinking about it, she felt quite distressed. Qin Bao decided to act according to the plan and make her parents unable to watch the movie. In this way, Wang Zijin couldn't be brought along. Otherwise, she would definitely be very enthusiastic about going to the movie, because she also wanted to watch the TV series starring Qin. Maybe she would even hold Qin Ma's arm to watch the movie. It was better to leave the time bomb at home. There are so many people in front, and the property management also joined in the fun. It seems that they are quarreling? Qin pressed the horn, and the crowd made a path for them. He saw cameras and some special support tools in the crowd which were used in shooting movies or TV series. Qin had shot TV series before, so he recognized them at a glance. Are they shooting something in our community? Qin Bao also looked out. The car passed through the crowd and entered the underground parking lot. The 2 withdrew their gazes and stopped paying attention. After parking the car, the brother and sister entered the car and took the elevator upstairs. At the door, Qin Bao habitually held her brother's arm. Anyway, as long as they went out, her sister would hold his arm. People who didn't know their identity generally regarded them as a couple. The sister looked at the brother and the brother looked at the sister. The brother and sister's eyes met in midair, and they both understood the firmness and determination in each other's eyes. You must trick mom and dad, brother. You must not let mom and dad go to the movie, sister. The brother and sister nodded. Everything was understood without words. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Bao Bao called out sweetly, "Dad, Mom, we are back." The sound of the kitchen hood and the sound of Qin Ma cooking came from the kitchen. In the living room, the sound of the old man watching the finance channel came from the living room. At the entrance, a small thing as long as an arm and half an arm tall, was there, dancing? No, it was not dancing. Where was it shrugging? It was, in the air. It was a teddy poodle. Hearing the movement at the door, the teddy turned its head and looked over. Its two button-like eyes met Qin Bao Bao's for a moment, and then it suddenly barked happily. It scurried over, hugged Qin Bao Bao's calf and shrugged. Ah! Qin Bao Bao screamed. Chapter 302. Qin Bao Bao screamed and kicked Tiny Tot away. She hid behind her brother with a disgusted expression. Teddy was not discouraged after being kicked away. It wagged its tail briskly and scurried over again. Qin Zhe kicked it away again and shouted, "Mom, why is there a teddy in our house? Why would there be a pet dog in the house?" There was a rule in the Qin family that no dogs were allowed, just like the rule of no dogs in the comments section. It all started when Qin Zhe was a child. At that time he was only 6 years old. He was a cute little Shota. He would follow his sister all day long and run around the neighborhood. He was really high. Once he bumped into a bitch that had just given birth. The bitch was very aggressive and turned around to bite him. Qin Bao Bao, who was 9 years old at that time, screamed and pounced on the bitch, but she was bitten as well. After so many years, the scars had faded with time, but the trauma in his heart was still there. Since then, Qin Zhe was afraid of dogs. Even now, he would subconsciously avoid large pet dogs. Just ignore it. Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. How can I? This dog keeps staring at my sister. Qin Zhe kicked it away again. We'll send it back in a few days. Bear with it. Qin Ma said. I can't help it. I want to kill it now. Qin Zhe kicked the teddy away again. He kicked it as he walked. When they came to the living room, the old man was sitting on the sofa, watching TV as if he did not notice his children. He was focused on his financial news. Qin Bao Bao jumped onto the sofa in her high heels to avoid the teddy's relentless entanglement. Teddy wandered around the sofa for a long time. His forelimbs lay on the sofa as if he wanted to climb up. However, apart from the strength of his waist, his athletic ability was obviously not good. After failing, he shook his tail in disappointment and suddenly looked at Qin Zhe. It smelled the scent of love again. It rushed over and hugged Qin Zhe's calf. The teddy screamed and its small body flew out. Who gave you the courage to f***ck me? Qin Zhe kicked Teddy away. He quickly took off his shoes and climbed onto the sofa. Qin Zhe suddenly understood why his father was sitting cross-legged on the sofa instead of sitting upright like before. He must be scared of being pestered by the bothersome little demon. Dad, I miss you so much. Qin Bao Bao hugged her father's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. The old man glanced at his daughter. What's the matter? Qin Bao Bao pouted and said, It's nothing. I just miss Dad. Grandpa Xing knocked her with a chestnut. Humph, you only come home once every half a month. What are you thinking about? You might as well spend the rest of your life with Ace. Don't come back. The old man did not give a good face. He was angry in his heart. This pair of children did not miss home at all. They only came back once every 10 days or half a month. They did not understand their lonely parents at all. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe, Grandpa Xing did not know that his words touched the hearts of the siblings. No, I miss you so much. I'm busy with work and can't find time. I have an advertisement to shoot today, but I haven't seen you for so long. No matter how important work is, it's not as important as Dad. Dad is important, more important than Mom. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. Silly girl, Mom doesn't love you, right? Qin Ma came out with a plate of food and placed it on the dining table. She laughed and scolded, Silly girl. The teddy ran over and hugged Qin Ma's leg. Qin Ma did not care. It was probably used to it. After a few steps it slid down. She walked to the kitchen door, kicked it aside and closed the door. How's your company? Grandpa Xing asked. Qin Zhe moved half a meter away from his father and sat upright. It's pretty good. But it's not as profitable as before. It's too complicated to operate with more funds. The stock market has also become rational. As a son, he certainly can't act like a daughter, holding his father's arm and acting coquettishly. He can't even imagine the picture. The bull market is phased. You should also consider expanding the company's business. You can't always do stocks. The focus needs to change. Grandpa Xing pondered for a moment. I'll send you some information when I get back. It's all related to financial companies. Oh Dad, I'll give you an email. You can send it here directly. Qin Zhe gave Su Yu's email to Grandpa Sheng. It's better to give these things to Su Yu than to give them to him. The secretary will do the extra work. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma asked everyone to come over and eat. Then she picked up the teddy's neck and threw it into the toilet. Mom, where did you get the dog? If you keep the dog at home, my sister and I won't come back. Qin Zhe complained while eating. Qin Bao Bao bit her chopsticks, and the food in her mouth bulged her white and tender face. She thought that it was a good idea. This dog belongs to old Jing next door. Qin Ma said. His wife had pancreatitis and was hospitalized. His daughter and son-in-law went to work and had no time to take care of the dog. Didn't you send it to me? The older generation of Shanghai people basically stayed at home and were housewives. This generation of Shanghai people, whether men or women, had to work miserably. The social pressure was increasing day by day. They are also very annoyed with this dog. After raising it for more than a year, they have feelings for it and can't bear to throw it away. Qin Ma said, this little thing is really clingy. Old Jing lived in the house at the end of the corridor. Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng were very kind. Qin Zhe often went to their house when he was a child and liked to take his sister with him. Because every time his sister went, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng would take out a few pieces of candy and give them to the sister and brother. Follow your sister and you will have meat to eat. This was a principle that Qin Zhe realized when he was a child. Uncle Zheng had a daughter who was 1 year older than Qin Bao. She hated Qin Bao because compared to the little princess, she was like a servant girl, a green leaf that accompanied the flowers. 2 years ago, Uncle Zheng's daughter got married. The old couple was bored and went to the Amazing Fate pet shop next door to buy a pet. At first glance they liked the active and lively teddy, and its size was just right. It was too big to drag. The manager of the Amazing Fate pet shop was a black-hearted guy. Of course he couldn't say that teddy wasn't good. He enthusiastically recommended it to them and even gave them a discount. In the end they only found out what kind of thing teddy was after they bought it. It was lively, but its style was crooked. It would F***ck anything it caught. If there was nothing it could F***ck, it could F***ck the sky, the earth, and the air. The old couple was sick of it. They went to the manager of the pet shop, but the guy still wouldn't return it. He said that 7 days had passed. Uncle Zheng also used to be a young man who sold pancakes with his butt. He felt the same way and couldn't bear to see the pet so hungry. There were many painful things in life, but the most painful thing for a man was that the iron rod was useless. After discussing with his wife, he went to the pet shop again and bought a little bitch. Then the two teddies had sex from morning to night. Their overlapping figures could be seen all the time in the house, interacting lovingly. After eating too much of this authentic dog food, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. Before the 7 days passed they returned the little bitch. After dinner, Qin Zhe went to the bathroom and found Teddy mopping. As it mopped, it turned its head to look at him, its small eyes full of innocence. Sigh, it's also pitiful. Qin Zhe shook his head. Speaking of which, he and Teddy were in the same boat. What use do I have for this iron rod? Qin Zhe sang and took out his iron rod to pee. With a shiver he suddenly felt that the world was dull. At the same time, Teddy also quietly shivered and suddenly felt that the world was dull. After the world was dull, Teddy sniffed the mop and left the bathroom with its head down. After dinner, Qin Ma washed the dishes in the kitchen, and the old man went to read his financial news. Since his position as the head of the family was threatened, the old man's motivation to study had never been stronger, just like when he was hanging a beam over his head to take the college entrance exam. It was a good thing to want one's son to be successful. Wasn't that what all parents wanted? But the Qin family was a little different. The salted fish raised by the Qin family suddenly turned into a dragon overnight. Qin Ma and the old man still felt that it was incredible when they thought about it. They didn't understand the words of the internet, otherwise they would have asked suspiciously, "Do you have a PY transaction? Dad, there seems to be a quarrel downstairs. I heard from your mom that a film crew came to our neighborhood to film and had a conflict with one of the owners. Then let the property management kick them out." Sigh, the film crew pays the property management. How can they kick them out? They're trying to mediate now. Oh, what's there to film in our shabby neighborhood? What's wrong with our neighborhood? If it was 10 years ago it would have been pretty good. They like to film family ethics dramas like our neighborhood. In the living room, Qin Bao chatted with the old man. Qin Zhe walked down the long corridor, past his and his sister's room, past his parents' bedroom and past the bathroom. Suddenly he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and kicked Teddy away. He tiptoed, pushed open the old man's study, slipped in through the crack of the door and closed the door quietly. Chapter 303. Qin Zhe's habit of keeping a diary was cultivated by the old man. When he was in school when he was a child, the teacher yelled, keep a diary every day. If you don't keep a diary for a day, you will forget it." Then he treated writing a diary as homework and asked every primary school student to write a diary at home. As for the benefits of writing a diary and why he wrote a diary, Qin Zhe did not know and did not understand. Later the old man said, "Confucius said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. This is the purpose of a diary." At that time Qin Zhe was still young. He blinked his innocent eyes and said, "I don't understand." The old man put away his literary illness and said earnestly, "Write down what happens every day in a diary. It's not just simply recording things. You have to write down your own feelings, conclusions and self-reflection. You have to attach your emotions to the tip of the pen." Qin Zhe said weakly, "Papa, I still don't understand." The old man sighed and said, "If you are half as smart as Bao Bao, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Qin Zhe had never seen the old man's diary, but since he taught him as his son, the old man should also have the habit of keeping a diary. "That's right, I am here to peek at the old man's diary. I want to understand what happened back then, but this kind of thing can't be asked and can't be revealed directly, so peeking at the old man's diary is the best choice." The old man was a cultured person. He had a kind of literary disease in his bones. He liked to keep all kinds of books. Things like diaries, he would definitely keep them. Of course, if Qin Zhe guessed correctly, the old man probably did not know. However, he could still pry into it through the clues he left behind. Qin Zhe rummaged through the study, including the bookshelf and the safe, but he could not find the diary. The old man's ability to hide things is first class. "Is there any secret compartment in the study that I don't know?" Qin Zhe lifted the hand-embroidered landscape painting by Qin Ma hanging on the wall. The wall was very solid and there were no hidden compartments. At this time it was a test of his strong memory. It was always like this on TV. When the villain's children discovered their father's secret, they would search for evidence in the study but find nothing. Just when they were anxious, they would have a magical flash of inspiration and remember something from their childhood. Then they would be enlightened and discover their father's secret. Nothing was found. The plot of the TV series was indeed unreliable, and the memory of a person was also unreliable. When he was a child, he was most afraid of 2 things: the fear of being controlled by his father's large magical weapon, and the shame of being locked up in the study to reflect on his mistakes. In his memory, other than this wall, he didn't have any impression of anything else. At this time, Qin Zhe picked up the blue book on the upper right corner of the desk and opened it. Friday, December 15, 2017. Weather clear. Qin Zhe's liver hurt. "I spent so much effort looking for you, but you were just lying quietly on the table? What happened to your dignity as a diary?" The old man's heart was really big. How could he just leave the diary on the desk like that? Looking at the date, this diary was written yesterday. It obviously had no reference value, but Qin Zhe couldn't help but flip through it. Sneaking a peek at his father's diary was really exciting. It wasn't any less exciting than his own sister. The fluctuation of the stock market has been a little high recently. There are a lot of leveraged funds leaving the market and a lot of them entering the market. This is a ticking time bomb. Today little Lon asked me how the stock market was doing and I said it was very good. Actually, I've lost tens of thousands in the past few days. But I can't say it. My son is earning money every day but I'm losing so much. It'll be embarrassing if I say it out loud. I'll ask him for shares another day. The "ask him for shares another day" part was very flirtatious. The old man's diary was unexpectedly interesting. It even revealed his flirtatious heart. Qin Zhe resisted the urge to continue flipping through the diary. It was more important to get down to business. If the old man came in from outside and bumped into them, even if his sister begged for mercy, he wouldn't be able to escape a beating. This diary was written this year and last year. He wondered if there were any more notebooks from more than 20 years ago. Fortunately, there were indeed some. The blue diary was placed on a bookcase. It was the kind of bookcase that was similar to the hardcover editions of the 4 great classical novels. There were a few diaries inside. They were of different thickness. Some had black covers, some had purple covers, some had white covers. Some were new, some were old. Qin Zhe pulled out a yellowed diary from the bottom. Although the old man had taken care of it carefully, the years had left obvious traces on it. The leather had faded and yellowed, and it could be torn to pieces with just a little force. He flipped open the diary to take a look. No, the date on the first page was 1999. At that time, not to mention Qin Baobao, Qinzhe was already 2 or 3 years old. He switched to another one and flipped it open. The date on the first page was 1992 February 3rd, holding an oil paper umbrella, alone, wandering in the long and lonely alley in the rain, I hoped to meet a girl like Lilac with sorrow and resentment. Today I met a girl, she didn't have any sorrow or resentment. Her voice was soft, her eyes were gentle, and she exuded a refreshing aura like lilac. I fell in love with her. The next time we meet, I'll give her this poem. I'll wait at the factory entrance. February 20th. The first time I asked her out to play, I rode a bicycle and took her to lie in the early spring sunlight. I was a little cold and my nose was running. The radio by the roadside was singing a song, "Thank you for this new era of free love, thank you for God." Qinzhe imagined that scene. The young old man was wearing 90s clothes, a pair of liberation shoes and riding a black bicycle. On the back seat was Qin Ma with 2 ponytails and a floral cotton padded jacket. They shuttled through the cheerful atmosphere of reform and opening up, singing in his ears, "The east is red, the sun rises." At that time, the old man must have felt that he was a handsome rich second generation who drove a BMW to pick up girls, right? April 18th. I bumped into her younger brother at the entrance of the factory. He was a little pervert who dared to yell at me. I slapped him. Xiaolan had a big fight with me and brought her younger brother into the factory. I was very sad. April 30th. Her family knows that I'm in a relationship with her. I heard that my future father-in-law doesn't like me. I know that he looks down on me. He's a leader in the factory and my father is just a poor teacher. Of course, it was her brother who told me this. I was very angry, so I slapped him again. That little pervert is so handsome, so hateful. Qinzhe, no wonder the relationship between uncle and dad was not good. May 28th. Today is a day worth remembering. Little Lan and I have done the deed of husband and wife. Feels very good. This lilac-like girl is the girl I'll like for the rest of my life. I suddenly thought of 2 poems that should be memorized. The silver vase suddenly broke, the water splashed, the iron cavalry rushed out, the sound of swords and spears. The flower path has not been swept by the guest, the door is open for you. Reading up to this point, Qinzhe suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. If he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, I have to praise the old man for being a cultured person. I can't even understand these poems. After studying classical Chinese for so many years, he only remembered one sentence. The love of chrysanthemum is rarely heard after the pottery. After memorizing so many poems for so many years, he did not remember much. There was only one paragraph. The spring tide brings rain at night, the boat is unmanned in the wild. He continued reading, June 1st. Today I brought a gift to see my father-in-law, but he kicked me out. I felt embarrassed and had a big fight. I said angrily, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young for being poor. He left in a huff. June 16th. I haven't seen her for a long time and I miss her very much. She must miss me too. I asked a friend to send a letter to her and we met at night. We whispered sweet nothings to each other. After that, little Lan told me that she was pregnant. September 20th. Little Lan's pregnancy gradually became obvious. After discussing it with my father, he brought me to the Su family to propose marriage. My father and the Su family quarreled and almost fought, but the marriage was settled smoothly. She was very happy and so was my father. That night we got drunk. My father said that he hoped that little Lan would give the Qin family a fat grandson. So that's how my sister came about? What about me? How did I come about? Qinzhe was dumbfounded. May 1993. My daughter was born, but I went to the capital to study and did not see her birth. I felt guilty toward little Lan and her mother. My father called me to tell me that they were safe and sound. But my father sighed and I knew the reason. He wanted a grandson. Reading up to this point, Qinzhe's heart thumped a few times. He skipped this book and searched for it in other books. He and his sister were more than 2 years apart, almost 3 years apart. Then, if there was a record in the diary, it should be at least 2 years later. He found it. November 1994. Little Lan is pregnant. I told my father the news and my father was very comforted. He held my hand and said, "You are the eldest in the family and my only son. I can't figure it out all these years. The Qin family needs a leader so that my father can live a stable life in the future. When this child is born, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, my father is satisfied. I patted his hand and said, "Don't worry." June. I discussed it with little Lan and planned to let her go to the countryside to nurture the baby and give birth. Her belly was already showing and she couldn't stay in Shanghai anymore. Little Lan asked me if I wanted a child too. I looked at her and didn't say anything, but I knew in my heart that I did. Qinzhe was very melancholic and wanted to smoke. I'm still an embryo and the country can't tolerate me anymore. September. There's still more than a month before she gives birth. I'm very nervous. Because of work, I can only stay in Zhejiang province for 2 days a week to accompany her. Fortunately, Su Guang is with her the rest of the time. October. The child is born. It's a boy. Su Guang called to tell me. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. At that time, my father was seriously ill in bed and stayed in the hospital to take care of him. When my children were born, I couldn't be by little Lan's side. I feel guilty. This time, Qinzhe didn't understand. He didn't need to ask Yuan Fong to know that something was wrong. But looking at the old master's diary, he couldn't tell who the child his mother was talking about was. As expected, his father was the dumbest. He didn't know anything. November. Bring Ace back to Shanghai and naturalize him. Fine him 30,000 yuan. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. In the future, I will whip him and teach him to be a talent. Only then will I not let down the pain now. Qinzhe, is this the reason why you beat me up for so many years? I'm so tired. I'm really not your biological son. Suddenly the door lock clicked. Someone twisted the handle outside and opened the door. Chapter 304. Qinzhe. Sigma? Qinzhe's little heart stopped beating. He felt as if a cold snake had crawled over his back. His breathing stopped subconsciously and his bladder hurt. To sum it up, he was so scared that he peed his pants. If he was caught by his father in this situation, he would definitely die a horrible death. It would be worse than rubbing his sister on the bed. There were so many private things in the diary, including his father's flirtatious thoughts when he was young, and there were also a few particularly appropriate lines of poetry. If his son peeked at such a private thing, he would definitely break his legs. Sigh, why do I keep thinking about breaking my legs? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Qinzhe's mind. He planned a way for himself to survive. Use the system to erase his father's memory? The low-level system obviously didn't have such a function. Do it like a primary school student who wore glasses and gave Uncle Maori a shot of anesthesia? Even the low-level system didn't have such a tool. What should I use to save myself? Could it be that he had to learn from Emperor Taizong of Tang and do it? Shimin kneels down and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time? The door to the study opened. There was a small gap in the door and a head poked in. It was a charming and beautiful face that could topple countries. Her eyes were as bright as stars. She turned around and whispered, "Little pervert, why are you sneaking around in Dad's study?" Qinzhe. He felt as if his body had been emptied. Suddenly he thought of a saying, "Fortune is a tender person. Fate is truly a tormenting little fairy. Come here, I'll definitely beat you to death." Qinzhe waved at his troublesome sister. Qin Bao Bao entered the study, closed the door and skipped over. "Oh, you peeked at Dad's diary. I'm going to tell on you." There seemed to be a flash of light in his sister's eyes. "Nonsense, I was just casually flipping through it. I didn't even know that this was Dad's diary." Qinzhe flatly denied. He gave his sister's waist a finger tap. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Qin Bao Bao let out a low cry. She covered her waist and said angrily, "It's good that you were scared to death. Then why did you enter Dad's study?" Qinzhe was speechless. "Can't I come in to look at the scenery?" The elder sister smiled slyly. "Sure, I'm also here to enjoy the scenery." She sat on the desk and opened the diary. Qinzhe was shocked. It's wrong to peek at a diary. He reached out to grab it. The elder sister knew that she couldn't snatch it from Qinzhe, so she clamped her legs around Qinzhe's waist and laid down on the table. Then, she raised her hands high above her head and tilted her head 90 degrees to read the diary. "It's not good for you to do this. You're invading Dad's privacy. Be good, give it to me." Qinzhe rushed over to grab it. His whole body was almost on top of his sister. "You're the only one allowed to violate her, but I'm not allowed to violate her? I don't care, I want to read it." Qin Bao Bao wriggled her body and parried him. She lay on the table. When she wriggled her body, a certain part of her body shook violently. Qinzhe didn't dare to really lay on top of his sister. He tried a few times but failed. He felt a little uncomfortable with his waist being clamped between her legs. The elder sister's body was too domineering. He accidentally straightened up. Okay. I won't snatch it. Let go of your legs, let go. Qin Zhe's voice was a little strange. I won't let go. If I let go, you'll snatch my diary? Ah, you're an overborn bum. When you were born, Dad wasn't around. Only Uncle was with Mom? Qin Baobao giggled. Perhaps it was because of the thick winter clothes, or because her attention was on the diary. She didn't notice Qin Zhe's abnormality at first. She continued to wriggle her body happily and read the diary. Ah, 30,000 yuan fine. So Dad didn't like you since you were young? Ah, it's a miracle that you're still alive. It's because of Grandpa's connections that you're registered. Otherwise you'd be an illegal resident. The family planning policy back then was extremely strict. For those who had experienced it, it was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. Once they recalled it, they would be taken care of by the great god Hixia. At this point, the elder sister's voice stopped abruptly. She also noticed that something was wrong. That secret was a tacit understanding between the siblings. If Qin Zhe could think of it, the intelligent elder sister would definitely think of it as well. Her smile gradually faded. Her charming face was expressionless, like a lifeless paper flower. Her eyelashes trembled. Is there a diary from when I was born? Qin Zhe sighed. Yes. When you were born, Dad wasn't around either. After you were born, Grandpa called Dad to tell him that you were safe. Grandpa was very sorry that you were a girl, not a boy. Qin Baobao's delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was thinking and silent. She tried to deduce the truth from the clues, but to no avail. From the diary there was nothing unusual at all. The elder sister couldn't help but think of Qin Zhe's previous lament. Dad doesn't know anything? 3 seconds of silence for Dad. Then the only way to figure out the matter between me and my younger brother is to have a showdown with Mom? Or find the man written in my younger brother's diary, the man who met Mom at the Rainbow Bridge. But according to my younger brother's diary, that man looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Where can I find him? There are so many people in China. We lack everything, but we don't lack people. After calming down, Qin Baobao finally noticed that something was wrong. There was a murderous aura between her younger brother's legs. This murderous aura was so strong that it interrupted Qin Baobao's thoughts, causing her mind to be in a mess. She raised her head and looked down. Then her sister's face turned red. It gradually turned red, the kind that was bright and alluring. I told you to loosen your legs but you didn't, Qin Zhe said awkwardly. My, isn't just for decoration. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded with a red face. Gotcha. The door of the study opened with a crisp sound. Then the doorknob was twisted. Someone was about to enter. Qin Zhe. Sigma, Qin Baobao, degree. I'm done for. Qin Zhe was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The person who came in earlier might have been his elder sister. Now his elder sister was in the study. There was no one else in the house except for Dad and Mom. In other words, the person who came in was either Dad or Mom. The siblings felt like their livers were about to explode. They had never felt so hopeless in their lives. Their lives had never been so exciting. Qin Zhe's heart was filled with sorrow. In the end, he could not escape from Shimin kneels and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. Qin Baobao should have loosened her legs. However, if she did, her younger brother's murderous aura would not be between her legs. Instead, it would be naked in front of Dad. This was not a chicken dinner but a knife dinner. Baobao was mentally exhausted. Baobao did not know how to choose. Qin Zhe glanced at his elder sister's beautiful, watery eyes. Qin Baobao glanced at her younger brother's deep eyes. Qin Zhe, sister, save me. Qin Baobao, brother, save me. Qin Zhe, don't loosen your legs. I'll take care of the diary. Qin Baobao, hum. The elder sister exerted strength in her legs and hooked her younger brother. Qin Zhe, hey, I can't suppress my murderous aura if you keep doing this. Let go of your legs. Qin Baobao, got it? Her long legs loosened slightly. The old man opened the door and walked in. The scene in the study stunned him. It was an eyesore. Chapter 305. The old man was stunned for a long time. His daughter was lying on his beloved desk, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan. She was holding a book and rocking it back and forth. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. His son was lying on his daughter's body and was moving vigorously. His daughter said loudly, No. She was resisting with all her might. Oh my God. A surge of energy surged from the old man's body. His blood was boiling. Wait. It looked like they were fighting for something. That thing looked very familiar. What are you doing? The old man shouted angrily. The brother and sister trembled and looked over at the same time. Their faces were full of fear. This was definitely not an act. Dad, he wanted to peek at your diary. I held him down for you. Qin Bao Bao accused her brother loudly. Dad, I didn't look at it. I just happened to pick it up. Then Sis came in. Qin Zhe said, I was afraid that she would look at it, so I kept trying to grab it. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment his father pushed the door open, his heart still skipped a beat. Then he restrained his killing intent and calmed down a lot. The only question was, would this stimulation leave any terrible side effects in the future? Nonsense. I didn't want to look at the diary. I was afraid that you would peek. Qin Bao Bao's face was still a bit red. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. Oh, then I might have misunderstood you. We didn't mean to look at the diary. Qin Zhe's waist was still pressed against his sister's. The old man stood at the door, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then put the diary back, Qin Zhe said. If I put it back, what if you peek again? I won't put it back, Qin Bao Bao said. Put it back. I won't put it back. The brother and sister talked nonsense trying to buy time. Then they exchanged glances. Why is your killing intent still not cooling down? Sis can't act anymore. How would I know? I can't control it. It's all your fault for having such disgusting thoughts. Annoying. It's all your fault for having such a domineering body. You little devil. The old man's mouth twitched. His daughter and son's posture was too much for his eyes. Qin Zhe said loudly, Dad, don't misunderstand. Yes, I really didn't peek at the diary. Before he could finish his sentence, old Master Li had already sliced his scalp off. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she quickly sat up and threw the diary on the table. She acted like a spoiled child and said, Dad, the little red guy didn't have a chance to read it. When I came in, he just picked it up. As she spoke, she hugged the old man's arm, giving her younger brother a chance to shrink his waist and adjust. How old are you? You even fooled around with your younger brother. The old man poked her head and then his eyes fell on the diary. Using the rhetoric of martial arts novels, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, the hair on his back stood up, the breath in his dantian surged and his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, this diary was a diary from many, many years ago. It was placed at the bottom. Now that the diary at the bottom had been searched, who would believe that he hadn't read the diary at the front? I'm not a university professor if I believe you. The old man exploded. He felt that all his little secrets had been spied on by his son. When a cultured person flew into a rage out of humiliation, it was even more terrifying. At this moment he had never felt such a strong urge to clean up his house. I'll beat you to death, you little red guy. The old man took out his belt and whipped Qin Zhe hard. Who taught you to be so sneaky? Are you trying to rebel? He got beaten again. Qin Zhe bared his teeth and didn't dodge. He let his father whip him with the belt, just like how he used to be beaten by a feather duster. He was no longer the child he used to be, but when his father taught him a lesson he still subconsciously stood at attention. When he was in middle school he also thought that if this man hit him again he would beat him back. However, it was just a thought. He didn't dare to hit his father. Today he was in the wrong. He had peeked at the old man's diary and exposed his little secret. Anyone would be furious. Besides, compared to being found out by the old man that he had exposed his murderous intent to his sister, being beaten up for peeking at the diary seemed easier. Dad, don't hit him. Qin Bao Bao went forward and hugged the old man's arm to prevent him from hitting her brother. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and heartache. If you don't hit him, he'll rebel. The old man was flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Qin Zhe thought, you're indeed taking this opportunity to take revenge on me for taking away your position as the head of the family. Mom is mine and so is sister. I won't let you hit him. Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Ma, who had heard the commotion, happened to hear this. Mother Qin stood at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her was so thrilling that she felt her soul being shaken. The father took out his belt and pretended to hit his son. The son stood at attention without saying a word. However, there was stubbornness and a hint of disdain in his eyes. The panicked and helpless beautiful daughter hugged her father's hand that was holding the belt and shouted, I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. Qin Ma, who had watched a lot of family dramas over the years, instantly filled up all kinds of melodramatic plots in her mind. Could it be, had the two of them finally taken that step? Old Qin caught them red-handed? What should I do? Should I confess? Should I tell the truth? Otherwise my son will be beaten to death. Life is so hopeless, Qin Ma's body swayed and she lost her balance. She leaned against the door and tears of sorrow flowed down her face. Oh, why is Mom crying? Qin Zhe was facing the door and was the first to see his mother crying. He was startled and hurried over to comfort her. Mother Qin grabbed her son's hand and was overcome with grief. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice. Dad, look. I only took a few glances at the diary and you're hitting me. You're hurting me so much that I'm crying. Qin Ma? Diary? Qin Ma looked at her son. Qin Zhe nodded. Mom, don't cry. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay. Qin Ma looked at her husband again. The old man said angrily, this grandson? I know this kid sneaked into the study and peeped at my diary. I'll beat him to death. So it was just a diary? The world suddenly became beautiful and life was no longer hopeless. Qin Ma wiped her tears and said, sneaky? Who taught you to peep at Dad's diary? She looked at her husband again. Don't hit him so hard. There's not enough food at home. There's nothing Bao Bao and A's like. I'll go out and have a look. Qin Ma turned around and walked away. The family of 3? Qin Zhe thought to himself, Mom? Isn't she crying because I was beaten up? Qin Bao Bao thought, what's going on? Is Mom finally going through menopause? The old man thought, is Xiaolan being sarcastic? If I hit her again, will she sleep in the living room tonight? The 3 of them were confused. I'll teach you a lesson later. The old man pointed at Qin Zhe and kept the diary. Get out now. The siblings slipped out of the study. They felt that from now on, there would be something called a hidden compartment in the study. Host, your mom's mental fluctuations are very intense. The system suddenly said. Your mom's mental fluctuations are intense. Qin Zhe didn't react. He subconsciously retorted, wait, you said my mom's mental fluctuations are intense? Yes. The system said, the intensity is not weaker than the host just now. Mom's emotional fluctuations? She was very calm just now. She didn't feel sorry for her son at all. I don't want my mom anymore. I only want my sister. A good mom and dad are not as good as a big sister who can kiss me. If you can read my mother's brain waves, then can you analyze her thoughts? It's like reading her mind. Qin Zhe asked in his heart. Sorry, I can't. The system doesn't have a language conversion function. The system said regretfully. It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared. Qin Zhe comforted. That's strange. I was frightened just now. Frightened that I might lose my life. No matter how much Mom loves me, she wouldn't be so frightened when she saw me being hit. What's the reason? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Could it be that his dad's diary was hiding some unknown secret? The scene just now replayed in his mind frame by frame. Mom's heartbroken tears. Mom's sigh of relief when she heard about the diary. Mom turned around and left. Her light footsteps. There was also her father's angry expression as he waved the whip, his trembling cheeks revealing his anger. Her sister's panic as she hugged her father's arm, her delicate brows furrowed in distress, and her sister shouting, I won't allow you to hit him. This was definitely her true feelings. Idagawa Qin Zhe thought that he had figured out the truth after careful and high-speed brainwaves. He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with fear. Mom must have noticed that something was wrong with him and his sister. The system said, yes. It's the intense brain waves that the host is experiencing now. Sister bumped into him. She staggered a few steps back. The fat on her chest shook. Why did you suddenly stop? Sister hit him angrily. Suddenly stopped, but I won't do it. Qin Zhe swallowed. I suddenly felt weak in my legs. At the end of the corridor, Teddy was happily licking the table leg. It turned its head and saw Qin Bao Bao. It seemed to smell the scent of love again. Its black button-like eyes were shining. Teddy moved out. Teddy rushed over at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Teddy launched an attack on Qin Bao Bao's thigh. Teddy flew out. What kind of dog is that pet shop raising? It's so horny. Qin Zhe took back his foot. I've never seen anyone else's Teddy like this. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone to check. That pet shop is quite famous. But the owner seems to be single. No wonder his dog is like this. Teddy launched another attack. Qin Bao Bao flashed behind her brother. Qin Zhe kicked it again. After walking through the long corridor, Qin Zhe and his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa. Teddy anxiously turned around a few times and ran back to licking the table leg. Qin Zhe was deep in thought. He and his sister were already very careful. They never kissed each other or had sex at home. Oh, he spanked his sister's butt. Even Sister Ziwei, who lived with them day and night, was still in the dark. Why did Mom know? From a normal parent's point of view, he and his sister were clearly a pair of loving siblings. Look, Dad didn't know anything at all. Could it be that a pervert saw something perverted? Bah, that's not right to describe Mom. Anyway, Mom must have a guilty conscience. There was another question. Was the other child mine or his sister's? In fact, a paternity test would be enough. His sister could have sex with him and would know immediately. But these days everything was formal. A paternity test couldn't be done as he wished. All kinds of evidence had to be complete, and the parents had to be present. This was no different from a direct showdown. At that time, his sister couldn't have sex with him. This small family would definitely be in trouble. It was urgent. Chapter 306. This neighborhood was neither old nor new, but the overall layout was very imposing. It was not as flashy and fashionable as the new neighborhoods, nor as old as the old ones. The greenery was done very well, and the structure of the houses was also grand. It was the kind of neighborhood that the locals liked. Yesterday, a film crew came to the neighborhood. It was not a rare thing, and it was not the first time. A few years ago, a very popular family ethics drama was filmed in this neighborhood. In the drama, the parents of the male lead lived in this neighborhood. This time, the film crew was followed by a few big stars. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood looked around excitedly for a while, but soon dispersed. The older generation did not chase after stars, and they were purely there to join in the fun. Moreover, there was also a big star in the neighborhood. The daughter of the Chin family was very famous. The few female stars in the film crew were far inferior to her. In the morning, the film crew had a conflict with a property owner in the neighborhood. Although most of the scenes were filmed indoors, there were definitely scenes in the neighborhood. However, one of the property owners happened to be renovating, which hindered the film crew's filming. The two parties had a dispute in the neighborhood. It was the scene that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao saw when they came in. After the property management mediated, the film crew spent some money, and the property owner agreed to renovate another day. At this time, there was a visiting reporter outside the neighborhood interviewing the property owners one by one. A well-dressed woman in her early 30s was followed by an uncle carrying a camera. It was a very standard configuration. It seemed that there should be a big shot in the film crew. "Hello, can I do a simple interview?" The woman caught an auntie wandering in the neighborhood. Usually, entertainment reporters would only interview the film crew. They would not look for the bored bystanders. However, today the film crew had a slight conflict with the property owner, and this matter could be written in another article. Therefore, after leaving the film crew, she conveniently interviewed the bystanders. Yes. The auntie spoke in Mandarin with a local accent, and her face was full of a reserved smile. "Just now, the film crew had a conflict with the property owner in our neighborhood, right? What do you think about it?" After the woman finished speaking, she put the microphone in front of the auntie. "Just to join in the fun. It's rare to have a film crew. Everyone, don't be too curious." The auntie stuttered. Everyone would be very nervous in front of a microphone or in an eye-catching situation. The female entertainment reporter was a little disappointed. She wanted to hear a sharper answer, so she said, "Will it cause any trouble for you? For example, if it's inconvenient for you to travel, or if fans come over and cause inconvenience in your life?" No. The middle-aged woman waved her hands and smiled brightly. "Didn't someone come to film a few years ago? They left after a few days. Many people came to watch the show." The auntie thought for a moment. "We have a celebrity in our neighborhood." The female reporter was stunned. She thought to herself, "What do you mean? There are celebrities in your neighborhood too?" She searched her memory for a moment, but she could not remember any celebrities living in this neighborhood. There were only a few A-list and B-list celebrities living in Shanghai. Moreover, a celebrity of that status wouldn't live in such an old neighborhood. Perhaps she was a C or D-list celebrity. "Which celebrity lives here?" the female reporter asked. At the mention of this question, the woman seemed very happy. She said, "That old Chin in Unit 2 of Block 9, an old man carrying a baby came out from the unit next door and complained loudly, 'You've been crying non-stop. Maybe you pooped. Come back and change your diapers.'" He spoke in Shanghai dialect, and the female reporter could only understand half of it. The auntie hurriedly said, "I'm going to change my granddaughter's diapers." She smiled embarrassedly at the camera, greeted her husband, took her granddaughter, and entered the unit together. Halfway through her sentence, the entertainment reporter was very anxious. She looked around and fixed her eyes on another auntie. This auntie's grocery bag was broken, and apples were rolling all over the floor. She was bending down to pick them up one by one. Her other hand was holding her phone, and she was making a call. The female reporter walked over and bent down to help pick up the apples and a few bags of vegetables. But the rope was broken, and the auntie could only hold it with difficulty. "Mom is downstairs. The bag is broken. Help me get a new bag down. Yes, there's a new bag in the second cupboard in the kitchen. Thank you. The auntie hung up and said with a smile. She looked at the female reporter and the man holding the small camera. Are you filming TV? She asked. Just by looking at her appearance, one could only guess that she was in her 40s or 50s. She took good care of herself and did not have the puffy eye circles of an ordinary auntie. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes added some charm to her. A very beautiful auntie. We're here to visit the set from Beluga Entertainment Weekly. The female reporter said, Can we interview you for a few questions? The auntie smiled and said, Go ahead. The female reporter asked the same question again. The auntie's answer was very well behaved and harmonious. She did not complain or complain. The female reporter thought to herself that the editor's article was probably useless. It was a waste. Then she asked, I just heard from an auntie that there's a celebrity living here. Is it true? She was just asking casually. Anyway, even if there was, it was not a very famous artist. She might not even be considered a celebrity. The general public often mix the concepts of celebrities, and internet celebrities. When the beautiful auntie heard this, she fell silent and hesitated. Is it inconvenient to say? The female reporter asked. If you broadcast it, will there be paparazzi waiting here every day? What if someone knocks on the door and asks for an autograph? The auntie said hesitantly. The female reporter was speechless. What was this? It was hard to say whether the paparazzi would be waiting or not. Knocking on the door and asking for an autograph was too funny. I didn't ask you where the celebrity lived. Moreover, which one of the A-list or B-list big shots did not have paparazzi waiting for them? No, don't worry, the female reporter said. If there was a celebrity living in this area, the editor could add a few hundred more words when writing the article. It should be my daughter, the beautiful auntie said. But I'm not sure if my son is considered a celebrity. I heard that he's quite popular. The female reporter was speechless. Did she hear wrongly? She could understand every word the auntie said, but why did she feel that she did not understand at all? The female reporter asked, Your daughter is a celebrity? The female reporter was in disbelief. Oh, my daughter and son. The auntie looked over the female reporter's shoulder and behind them and said happily. The female reporter subconsciously turned her head to look. The man holding the small camera also turned around and turned the lens. A young couple walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had short hair and was wearing a black leather jacket, dark-colored casual pants and sneakers. The young woman held his arm. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pair of tight pencil pants. Her long legs were straight and well-proportioned, paired with a pair of white snow boots. The woman was wearing sunglasses. The female reporter, who was slightly short-sighted, could not see clearly, but the man looked very familiar. Qin Zhe, the female reporter stammered. As a qualified entertainment reporter, it was impossible for her not to recognize Qin Zhe. This Qin Zhe, even though he was not from the entertainment industry, was more famous and exposed than some small celebrities. Not even ordinary third-rate celebrities could compare to him. Just his title of fast shooter was already well-known. Then the woman beside him was undoubtedly Qin Bao Bao. The sister was awesome and so was the brother. The combination of the siblings was even more awesome. The female reporter ran over excitedly. Miss Qin, hello. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Qin Zhe blinked. Hello, you are? I'm a reporter from Platinum Entertainment Weekly, Li Ru. The female reporter was so excited that her face was red. Can I do a simple interview with you? The female reporter was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a good figure and was between 25 and 30 years old. As long as a woman of this age knew how to dress up, she would exude a mature charm. Qin Zhe did not have any complicated thoughts and looked at her a few more times. His arm was secretly pinched by his sister. How ruthless. Qin Bao Bao was not a magnanimous woman. She had a small temper and was also very narrow-minded. She was gracious and well-educated outside, and it was not an act. The main reason was that there were not many people outside who were worth her being calculative and throwing a tantrum. His sister's world was not big and Qin Zhe occupied a large part of it. She regarded her brother as especially important. Qin Zhe hated all the flirtatious sluts who threw flirtatious glances at Qin Bao. Similarly, she did not like Qin Zhe staring at other women. I can, but it's not convenient for my sister, Qin Zhe said. Then, thank you. The female reporter nodded. Do you live here? My parents live here. May I ask what the recent work schedule of Tianfeng Entertainment is? There are no special plans for now. When is Qin Bao Bao's next album? Wait until next year. Does Qin Bao Bao have a boyfriend? You said you would only answer my questions. Do you have a girlfriend? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and shook his head. No. The female reporter asked a few more questions and left in satisfaction. This content was enough for an editor to write 2,000 words. Today's task was more than completed. Entertainment reporters like them ran around every day. In fact, the things they took might not necessarily be published as articles. However, if they were liked and published as entertainment news, they would get a commission. She could cut today's things into 2 news articles. One article would become 2 articles and she would have an extra income. Qin Ma carried the grocery bags and walked over in small steps. Is it okay? Will someone come and knock on the door? Or paparazzi in the neighborhood? As she spoke, Qin Ma glanced at her daughter's hand that was hugging her son's arm. Her liver hurt. Which family's daughter hugged her brother's arm like this all day? She was too embarrassed to say it. They won't. The paparazzi are waiting at my place. It doesn't matter. I don't have a boyfriend. They can take whatever photos they want. Qin Bao Bao sensed her mother's gaze. She calmly let go of her mother and ran her fingers through her hair. Mom, let me do it. Qin Zhe took the vegetables and fruits from his mother's hands. They were quite heavy. After returning home, Qin Ma washed the apples, cut them into pieces, inserted toothpicks into them and brought them to the living room. On the way, Teddy was pestering her calf. Mom, this dog is so annoying. Let me tell you, hurry up and send it away. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Wait for your Aunt Zheng to be discharged, Qin Ma said helplessly. Pancreatitis is very torturous. At least 10 days to half a month. In serious cases it can be months, Qin Zhe said. No way? Qin Ma was stunned. She searched on her phone and said gloomily, it's true. Then we won't come back this month. Qin Bao Bao's voice was tinged with a little happiness. I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you, Qin Ma said angrily. Then she changed the topic. By the way, the movie you made is going to be released. Is it today or tomorrow? Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe looked at each other and thought, it's finally here. Today. Qin Bao Bao pretended to be relaxed. Mom, there's nothing to see. I'm not the lead. I'm just a guest star. Ace is the lead. I heard from your dad. Qin Ma smiled. It's my son's first movie. Of course I have to watch it. Of course not, Qin Zhe said. What? I don't have any acting skills. Mom, you don't know. I'm the kind of awkward little fresh meat with no acting skills. It's a trashy movie for fun. There's nothing to see. There will be people in the theater who will scold me for my bad acting skills. You'll feel uncomfortable when you hear that, right? Qin Zhe said. The director would cry if he heard that. The movie that he worked so hard to prepare for 2 years became a trashy movie for no reason. It's okay. Bao Bao, I didn't feel angry when you scolded me a while ago. Can it be worse than scolding her? Qin Ma didn't care. It was the absolute truth. Some time ago, when the old master was looking at the computer and scrolling through Weibo, Qin Ma was calm and collected. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Qin Zhe wanted to say more, but his sister nudged him with her foot and signaled him to shut up. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone and poked at the screen with her slender fingers. Mom, let me check for you. There should still be tickets for tonight. If it were an ordinary parent, Qin Bao Bao would definitely say, oh, there are no tickets. What a pity. However, this lie could fool Qin Ma, but it couldn't fool the old master. Moreover, Qin Ma just didn't like to use the internet. It didn't mean that she didn't know how to use it. After all, Qin Ma had a high school education. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the heart to study, she might have been able to go to university. University in that era, TSK. Qin Bao Bao poked and poked at the screen. Suddenly she said, oh Mom, my stomach hurts. Then her sister threw the phone away and held her stomach. Looking at her round buttocks, she moaned painfully on the sofa. What's wrong? Menstrual cramps again? Qin Ma was shocked. She hugged her daughter and frowned. Did you eat something bad these few days? Qin Bao Bao buried her head in her mother's arms and whimpered, maybe I ate something bad. It hurts, sob sob sob. She peeked out an eye and blinked at her brother. Only then did Qin Zhe know that his sister was faking her illness. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to hug her. Fortunately, he restrained himself. His mother was still standing there. His sister was really good at acting and scheming. Shall I take you to the hospital? Qin Ma was anxious. No need. I'll go to the hospital if my stomach hurts. It's not that pretentious. Ouch. Qin Bao Bao said painfully. Then I'll take you back to your room to rest. No, I'm sleeping in your arms. I'm your obedient Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not forget to act coquettishly. Qin Ma was distressed and gratified. My scheming girl is really something. It's better to lie in bed if your stomach hurts. Qin Ma helped her daughter back to her room and rubbed her stomach for a long time. Qin Bao Bao said that it was much better, but she did not dare to say that it didn't hurt anymore. She had to act until nighttime. Mom, how's sister? Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and pretended to be concerned. She's much better. You said that she ate something bad, but she doesn't have diarrhea or vomiting. I think it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Qin Ma was worried. She's not a doll. She's not that pretentious. She'll be fine after a while. Qin Ma hit her son. I'll go check on her. Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and slipped into his sister's room. She was sitting on the bed playing with her mobile phone and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt. When she saw that it was Qin Zhe who came in, she rolled her eyes. Smart. Qin Zhe sat on the bed and gave her a thumbs up. Help me get an apple. Don't just eat by yourself. Qin Bao Bao pushed him. You have a stomachache. Why are you eating an apple? Qin Zhe handed her half an apple. Mine. Qin Bao Bao gnawed on the half apple like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. Soon she finished the apple. His sister hugged Qin Zhe's neck from behind and breathed in his ear. Stomachache. Ace, can you rub your sister's stomach? Qin Zhe was unmoved. His sister lowered her voice as if she was doing something shameful. Take off your clothes and rub them. Qin Zhe still ignored her. She shouted unhappily. I want you to pretend to have a stomachache. You can't pretend for 2 days. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will force you to go to the hospital, Qin Zhe said. Why are you thinking so much? Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. She was as charming as she could be. Big sister is rubbing your tummy. Do you want to come? Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. This torturous soy milk machine. Is it very exciting to step on a tightrope? Qin Zhe said angrily. Believe it or not, I'll reward you. Qin Bao Bao covered her buttocks and looked at him warily. Then, will you pretend to have a stomachache tomorrow? It's useless for me to pretend. Besides, we'll take turns to have stomachaches. Mom is not a fool. Oh, why are you thinking so much? Talk to your sister. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered herself and her brother. Of course they were just talking. Qin Zhe was used to chatting with his sister under the quilt. They chatted for a while under the quilt. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller ID Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 307. Why is Zhao Taizhu calling me? Although Zhao Taizhu had become his first man on top, through Sister Ziwei, he didn't have much contact with Zhao Taizhu. After all, they weren't from the same world. One of them was the son of a well-off family. One of them was probably an old driver in bed when he was a teenager. The other had been drooling over his sister since childhood. They didn't have any common topics to talk about, and they didn't have any friendship. Occasionally, Zhao Taizhu would ask him about the origin of the Exploding Heavens faction. Qin Zhe would talk nonsense. Anyway, bragging wasn't illegal. In addition, Zhao Taizhu also gave him an ICBC account. Every month, Qin Zhe would ask the finance department to remit 5% of the company's income to him. Brother Zhao. Qin Zhe's voice was sincere. What's the matter? Sister Ziwei could call him Zhao Taizhu and step on him like a queen. That was because they had been friends since childhood. Qin Zhe couldn't be like Sister Ziwei. His EQ wasn't that low. He regarded Zhao Taizhu as a good-natured second generation who could be managed as a friend. How's my sister Zijin doing? Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. She's eating well and wearing warm clothes. She's in great health. Qin Zhe smiled. Hearing Wang Zijin's name, his sister leaned over. Qin Zhe didn't push her away as usual. For the first time, he hugged his sister's waist. His sister's delicate body collapsed and then relaxed. She snuggled softly in his arms. Zhao Taizhu talked for a long time. He didn't have a main topic. He talked about some interesting things in the system and planned to go fishing with friends during New Year's Day. He asked Qin Zhe if he wanted to go. Of course, Qin Zhe didn't want to go. He declined. Fishing is very particular. Newbies look at the buoy. Veterans rely on their feelings. Sometimes when the buoy sinks and the hook is lifted too early, the fish will escape and nothing will be caught. Am I right? Zhao Taizhu said. That's true. Qin Zhe responded with a smile. However, you can't lift the hook too late. Once the bait is cast, there must be a harvest, right? Yes. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, I'm hanging up. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and frowned. This phone call was inexplicable, and the content of the conversation was even more meaningless. This kind of meaningless phone call was something that only middle and high school couples would talk about. Even college students wouldn't do it, let alone Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu, who would want to talk to a rough man on the phone. But Zhao Taizhu couldn't have called him for no reason. There must be something behind it. So annoying. Zhao Taizhu had picked up most of the bad habits of the system. Zhao Taizhu had learned most of the bad habits of the system. Qin Zhe thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out for the time being. He planned to go home and ask Sister Ziwei for advice. Qin Baobao raised his head and gently stroked his younger brother's eyebrows over and over again with a gentle look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. A friend called. I didn't understand what he wanted to say. Wang Zijin's friend. Yes. Qin Baobao said sourly, wow, your circle of friends are mixed. This guy's identity is not ordinary. He works in the system and doesn't have a high position, but the elders in his family are very capable. He is Sister Ziwei's childhood friend. Our Baozi company is now under his protection, Qin Zhe said. After that, he saw the sadness in his sister's eyes. He put his arms around his sister's small waist, put his chin on her head and said softly, even with Sister Ziwei's relationship, I still have to rely on myself to build my own network. In fact, Sister Ziwei can't help me much. I have to walk my own path. I can't make as much money as she can for me. Qin Baobao said softly, yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Instead of wasting my efforts to sharpen my blade, it's better to think about how to stabilize my parents. With my parents' forgetfulness after today, they might forget about it tomorrow. Who would be so obsessed with a movie? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the light footsteps outside the door. He was shocked and said in a low voice, Moan. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao swore that this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life. It was so ridiculous that her heart was about to explode. My brother asked me to moan? What does he want to do? Oh, I hate it. I have to do this all of a sudden. I'm still at home. Qin Baobao's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, she saw her brother's figure bouncing up as if he had been electrocuted. He sat upright by the bed and straightened the quilt at the same time. The door was pushed open and Qin Ma came in with a cup of warm water. Baobao, drink a cup of warm water. Let's see if you have diarrhea later. Qin Baobao silently loosened her hands on the waist of her pants. A corner of her black lace panties was revealed, but she hid it again. I want to take off my pants. So this is what you're talking about? Qin Baobao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She felt that her body was hollowed out. Baobao? Sit up and drink some water. Qin Ma's gentle voice sounded. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked like a paper flower that had been drained of energy. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt and covered her head. Does your stomach still hurt? Yes, it hurts so much. But my heart hurts more than my stomach. Why do you still feel bad? I think you really need to go to the hospital. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Qin Ma could tell that her daughter was acting coquettishly. She put the cup on the bedside table and told Qin Zhe to talk to his sister. I'll go and tell your dad. He's worried. Why doesn't Dad come and see for himself? Qin Zhe asked. Who knows? He's in the study room slamming the table and glaring. He's very angry but he just won't come out, Qin Ma said. Of course. If it were anyone else they would be too ashamed to face anyone. After all, his son saw his flirtatious heart. He would definitely worry about whether his father's image would collapse. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I have to be extra careful today. I don't want my dad to find fault with me. Mom's gone. Stop pretending. After his mom left, Qin Zhe went to pull the blanket, but his sister held on tightly. She covered herself in the blanket and shouted, Little red guy, get lost, sob sob sob. She was acting coquettishly for no reason. Qin Zhe was very annoyed. Seeing that she didn't come out even after shouting for a long time, he simply sat on his sister and pressed her head that was covered by the blanket. I'm going to die. His sister began to struggle. Her small waist kept arching upwards. However, no matter how flexible and strong her small waist was, she couldn't lift her brother who was more than 140 pounds. His sister, who was almost suffocated to death, popped her head out. She was panting and her face was red. She was so angry that she cried. You don't love me at all. It's written in the novel that the younger brother loves his sister very much. Damn, what kind of novel are you reading? If you're my sister, I'll love you, Qin Zhe said. Then you can treat me as your sister. Qin Baobao twisted her butt in the blanket and pouted. Sob sob sob. Your sister doesn't know how to sob, Qin Zhe said in distress. When I see the word sob on the internet, my mind will think of you. Then how does your sister sob? Qin Bao had an expression of asking for advice. I already said that my sister doesn't know how to sob. My sister will say, Oni-chan, you're great, Oni-chan, you're the best, Qin Zhe said. Disgusting, the first and the last one doesn't matter. What the hell is the middle one? Qin Bao had a look of disdain. So you're the legendary Siscon? Qin Zhe seriously considered this question. It felt good to have a cute little sister with a delicate body. When the little sister grew up, the cute little sister with a round face would turn into a beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling clear eyes. She would be like a willow branch that had just sprouted out tender shoots. She would be very, very dependent on you. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister was lying on the bed and panting. Her huge chest was heaving up and down. The scene was spectacular. Forget it, a sister or whatever, it's just a fleeting cloud. It's good to have a sister. Sister knows how to act coquettishly and act cute. She can also kiss. Sister's figure is very domineering. Sister will occasionally consider her image and give her brother some love. Sister has all the characteristics of a sister. Sister will only have the characteristics of a sister after a few years. No, she might not have them. I'll go out first. You sleep for a while, Qin Zhe said. Sleep for what? I'm not a pig. How can I sleep now? Qin Bao felt wronged. I pretended to be sick for our sake. You can't leave me alone. Then I'll tell you a joke. Qin Zhe touched his sister's head, but she pushed his hand away. A woman went on a blind date. The first one was a lawyer, a proper social elite. But she didn't like him. The second one was a university professor. He had a car, a house, and savings. She still rejected him. The third one was a thief. The woman liked him at first sight. Do you know why? His sister tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Because the thief is handsome? No. Oh, I know. Because the thief is her first love. No. The thief is actually a rich man's tall, handsome, and rich man. The woman found out. Look, where did so many tall, handsome, and rich men come from? Then why? I can't think of it. Forget it if you can't think of it. Tell me, Ace. Please. Call me Grandpa. Grandpa, Qin Zhe thought about it seriously and decided not to tell his sister the answer. He felt that it was not right to tell his sister this kind of joke. I won't tell you even if you call me Grandpa, Qin Zhe said. After saying that, his sister rewarded him with a Foshan shadowless kick. His sister's long legs were very strong.